A very good morning to all. We will start the program with the blessings of Almighty. I request everyone to rise for the prayer song.
ഹരിത സുന്ദര സന്നിധി തിരുനാഥനിന്റെ പ്രണാമം അരുണശോഭിതവാനിടെ അതിനാഥനിന്റെ പ്രണാമം ഹരിത സുന്ദര സന്നിധി തിരുനാഥനിന്റെ പ്രണാമം അരുണശോഭിതവാനിടെ അതിനാഥനിന്റെ പ്രണാമം പുലരിയുണരും യാമം മമനാഥനിന്റെ പ്രണാമം ഹരിത സുന്ദര സന്നിധി തിരുനാഥനിന്റെ പ്രണാമം അരുണശോഭിതവാനിടെ അതിനാഥനിന്റെ പ്രണാമം.
The lighted lamp is the symbol of auspiciousness and our culture. To mark the beginning of our conference, I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Kochi University of Science and Technology, Senior Professor Dr. M. Junaid Bashri, and all other dignitaries on the dais to the light the traditional lamp.
Thank you to all the dignitaries. It's our esteemed pleasure to welcome our distinguished guests to this memorable event of the day. So I invite the Joint Director and Head Cipet Kochi, Dr. K.A. Rajesh, to deliver the welcome and presidential address.
A very warm good morning to 100 present here. As Honorable Vice Chancellor has to go for another meeting, so just we cut down our inaugural session. First, this thing. Respected Chief Guest, Senior Professor Dr. Junaid Bashri sir, Honorable Vice Chancellor Kusat, distinguished guests on the dais, Professor Jayesh Bellare sir, IIT Bombay, Professor Balasubramanian sir, IIT Diet Pune, Dr. Asha SK, NCL Pune, Dr. Bhuvana, Dr. Manjula, distinguished professors and scientists, special invitees, members from industry associations, industries, dear students, members from press and media, ladies and gentlemen. Now, as a token of welcome, I request our students to hand over the welcome rose to all distinguished guests. It is my profound pleasure and privilege to give the address on the occasion, August occasion of inauguration of Bpgc, Biopolymers and Green Composite International Conference 19th Series. Cipet Kochi has been pioneer among all the other Cipet centers to launch PG and PhD programs in the niche area of biopolymer science and technology in association with Cochin University of Science and Technology since 2012. Now, as biopolymers and green composite, the biopolymers are the emerging materials which is replacing the conventional plastic not only in the field of packaging, it is also being used in automotive, engineering, and in other areas, and especially in biomedical applications. And this conference will be speaking in the area of biopolymers, its advancements, its new applications, its trends, and also it will also highlight the various research topics which is ongoing in internationally and among the pioneer national institutions. So I also appreciate, on this occasion, I also appreciate the cooperation received from Cochin University of Science and Technology for conducting the courses and everything in time. And I am happy to announce that Cipet Kochi has got NAC accreditation this year for our programs. And there is an immense support from the university also from this thing. And Cipet also is providing the internship to all different engineering colleges and also for the CUSAT students. And this year we have also organized faculty development program where the faculties from CUSAT also has been participated. And regarding the conference, this is 19th series, but first an international conference that we are organizing. And as a part of the conference, the plenary sessions, we are having 6 plenary sessions, 6 keynote sessions, and 8 invited lectures, 16 oral presentation, and 42 poster presentations. And the participant countries are Australia, Poland, South Africa, Taiwan, Korea, and Austria are participating. On behalf of Cipet and on my personal behalf, I would like to wholeheartedly welcome Honorable Vice Chancellor for our conference, who has accorded the ready acceptance in spite of his busy schedule. We are sure that, sir, we will go for mutual collaboration in a long run, and also we would like to mobilize different R&D projects with mutual funding. And it's our profound pleasure to welcome Professor Jayesh Beller Saab from IIT Bombay, who has come over here from the long way to grace this occasion with his valuable presence. It is my profound pleasure to welcome Professor Balasubramanian sir from DIET, Defense Institute of Advanced Technologies, who has come over here to grace the occasion. Sir is also every year from the inception, sir is taking our students, 2 to 3 students every year, and all the students, they come, once their project is over, they come up with publishing the papers. So thank you for the same, sir, and for motivating our students. It is our profound pleasure to welcome Dr. Asha SK from NCL Pune. Madam is also actively collaborating with Cipet, especially for the Kochi Center. I also, on this occasion, I congratulate my team members, Dr. Manjula, Dr. Bhuvana, and Mrs. Suraj Verma, who has tirelessly worked for organizing this conference successfully. I also welcome all the distinguished speakers and the registered delegates from all over the all the institutes all over the nation, and also the special invitees and also industries, and who also got our invitation, and they have displayed their products with the stalls and participating in this conference. And I also thank the students for their supports and efforts. And once again, I welcome you all to this international conference, Bpgc 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Dr. M. Junaid Bashri to address the gathering with few words. Sir, please.
A very warm good morning to all. Dr. K.P. Bhuvana, respectful Dr. K.P. Bhuvana, Dr. K. Rajesh, Professor Bellare, Professor Balasubramaniam, Dr. Asha, Dr. K.S. Manjula. I am very happy to be here as part of the international conference on biopolymers and green composites organized by the Cipet. It is a very happy news to hear from the part of the Cipet. Cipet is selected this particular focused topic. Of course, the name of the institute is also particularly focused on certain areas only. It's basically mostly on the biopolymers. And their selection of topic is very relevant. We know that I'm not going to talk much about the polymers and biopolymers and importance of biopolymers, etc. But we know that we have been facing a lot of trouble with the plastics. It is not a degradable plastic. We have been using different type of plastics because it's very hard for us to live without a plastic. So it is a part of our life. Therefore, we can say we are living in an era of plastic or in a polymer. So it's just like maybe we used to call in our olden ages, Iron Age, Stone Age, etc., Bronze Age, etc. But this age is what we are living, we can say in another sense, we are living in an age of polymer. I won't like to use the word of the plastics. Anyway, we always have to, whatever the things we used to wear, so many things which are made of polymers. So we know that for the economic growth of a nation or a society, we need a sustainable development. So that is the agenda that was being set by the United Nations with the 17-point agenda. In that case, there is a protection of, there are several things are there in the that sustainable agenda set by the UN in the year of 2015. So basically, mostly on environmental protection is one of the important consideration in that agenda. So with respect to that of our Prime Minister, Narendra Modi also propagating an idea of the Vikasit Bharat agenda. So that is also 10-point agenda. In that, environmental protection is one of the important factors included in that agenda. So we should have to find methods to protect our environment because we are always, we used to see the heap of plastic on the way several places. And burning of plastics, you know that it makes a lot of, it generates a lot of toxic gases. So with respect to these aspects, I'm very happy to see after coming here, some of the entrepreneurs, they are making biodegradable plastic. Of course, as I understood from their, just for a 5 minutes conversation, I understood that they are making this biodegradable plastic from corn flour. Of course, we can also make a biodegradable plastic with a starch, different type of starch, maybe of the rice starch, or Kerala, we are getting a lot of cassava-based starch. And from that also we can make biodegradable plastic. Of course, as being the people working in the area of the technology for the biodegradable material, so of course, what is our challenge? Of course, we already developed a technology, some people developed a technology for the biodegradable plastic, but we have to reduce the cost of these biodegradable plastics. So if you compare the cost with respect to that of the synthetic, the other type of plastics, then it is, what I understood, it is 1.5 times higher, 1.5 times higher than that of the other type of plastics. So we should have to develop a new methodology to reduce the cost of the biodegradable plastics. So if we could develop a biodegradable plastics, That is very essential for protecting our environment, our river, and we know we are facing a lot of environmental problem, particularly with the microplastics, and microplastics are making a lot of hazardous health effect, etc. So I request all of you to think in that direction, to develop some material with a relatively low cost, particularly this biodegradable plastics. I hope that, as I mentioned in my introductory words, I don't want to prolong my talk, because there are several experts, and my senior colleagues from the university is also here. I am not mentioning their names because of the time limitations, because it will take, because I have another meeting at 10:30. So I hope that this meeting will deliver fruitful results in future. I am on behalf of the Kochi University of Science and Technology, I am appreciating the initiative taken by the Cipet for organizing this international event. Wish all the best for this international event on biopolymers and green composites. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable and enlightening address, which will definitely motivate and encourage the team Cipet excelling in all future endeavors. We are delighted to present the conference proceeding of Bpgc 2024. I would like to request all the dignitaries on the dais to release the conference proceedings. Thank you to all the dignitaries. It's our privilege to present a small token of appreciation to Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cochin University of Science and Technology, Senior Professor M. Junaid Bushri. May I request our beloved Joint Director and Head, Dr. K. A. Rajesh, to honor Senior Professor Dr. M. Junaid Bushri with a memento.
Thank you, sir. I request Professor Dr. Jayesh Bellare, Professor IIT Bombay, to deliver his keynote address.
So when I look around me here, I see the place full of biopolymers, right? I mean, you all, each of us, myself, you, are all biopolymers. We are all not only biopolymers, but we are composites as well here, right? We are great biocomposites. And that's what's great about nature, right? Nature has given us such fantastic materials here, which we have not been able to duplicate despite all the efforts that we put here, right? So that's the challenge I foresee for all of you, the young students who are here, who have a bright future for them, because I think this is a field of materials where materials are going to be transformed completely here. So Cipet, which is an organization, I think, of the Ministry of Petroleum, right? Petroleum fertilizer. Chemicals and fertilizers, yeah, chemicals and fertilizers. So chemicals are going to be transformed, right? So this is something that is going to be nature-made or mimicking nature in the lab. Yeah? So can you do that as you go ahead? That's really the opportunity. Take a traditional material like wood, right? The chair that we are sitting on here. Yeah. Not all of you though. There are a lot of engineered materials that you guys are sitting on. But wood is a material which has had such fantastic properties, right? Which we've not been able to duplicate. It has water resistance, certain grades of them. It has the ability to be resilient, shock absorbent. No material that we make in the lab today or make in industry today is able to duplicate that property here. So that's your challenge, right? That's the challenge that faces us all, especially you, who are now in a position to duplicate some of these properties, I hope, for a variety of applications. We just heard about several applications. I think important ones among those are the biomedical applications, where these are extremely important, because in the body, we don't want to replace it with a foreign material like we are doing now, right? Today's implants, hip and knee implants, for example, are all largely metal-based. They have a few polymeric components in them which try to reduce friction and so on. So the challenge here is to see how we can really make it as close to nature as possible. Can we duplicate one of the hardest and most wear-resistant materials of our body, our tooth, right? Today, if I lose a tooth, rather than use a denture, the dentist will insist I put an implant here, but it's a metal implant here. Can that really be transformed? Can we use biological process to manufacture? Can we get the sort of properties that we want? I think these are the sort of challenges that face us today. And despite all those advances we've made, we are way behind. So that's the challenge I throw to you all. Please take this up. There are lots of entrepreneurial opportunities here. There's a lot of research opportunities here, technology, fundamental science as well, across the board. Great field to work in, and I look forward to some great work coming out of Cipet. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Dr. Balasubramanian K., Professor, Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, Pune, to deliver his keynote address.
My decibel is good. I think you are audible? Yeah. So, a very good morning. Dignitaries on the dais and people on the off the dais. I think I was very much touched when I was invited for this particular Cipet conference on biomaterials. I would not say biopolymers or green composites, because if you look into the domain of materials, there are four major classes of materials. If you look into the classes of materials, there are four classes of materials. In that four classes, if you look into the Iron Age, Bronze Age and Copper Age, metals and alloys. Okay? So the origin of metals and alloys, if you see, when it came into the existence during early Stone Ages, people were very happy making pots. Later they started making weapons. Then they started conquering the world and they became powerful. That's the era of metals. Okay? Then in materials, the second classification comes ceramics. Okay? When you call it as ceramics, still we don't understand whether they are amorphous or crystalline. That's a big issue. It's a debate. In fact, there is a conference in Germany every 4 years. Glass. Is it amorphous or crystalline? It is amorphous, we know. But is it amorphous or crystalline? But today we have Gorilla Glass, which has got a crystalline property. Okay, so still the debate is on. When ceramic industries came, the ceramic evolution came, people were not trying their best to come out of the top-end applications, except making some very good decorative items. Industrial revolution, very important. Petro products, very, very important. Petroleum outputs. People never bothered about the petroleum byproducts. They were very much desperate for petrol, kerosene, diesel, petrol, kerosene, diesel, petrol, kerosene, diesel. People never thought that the gas of ethene is going to make polyethylene. They never thought. Then the German guys, Ziegler, Natta, these guys introduced some metal oxides, and they came after a beer for 2 days. They came out to the lab. On Friday they made the reaction. On Monday they came back to the office, came back to the lab, and they found that this ethene which was trapped in the chamber with the Ziegler natta became polyethylene. That's the evolution of polymers. So if you look into the evolution of polymers, we had been always green. How? Ethene gas converted to polyethylene. Propene gas converted to polypropylene. So we are not bad. Yes, recyclability is a big issue with respect to thermosets, but we are working on it. Then in this class, polymer picked up the popularity, but it picked up the popularity because of its semi-crystalline and amorphous nature. See, metals are very crystalline. 8th standard science. They conduct heat. They conduct electrons. They are crystalline systems. But polymers are a bit flexy. Super cool guys. Semi-crystalline to amorphous. A lot of free volume is available in the entangled molecular chain. Then these ceramics guys thought, hey, why not I incorporate ceramic systems like silicon carbide inside, boron nitride inside, zirconium diboride inside, zirconium dioxide inside. These are all ceramics. Wow, that became composites. So polymer gave birth to composites. And when it came into polymer composites, my goodness, it touched the heaven applications. Let me tell you, since I am working with Ministry of Defense, we are very, very particular with respect to defense application projects only. The thumb rule for all the metals and alloys, if it clears the biomedical application, it goes for aerospace application also. Bioimplant 316 stainless steel alloy. Okay? That goes inside our body. And that is a fracture. And body, I'm very sorry, it's a creator of God, but it has got the most toxic systems. Not easy. If that metal is able to survive, if that alloy is able to survive in your body system, it goes for next level of industrial application. 316L today goes for underwater ship hull application and body for submarines. That was coined only after getting the 316 approval of biomedical application. Again in polymers, if you see, in the composites, today we are talking about biopolymers. If you look into the global market of biopolymers, we are about $175 million type of market. And they are expecting that in next 5 years or 10 years is going to touch about $500 million. And the origin of biopolymers has come because of the challenge posed to the polymer technologist. Like as Vice Chancellor Sir is not here, so I can talk about him. He said plastics have a problem. No, they don't have a problem. It's how you see is a problem. We'll have to collect it, reuse it. That's what we told during manufacturing. But we didn't have a proper society. We didn't have a system for segregation. Okay. But anyhow, still the polymer people had the challenges. Oh, okay, we'll have to do recycling. Then we started working on corn starch, cellulose starch, cellulosic systems, hemicellulosic systems, lignin systems, chitosan systems. We worked on even the shells of crabs, shells of shrimps. Good for us. It's good. So when the challenges were put to polymer people, we evolved and came out with biopolymers. Today we talk about polylactic acid, the most popular biopolymer. Everyone talks about polylactic acid. Excellent. But the biggest drawback is the processors, you know it. Unless you plasticize, you cannot manufacture. You will have to plasticize. Unless you plasticize, you cannot make them in the form of a film that goes for packaging applications. So everywhere polymer people are given some challenges. And this is a very good workshop / seminar / conference. I want all the students and the participants to think big, not for just tomorrow. We'll have to have a roadmap set for at least the next 2 to 3 years, like how India can contribute in the technology of biopolymers, right from synthesis to processes till applications. That's very, very important. We just synthesize and sit at somewhere, some lab, it doesn't work. It has to be taken to the industry. So that is called technology readiness level. So whatever I do in the lab, students, see to that are they feasible to at least a prototype on the table, so that that can be taken by the rich companies who can work an investment on those kind of products and take it to the industry. You will have to really compete with the domains like electronics and computers today. The era is AI, ML, neural networks. These are the technologies now. How do my students compete with such kind of students for the job? You can compete, provided you bring uniqueness in your domain. In fact, recently, I think it was last week paper, we found something in Nature where people have tried to use AI ML for development of a biopolymeric system which can degrade with the support of earthworm, which is making the soil more fertile. And they have used AI ML tools. What data they found out? Because they did a deep learning data. They have the data for the last 100 years. They have taken the data and they have tried to develop something with molecular designs. There are very good tools like discovery softwares where you can understand to design your own compounds and polymers. And they try to identify whether it can be degraded by earthworm, which is the nitrogen enricher of our soil. Last but not the least, I request all the audience to enjoy whatever you do. That's very important. And when you enjoy whatever you do, your domain today is biopolymers. So with respect to biopolymers, there is a very bright future. There is a very bright future. We are not able to see because we work for short term. Let us go for long term, go deeper, nicely collaborate with any industries. It could be a small product. Industries are very important. Just as a teacher, if I do something on the table, it doesn't work. So have a consortia, have a collaboration, have a researcher or a co-opt an engineer from a company so that he or she can appreciate, because they criticize. Industries are the people who can criticize. And criticism is very, very important for the evolution of technology. Evolution of technology takes place only with criticism. It cannot happen with the goody-goody words. Oh, you have done a great job. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That we can do it with our kids, but not with research. So wish you all the very, very best. It's a great show. Congratulations to all the organizers. Bring a good pool of people. And this is my first visit to Kerala and first visit to Cipet. In fact, thanks to Varghese sir. So thanks to you for sending, students to students. Every year, on an average, I take 5 students from Cipet. They really do very well. They work very hard. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wish you all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request Dr. Asha SK, Chief Scientist, Polymer Science and Engineering Division, CSIR National Chemical Laboratory, Pune, to present the felicitation speech.
Good morning, everybody. I thank the organizers for inviting me here. And I congratulate Cipet for conducting this series of conference. I realize that this has been going on since 2013. And I'm happy that CSIR also has been part of this journey supporting Cipet. And this is a mutual thing, because I should say that Cipet has been sending out, like the previous speakers also said, very good students to CSIR. In my lab also currently there are 2 students from Cipet from here. And usually what happens, they join for a short-term internship, and then they are so good that when a project opening comes up, they are the first choice of accommodation. And last year also one student was there. After 1 year in project, he got applied for a PhD abroad, and he has gone abroad. So, the training here, the well-trained students has been a real support for all the projects running in our institutes. And I wish everyone all the best for this conference. Great success. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Dr. K.S. Manjula, Senior Technical Officer, Cipet IPT Kochi, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all of you. It is my privilege to propose the vote of thanks for this inaugural session of the International Conference on Biopolymers and Green Composites, Bpgc 2024, the 9th series of the Cipet Kochi. We are deeply honored by the presence of distinguished dignitaries, speakers, and participants. Foremost, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Senior Professor Dr. M. Junaidi Busri, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Cochin University of Science and Technology, for generously accepting our invitation to inaugurate this international conference. I express our profound gratitude to Dr. K. Rajesh Sir, Joint Director and Head of the Cipet IPT Kochi, for delivering an insightful, inspiring presidential address at this international conference. Your continuous support and leaderships are invaluable to the growth of our academic activities of Cipet and conducting such type of programs, sir. I also wish to sincerely thank Professor Dr. Jayesh Bellari, sir, Professor IIT Bombay, for delivering the exceptional keynote address, and also special thank to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Balasubramanian K. Professor at DIAT Pune, for enlightening us with their knowledge and pioneering insight into the biopolymers and green composites. A special thanks to Dr. Asha S.K., Chief Scientist, Polymer Science and Engineering Division, CSR NCL Pune, for gracing us with your presence and offering your words of felicitation. Your pioneering work and continued support for the scientific community are truly inspiring. Thank you, madam. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to Dr. K.P. Bhuwana, Manager Cipet IPT Kochi, for supporting and putting effort to make this program as a more successful. Finally, I thank all the delegates, researchers, and participant sponsors, and even who have joined us from various institutions and organizations. Your presence and enthusiasm are vital to the success of this conference, and we look forward to the fruitful exchange of knowledge and ideas over the next 2 days. At last but not least, I am sincere thanks to my event management and event management committee and others for supporting to make this program more colorful and successful. Once again, thank you all. Let us look forward an engaging and insightful conference ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. As we bring this inaugural session to a close, let's honor our nation. I request all the dignitaries on the dais and the audience to rise for the national anthem.
Janagana Mana Adhinayaka Jaya He Bharat Bhagya Vidhata Punjab Sindh Gujarat Maratha Dravida Utkala Vanga Vindhya Himachal Yamuna Ganga Uchchala Jaladhi Taranga तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Head of the Cipet IPT Kochi, is a visionary leader and renowned expert in polymer technology. As the founder, director and head, he spearheaded the establishment and growth of the institution. Dr. Varghese holds a PhD in polymer chemistry from MS University, Baroda, and boasts an impressive 24-year tenure in academics and research, focusing on cutting-edge areas of polymer technology. His research prowess is evident in his extensive publication record in esteemed national and international journals. His primary research interests encompass pioneering areas including polymer blends and alloys, green composites, superabsorbent polymers, and the development of biomass-based polymeric composites, underscoring his commitment to advancing sustainable polymer technologies. I request Dr. Varghese sir to chair the plenary session of this day. I would like to hand over the session to the chairperson.
Good morning, all of you. We have the first session is plenary session 1. We have our eminent professor, Professor Jayesh Bellare, talking on translating a new biopolymeric resorbable 3D scaffold for bone tissue engineering from lab to clinic. Professor Jayesh is the Institute Chair Professor of Chemical Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, and former Head of Bioscience and Bioengineering. He completed his BTech Chemical Engineering from IIT Bombay and PhD from University of Minnesota, Minneapolis, USA. He was a postdoctoral researcher at the MIT at Cambridge, USA. He is an expert in biomedical devices, nanomedicines, hollow fiber membranes, 3D printed resorbable scaffolds, cryo-electron microscopy, and the implants for regenerative medicine. His major awards include the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Government of India, Ministry of Ayush for his work in nanomedicines, Lifetime Achievement Award of Cryo-Electron Microscopy and 3D Image Processing Society of India, the Presidential Award of the Electron Microscopy Studies of America, the H.S. Mathur Award for Excellence in Research at IITB, and the Nasir Lens Platinum Jubilee Award for Application-Oriented Research. He has been on the research or governing council of several leading institutions on several government panels and has served on the board of directors or advisors for several companies and a mentor with several deep tech startups. So, thank you very much for your accepting this plenary session. So now your time starts.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for that introduction, and my thanks to the organizers, especially Suraj and Jabil, for the logistics and so on. So let me, can we switch to my presentation, please? So, yeah, thank you. So we heard in the morning that translating your work is important here, right? And I think this is what my talk is going to feature, translating something into into some real world applications. Yeah. And this is work that has spanned, I would say, over a decade across many students. So there's many of my group members to thank, but this time does not permit me to thank individually. So I'll try to keep it short because I know we are running a little behind. But I'll stick to. So please give me a few minutes warning. I'll try to stick to 30 minutes. So what I'm going to be talking about would be touching three areas. The first area, a little bit on intro, being the first talk, a little bit of intro on biopolymers and biocomposites, which I'll speed through. Then some technical developments which led to the third point, which is a major point, which is the kind of efforts one has to put, which is in some sense non-technical, which needs to prove that you can translate this into actual use. And that's what gives rise to this alternate title which I've put on this slide, which actually truly reflects the sentiments of doing work of this sort. That is the joys and frustrations in translating work from lab to clinic. And as you might guess, there are many frustrations as well. But let me tell you that they can be overcome, and one needs to persevere through them, like it is with all sorts of research work. Okay, so a few slides on to do justice with the topic. And we all know that nature is really made of composite materials. They are all biopolymers. Here is an example of a shell, a sea shell, and the kind of hierarchy of structures that it has. And our ability to try and duplicate this is what we are all striving here, which is very difficult to do, of course. Yeah. So when you look at it, it's an extremely strong material, and its strength comes from its layered structures and so on. Yeah. So the morphology of this is extremely important, and therefore understanding morphology of polymers that we develop is crucial. Whether you understand it by experiments of scattering or microscopy, or predict it from theory, extremely important aspect. If you get it right with the minimum material, you can get maximum strength. Yeah. So, when we often refer to biocomposites, it's a natural material with some useful property, or some other engineer. Usually it's strength, but it's also other important property like color or iridescence, which is important. So today, for example, most of the pigments used are pigments which are mineral origin, have natural colors and so on. But people are striving to get structural colorants based on polymers, which provide color based on a biodegradable polymer, simply because of interference patterns that are there in the system. That applause is premature, but I guess it's not for me. So many of these natural composites, biocomposites, contain some kind of a hard phase, which provides the strength and stiffness, and a softer one which provides the toughness. And numerous examples are there which you all know about. This is a cross-section of wood which provides all these properties, and we strive to provide some of this in the lab. And one can even think of encouraging nature to make some of these biocomposites that are not supposed to be done. Here is an example of a system in which the building blocks are put together by a natural system, virus or bacteria or other biological systems. And this is the world of bioengineering and biotechnology, which enables us to make things not in chemical reactors but inside cells. Yeah. So this is going to be the future, and of course lactic acid is a classic example of that. When you're looking at high performance materials, we are really interested in getting the highest possible strength for the least possible weight, and that's really where we have a lacuna of materials, right? We really want materials which are very strong but very low density, and that's something that's very hard to achieve. And there have been attempts to make struts and even diamonds of this sort to try and get extremely lightweight materials, but that are still strong. Most of our materials lie in this area here, which are of rather high density and therefore much too heavy for many applications. Yeah. Besides, of course, the cost. Yeah. So wood is, turns out to be one of my favorite materials, and I mean, it's because it's evolved over millions of years and it's achieved all possible properties. But there are other things also. So many fibers which we try and today incorporate into polymers to improve their properties have this hierarchical structure themselves. The seashell, which I talked to you about, they have many of these structures, and then spider silk, of course, which is a extremely strong material, and which is there have been attempts to try and make it in the lab. Even the spinning technology. So here is where fiber spinning technology requires, can get inspiration from, because it is such a viscous material to spin, but in the spinneret it is not viscous. Yeah. So the natural spinneret allows the dope to pass through with relatively low delta P. But once it comes out of the spinneret, all the magic happens and the structure develops. Yeah. So there have been attempts to try and do this in the lab with today lab-on-chip technologies, and that's what you see over here, trying to get 2 or 3 materials together to produce ultra-strong fibers such as that of silk. Yeah. Colors are are produced in nature not only with pigments, they are of course, but also with structural colors, whereas there is no pigments involved, it's just the interference patterns. And these are the interference patterns, just like the patterns that we see in soap bubbles or thin films of oil on a wet road. All of these are classic examples of interference-based colors, and nature is no exception. Many of the iridescence in butterflies and other organisms come from biopolymers that are arranged in very exquisite manner, like this one here, which shows a view of the butterfly wing. So these are all polymeric systems, biopolymeric systems. Many of them are biocomposites, and they provide the functional requirement for whatever nature intends for it to do. And the challenge here is for us to be able to duplicate this in the lab. Yeah. My work has focused on bone, at least the work that I'll talk to you today about, is focused on bone because bone is also such a material. It's a material with fantastic microstructural features ranging, and a hierarchy of features ranging from the molecular level right up to the right up to a meter level, because there are animals whose bones are even more than meters long. Yeah. So this is a hierarchical structure made by nature, and we should really strive to understand these and try and see to what extent we can duplicate them. Yeah. Coming back to my favorite wood, even bone substitute has been used. Wooden peg legs are well known in medical prosthetic literature, and they provide extremely good functionality. So the ability to mix and match materials becomes important in this. Yeah. Okay, enough of an introduction. Let's move on to the main subject, which is that of looking at the healthcare sector and how biopolymers can help there. The medical industry uses a large number of devices. Some of them are durable, some of them are disposables, and many of them are metal-based, and few of them are polymer-based, and so on. So the industry is huge here, and bringing our polymer expertise into this application was a very natural thing for us to do. And in my lab at IIT Bombay, we've been looking at polymeric systems across many different applications. Most of these are biodegradable and in the body, which is what this word resorbable means, that inside the body it safely degrades after it's done its job. They're all nanostructured, they are composites, they are based largely on biopolymers, and they're useful for regenerative surgery, which means that you encourage the body to heal itself rather than try and do the entire healing externally. And the example which I'll be talking to you about today is the bone example. But there are numerous others. For example, we are looking at hemodialysis using membranes. We put cells inside those membranes. The membranes become very bio-friendly, and you can grow human embryonic kidney cells, and therefore provide the middle molecule reabsorption that kidney dialysis patients unfortunately suffer from. We've used this technology also to produce a bioartificial pancreas, which allows xenografts of insulin-generating cells to be put inside the body and so on. Yeah. So there's numerous such applications that we work on, all of them based on biopolymeric systems. Yeah. But what I'm going to focus on today is the bone tissue engineering aspect, which has reached a fairly advanced stage. The bone tissue engineering is an area where we try and help the body heal broken bones or bone cavities. Yeah. And this is an area which is, as such, in some sense, a low-hanging fruit. It's because human bone or any animal's bone does tend to heal, yeah, no matter what the age of the patient. Fracture heals. Yeah. The problem happens if the fracture is such that there is the gap between bones is large. Yeah. If the gap between the broken bones is too large, it's difficult for the body to bridge that gap. Yeah. Right? So that's the technical, the biomedical problem. Can you make something which will help the body heal itself quicker? Cross that bridge, which is cross the river which is too wide to swim across. I mean, that's the analogy, and that's what I'm going to be talking to you about. So right now what is used is that patient's own bone is used, typically from the iliac crest of the hip. So a poor patient who's already got has been insulted by an injury is subject to further insult by doing a second surgery in which you take out a piece of bone from somewhere else and try and put that in. So this is the sort of gold standard that is being used, but it's always traumatic and causes second surgery problems and so on. So can we make a lab-grown bone? And the answer is yes, we've done that. And here is an example of one such bone product to put between the gap of a long bone that is broken. So the clinical applications are many of such bone grafts. They are used in dental, in maxillofacial, in long bone, and also in specific surgeries such as the so-called Ilizarov distraction technique, wherein somebody with a very short jaw, which causes a wrong bite, the jaw is enlarged, or somebody who's extremely short, his or her height can be increased by putting a gap in the bone and letting the long bones heal themselves. So these are all surgeries where such bone grafts are widely used. But one of the most common examples that where this is used, which I did not know until I got into this field, was the field of dental implants, where today if you lose a tooth, unfortunately, and in the past people used to put dentures, but it's no longer dentures today. They put an artificial tooth, and that artificial tooth needs to be anchored in the jaw, and that requires good bone quality. Right? So how do you get good bone quality after tooth extraction? Yeah. That's one of the key areas where these bone grafts are used. And the problem there is that once a tooth is removed, the bone which underlies the tooth becomes lazy, literally lazy, right? Because there is no force on it. Right? Unused, if you don't use your bones and muscle, they degenerate, and this has been proven by astronauts staying in zero gravity who lost bone mass. Yeah. So similarly, the jaw loses its mass, and therefore putting a dental implant in there becomes extremely difficult. Yeah. So can you help that? Yeah, and that's one of the applications to which this bone graft is used. Yeah. So this bone graft is what is shown in this slide here. What we've made is a highly porous, spongy material which has got natural biopolymers in it. They are based on gelatin, they are based on chitin, carboxymethyl chitin, and of course a ceramic constituent, which is the natural hydroxyapatite, which is present in bone, made in a nano form. And then we make this into a spongy material by a special process. We also use this to make things such as bone screws, sir, and this is what Rajesh sir, this is one of the things that we would like your help in carrying ahead. Yeah. Right? As well as we can do a lot of 3D printing of this material. So these are all materials which degrade with time. Yeah. And what I'll show you in this slide here is how do we know that it works here, right? And this is the bone graft that we make, and let's focus on this panel here. Here is an animal experiment in which there was a injury made in the bone after due ethical permission and so on, because this is going to be useful for patients, therefore we get permission to do this. So this is a critical size defect, right? It's a river too wide for the bone cells to jump across here. So we find that the treated side has got very high bone mineral density that is built up. The bone is laid down very easily. Whereas the other side, where we did not have this, although the body tries to heal itself, it has laid down new bone, but it is not possible for it to cross that river. That gap is too much, and although bone remodeling happens, it's not enough for it to lay down good bone, whereas where we put this bone scaffold, it works out very well. And the surgeon likes this because it's like a sponge, you can, it just looks exactly like a kitchen sponge. You can push it into a narrow cavity and it will fill it in very easily. There are other such materials which are granular or which are made in the form of putty. One of the most common examples of materials used in similar applications is plaster of Paris. I mean, a fancy version of plaster of Paris, which sets, but has issues in trying to mix and get the right consistency. So whereas our formulation is a sponge, biodegradable, and as the body lays down, so here you can see as the body has laid down the bone, this is natural bone, this is a micro CT, microcomputed tomography X-ray experiment in which the bone, the original scaffold biopolymer has gone away and the body has laid down new bone. So that's the regenerative medicine part of it here. So this is the proof of performance, right? So based on this proof of performance, that this biopolymer in the body works great to produce natural bone and thereby gets eaten up and removed. Right? So this is one of the important philosophies today of medical practice, that when you put anything inside the body, make it go away after time. Right? Leave no footprints, like some of you who do trekking would realize. Right? So idea here is same. Don't allow anything to stay long term, because we don't know what long term effects are, particularly metals and so on. Anyway, so that's it. And then there are other biological studies which I won't tell you about, but these are standard studies which we've had to do to prove to the skeptics that yes, it works, that our scaffold attaches the cells well. It produces the cells which attach produce calcium with this osteocalcin labeling. It lays down minerals, so it's not the mineral that we put inside, but whatever hydroxyapatite we put gets transformed by the cells, by the osteoblasts and osteocytes, into new natural bone, and the proof was here. Yeah. So what we have done so far in the lab and in these animal experiments was that it seems to have great performance, and the surgeons whom we showed this data to told us that we really want to use this. Yeah. So now our problem was a problem of translation, which many of these projects of this sort face as a hurdle. How do you move this from lab to the clinic? So that's where we encounter all these valleys of death that people who do R&D in industry, in academia, face when talking to industry. Right from the place of having an idea to an invention to an innovation and then to impact society. It requires a large amount of work. And one of the important things for medical materials is this thing called GMP manufacture, which is good manufacturing practices. So we really need to be able to manufacture it in a clean environment so that we convince the authorities that it's clean and it's not something we make in a dirty lab. So when we move things from lab to clinic, the whole process is regulated. It's regulated by the Drug Controller of India. The US equivalent is the FDA, Food and Drug Administration, and there are similar authorities in every country. Every jurisdiction has its authorities. In India, it is the Drug Controller and another entity called CDSCO, which actually regulates this. Yeah. And when we do research in this area, it's important to realize these three main principles by which we have to translate this into actual practice. Yeah. One is that when we do studies, whether the patient is an animal or a human, we have to have highest respect for the patient, right? And the second one is very interesting. I didn't realize this until I got into this. The idea is that it doesn't matter if it has no benefit. Yeah. Doesn't matter if it has no benefit, but it should do no harm. Right? And this is surprisingly true of many medicines. You might be surprised to know that if a medicine even has 50% efficacy, it often gets passed by the US FDA. What do you mean 50% efficacy? In half the patients, it doesn't work. Yeah. It works only in half the patients, statistically speaking. But still it gets approved. So that's this point number 2. Yeah. Do no harm. As long as it doesn't do harm, it's okay. Do anything. Yeah. And then you have to work out a risk to benefit. It's always... anything you do is risky, right? You walk out on the road, you might get hit by a car. Yeah? So you evaluate risk to benefit ratio of anything and everything you do. It's particularly important here that when you are risking a patient by putting in an experimental material like this, is there any hope of a benefit? Right? So that's how 2 and 3 get interrelated. You have to prove that your benefit. Anyway, so we have to convince all that the benefit is greater than risk, and in this case, we have to show that it is quick healing, it helps in newer invention, it helps researchers, and above all, it helps surgeons heal other patients like you. You know, if I recruit you into this trial, that please help us by, in case you have a fracture, we'll put this in you. And there are, of course, minor risks associated with this, which we list and we disclose, right? So one has to have total disclosure with the patients that we work with, yeah. So when we, stepping back, when we do this lab to clinic translation, we typically begin as R&D in the lab where there are students and staff, and this is often unstructured research, right? And then one has to do it in vitro, that is in cells under GLP, good laboratory practices work. Then we do in vivo, that is in multiple species of animals. Then we need to get this CDSCO approval for with the GMP manufacture, and GMP means in a clean room and so on. And then one has to do a first-in-human trial, which is a pilot trial. I convince a small group of students and one doctor or one surgeon to say, you know, please try this for us. We have got permission from CDSCO, please try it on a small group of patients to see whether it works or not. The patients are also counseled that there is a small amount of risk, but there's benefit. Are you willing? And only under that consent conditions, we are able to go ahead with this. So this was part of our struggle. Yeah. And then finally, once it works in that small group of patients, then we can do a bigger group of patients to see. And this depends on the kind of risk associated. These class A, B, C, D are all the risks associated with the device. So for example, if it is a surface skin bandage, the risk is relatively low, right? So, but if it is, let's say it's a pacemaker for the heart, yeah, right? Or a stent, yeah, that's really a high risk device, because if it fails, then it's bad for the patient. Yeah. So depending on this, there are various requirements, and all these are governed by these Indian medical device rules. It's a big fat book which one needs to study, and based on that we can do lots of things. In all this, there are I'll take 5 minutes more. In all this, there are things that we need to learn, and the first thing that I learned was these G words. Yeah, right? There are some of these G words, and I've used some of them already. Good manufacturing practices, GMP. Yeah. But there's GLP and there's good clinical practices. So even doctors have to be trained to follow good clinical practices, because often they are not aware of these things. And then of course there's GDP, good documentation. All this has to be documented well, which sometimes we don't do. I think it's very important for students to document things very well in their labs and get signatures of their supervisors on a periodic basis and so on. So these are the kind of GDP requirements that come. So these are the G words. Yeah. Then there are I words. Yeah. What are the I words? I words are ISO standards that we have to follow. Yeah. These are numerous ISO standards. I won't go through them. Amongst the more important one is the first one, the ISO 10993, which is all biological or polymeric materials which are used, required to go through a whole suite of testing, which is specified by this standard, and there are numerous others which I won't get into. So we need to do all these tests before the CDSCO will allow us to go ahead. And here are some of the eventual approval documents you get after some struggle. This is the GMP facility in which we do our manufacture. The GMP facility is electronic grade clean room with the manufacturing facility inside. And the process is not too complicated, but whatever it is, it requires a room which is 3 or 4 times as big on the outside, because a lot of air handling is needed. You require clean air to go inside, and you need to process the air and so on. And then this is the layout of the room. And all this is approved by somebody, right? It's not that you can do it on your own. You have to call CDSCO, get the approval and so on. I'll just skip through some of these things and show that, all that we have done in multiple species and the kind of tests. And then we do this study. Finally, we get permission to do this in a pilot trial in human. And this was the first in human pilot trial that we did. It was done at AIIMS, New Delhi. It was for a root extraction socket, what they call socket augmentation, which shows that once you remove a tooth and you put this bone scaffold inside the extraction cavity, it builds up bone density very well. And here is the statistical measurements of the kind of fill percentage, which shows that our both at 3 months, 6 months. There's statistically significant improvement in the bone density, which allows the surgeon thereafter to place an implant much sooner than he or she otherwise could have. Yeah. So outcome of all this, this is last 1 or 2 slides of mine. Outcome of all this is that, what do you do with this? Yeah. Once you prove this, it has to ultimately benefit someone. Yeah. And it has to benefit actually three constituents here. It has to benefit patient here. Well, patient is ultimately your consumer. It has to benefit the surgeon who does the surgery. Why would the surgeon use a more complicated device unless there is some great benefit? And in fact, this is not. Yeah. So if you simplify the surgeon's process, and by making this into a sponge, we've simplified the surgeon's process, it benefits him. It benefits the patient because of the improved bone density, faster healing, and so on. And finally, someone has to make money on this. Yeah. We think that we are in a very altruistic society and say that no, it doesn't work that way. There has to be a business around this. And the government has recognized this in the last few years, and the ecosystem for startups has really blossomed. And I think creating jobs for others is one of the great things that people with educated backgrounds like all of us here can do, especially the younger ones here who are thinking of careers ahead. Rather than get employed by someone else, get employed by a startup or make your own startup to employ others. Yeah. So this is a startup that there's a chain of students who worked on this. So Dr. Kunal Khanna is the last student who has actually translated this into a startup. And now he's employing a dozen other employees. 8 or 9 of them are PhDs from IITs and other places who are working to carry this ahead. Yeah. So that's the greatest, that's the greatest joy that one has. Yeah. And so the outcome of this lab to clinic translation is this deep tech startup. And we are working, right now that startup is doing this in a pivotal trial, which means that it is doing it at 10 centers across the country to be able to get the final permission required to give this to doctors and allow them to use it in patients generally. If this last leg of the journey is completed, then we are at a condition where it can be used for many other applications. Right? The applications are numerous. Right? Cleft palate, cleft lip. These are all simple indications which unfortunately plague many of our patients, and these kind of things would help us. Yeah. Also, post-cancer surgery where parts of the jaw or chin are removed. And these 3D printed versions of these can be customized, and we're already working on this in our lab. Yeah. So with that, let me thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So I think now we have some few questions. Yes.
Thank you, sir. No, I'll tell you, actually, the intellectual property I have not even worried about, right? If somebody wants to steal this technology, please, by all means, go ahead and do it, yeah. The frustration really comes about in the fact that these regulatory processes and the difficulties in setting up the facilities to do this is the frustrating part, right, which I did not naturally elaborate upon. So, for example, that GMP room I talked about, right? In order to set up a GMP facility, you got to move heaven and hell here in an academic environment, right? So this is something we did in IIT, right? We were one of the first to set up this GMP facility at an academic institution, and that also a UG academic institution, right? So that is part of the frustration. Second part of the frustration is getting the approvals. So approvals process is done by a government agency, CDSCO, which is part of the Drug Controller's Office. And how shall I put it? Like all government agencies, they have their ways and means. And often these ways and means have been led by big multinationals who have gotten approval for their products. And you'll be surprised to note that there are many medical products sold in this country which have not been tested in this country. They're all been tested abroad. And by virtue, and until recently, the rules were that if you have a US FDA or a C marking, European C marking, you can import and resell without any testing here. But now there is a rethink on that because our genetic makeup is different. Right? Our lifestyles are different. Our body structure is different. Therefore, let's say a knee implant which fits a patient in the US will not fit as well, and they have had to redesign it after their experience. Right? So these are things that have caused the frustration. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, this frustration when we are talking, I was thinking the frustration of biocompatibility. But when you put a tissue to the teeth, there is always frustration. It should be biocompatible.
Absolutely.
Do you have any study of biocompatibility of the system?
Oh yeah, we have done that. Yeah. So we have done that study. We have done it at 2 levels. We have done it at a cellular level. Actually, at 3 levels. We have done it at a cellular level in vitro. So we have checked all the IL parameters there. Then we have done it in the animal study. So the ISO 10993 standard, which I mentioned, is precisely for that. It tests biocompatibility. And the third thing we have done is that we have done in human, when we did the pilot study, the special expert committee which approved that insisted, and we had to, and that's part of the frustration process. They told us to change our protocol. They said, first do a skin sensitivity test, because there may not be a compatibility, right? So we had to do a skin sensitivity, which means, you make a scratch in the skin and put it. If you ever had a TB Manto test done, it's a similar test. And so yes, we have gone through this, and then thereafter we checked the IL parameters and the D-dimer and so on in the blood. So we have had this extensive biocompatibility testing done, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I missed your talk. I'm really
no
apologies,
issues, sir.
Because I liked your statement that students should have their own startup company. Actually, I was sitting there, sir, talking to some student who had his startup company. So that's why I missed. But last slide was so good. Sir, the last slide, I saw some lattice structure printing. We have started developing some lattice structures for I can claim this one. It is for the helmet sponges for the Air Force officers and pilots. So I think you still do that printing in your place, or how we can approach?
So absolutely, we can work together. So we have built an algorithm by which you can try and get a specific pattern, or a random pattern using Voronoi tessellation to be able to get a random pattern, or you can base it on a gyroid structure or any of those to get the best possible strength for the minimum possible quantity, which is what defense applications also need.
So we have initiated some work in this Kelvin foam and octet truss structures.
Correct.
So maybe I think I will contact. Anyway, you are my teacher, so I'm okay.
Not at all, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Greatest joy of a teacher is a student who excels the teacher. So thank you very much.
I think no more question. Yeah. Sir, it was an excellent presentation. I was very keen because sir told from lab to clinic. I also worked some bone analogy material for high strength material in IPCL. There I couldn't complete my lab model material I developed. High composite, that was for high strength material, bone analogy. This is soft material. So trouble was there to make the mold, particularly specific mold we have to make it for this purpose itself, because nobody is using this product. But finally to clinic, that is again a number of problem. Sir has come in a very big way, and I think it's excellent work. He has presented nicely. Thank you very much.
IPCL has been on the forefront. I remember visiting your Baroda facility for the pultrusion plant and so on. I think fantastic possibilities there. And so translating this to load bearing and high strength is one of the objectives ahead. So appreciate that.
High-end calcium carbonate and all, 40% and all, were extruded. You have to make the product and biocompatible, made biocompatible. Taken to the clinic level, very tough and long. So that's why I appreciate it very much. Thank you, sir. And on behalf of this conference, I invite the director. We have our next plenary. Professor Dr. Mervyn K. Khani. Suraj is available. Professor Khani heads the Composite Research Group at Durban Institute of Technology, South Africa. Professor Khani is a seasoned engineer and scientist with over 10 years of experience in management, leadership, and human resource development. Additionally, he has over 15 years research experience in manufacturing robotics and advanced engineering materials, as well as extensive experience in mechanical engineering process and system design, including development, implementation, and commissioning. Professor Khani's professional interests include designing, processing, and testing of composite materials, reinforced thermoset and thermoplastic structures, and nano-infused structures for aerospace, naval, and automotive applications. Other areas of interest are failure analysis via computational and analytical modeling and characterization morphological analysis using scanning electron microscopy, TEM, X-ray protection, X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy. Additional interest including renewable energy solutions, demand-side management, and water jet machining. Professor Khani is registered as a professional technologist with the Engineering Council of South Africa. He has also professional membership with the South African Institute of Mechanical Engineering, American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronomics. Professor Khani is a rated scientist with the National Research Foundation. So we invited Professor Khani for your plenary session. Oh, I think it's an online presentation. Please see.
speaking to the phone, when you put the mic on your phone. That's another option. Yes, give me the mic.
Hello?
Hello? Yeah, sure. Yeah, welcome, sir. Professor Jayesh, Professor Marvin K. Khani. You can start your program. Yes.
Well, so thank you very much, people. Sorry for the technical difficulty that we had this morning.
some work that we're doing in biopolymers back in South Africa. I have about 35 minutes, right?
Yeah, you have 30 minutes, yeah.
30 minutes, thank you. All right, so I need to, my screen is not changing, so let me try and do something here. Okay, can you, okay, all right. You can still hear me, right? Hello?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, so thank you very much. I'm assuming that you can see my screen as well. So my name is Kenny, Professor Kenny from the Durban University of Technology. And I want to just acknowledge my students who've prepared these slides for me today. One of them is Sabana Begum, who's actually a student from India at Cipet itself. The other two students are South African students, Sandile Jali and Ene Hawodi. They all form part of the composite research group back in South Africa. All right, so we want to talk today to you about some of the work that we're doing in packaging materials and the biopolymers that we're using for it. As you well know, packaging materials are used largely because we need to protect the goods in it. And we need to protect it from physical harm as well as from transmission of gases, because these gases such as oxygen would spoil the food that we pack them in. Well, up to now, synthetic plastics have been used. And the problem with synthetic plastics, we all know, is the poor biodegradability of these materials and the limited recyclability of plastics, which results in a lot of pollution all over the world. And because of this pollution, there's been an increasing demand for replacing these polymers with bio-based and biodegradable materials. A material that has been hard-pressed to be used is cellulosic nanomaterials, and they have been proposed for packaging films. Now, one of the problems with cellulosic nanomaterials is the poor barrier properties of these materials. And of course, they don't have, in most times, they don't have the requisite strength, mechanical strength. So we need to improve that. So in this exercise, or the work that we've been doing, we've been looking at how we could use some sort of filler, nano filler, to try to improve the barrier properties as well as the mechanical properties. All right. So we know that we needed to use cellulose, and we needed to get to the source of cellulose, and essentially we can get them from various different types of trees. Okay, so one issue here is to pull out the fibers and pulp the fibers, and once we do that, we can then process that through some sort of mechanical disintegration. When you do that, you get cellulose nanofibrils, and these typically would be about greater than 1 micron in length. The other process is the acid hydrolysis process. Here we could get cellulose nanocrystals, and typically they'd be about 150 nanometers. Now, once we've got that, what we can do with these CNFs, these nanofibrils, is together with a mineral particle, we put them in a suspension and use one of three methods to process it. The methods that we've normally would use is the solvent casting method, which is called the solvent casting vacuum filtration method, or the multi-intercalation or in situ polymerization methods. Those two processes are used and is widely known. The process that we used back at DOT was the solvent casting method. Here, what we do is we actually put these these nanofibrils in a suspension, and then place them in a oven at 40 degrees for long periods of time. We then take the material and then install it in a vacuum filtration system, as you can see in the picture. With the vacuum filtration system, we suck out all the water, and what we're left with is a wet cake, and then place this into a hot press. And then we press it out, and what comes out of it is a composite film, which basically has some of the properties that we're looking for, but not all. Now, in order to improve the properties, we said this at the very beginning, in order to improve the properties, we want to infuse into it some level of nanocellulose. So we need to actually produce these nano-sized cellulose particles. And the way to do that, basically, the treatment is a pre-treatment method. Then it's followed by a secondary process, which is a secondary delignification process, and finally by nano-sized cellulose isolation. With the pre-treatment method, we would initially remove all of the lignin, or most of the lignin, and the hemicellulose. Thereafter, we would treat it using one of four methods, either biological, chemical, or physical pre-treatment. Once we've got that, we can take it to the next stage. And basically, the first stage, we would bleach it with sodium chloride. And what we would get is something like that looks like this. And then a second stage, bleaching again. And what we'd get is something like that looks like this. And then we could actually take that and pound that in a ball mill to give you nano-sized cellulose. We can further isolate it using a sieve. Now, what we've got is basically the plastic. However, we know that that these plastics, it's very challenging to use it because the cellulose alone as a packaging material, due to its crystalline and hydrophilic nature, is not good enough. What we want to do is to include these platelets, these nanofillers, which we think will improve, which we found will improve the barrier properties by altering the diffusion part. In a sketch here, you can see this is the plastic, and we got diffusion right through the thing. And when we layer it, in other words, once we infuse the fillers, we find that it restricts the uptake of water vapor and so forth, meaning that it's much improved. It also improves the mechanical strength, which is something that we're looking for. In the study here back in home, we also looked at what else we could do to actually improve this. We know that cellulose nanoclay composite films show considerable potential as a barrier material. We also found that the film demonstrates good barrier properties at low relative humidities, and once the humidity increases, we have found a reversal of that trend. And we also found lastly that the barrier properties was dependent largely on what optimization process we used. In another study, we used a physical and chemical modification of cellulose MMT films for enhanced barrier properties. And we placed it in an ionic liquid, which is the alkyl methyl chloride or ethyl methyl acetate for the production of the film. In general, we find that we know that these cellulosic films have poor mechanical and thermal properties. And what we're saying is that we want to use it MMT or Croissant 30B to improve these properties. This is the exercise that we went through. We prepared films through a solvent casting method again, this time using the MMT clays, basically eating and stirring of the cellulose MMT mixture, and then pouring it into a bath of water, into a water bath. And you can see some of the plastic forming there. There's the plastic you can see here. And then, of course, the film preparation at the end. The other test that we did on that plastic is water moisture uptake. Of course, this is very important because we want to get good barrier properties. We looked at the water angle, DSC, TGA. We also did some of the mechanical testing, so tensile strength and the DMA on the plastic itself. And you can see in this graph here that the water and moisture uptakes of the film decreased as we increased the amounts of MMT clays into it. We went from zero to about 3% weight percent into the plastic itself. Here's some properties: water uptake, contact angle, and the moisture angle shown here. You can see in this slide that as we increase the MMT weight percentage, we have a decrease in the moisture uptake, which is good, which is something that we're looking for. Water absorption, the same sort of trend. And of course, the contact angle starts to increase, meaning that it's moving from being hydrophilic to hydrophobic. Now, to decrease in both water and moisture uptake is due to the presence of this nanoclay particles. And to confirm the hydrophilicity of the films, we had to calculate work of adhesion. We find that it was 134.4 joules. We continued doing that, and after we've put in the clays, it went down to 133, and we noticed that that as the water contact increases, the work of adhesion decreases, and a decrease in work of adhesion means a reduction in the hydrophilicity. So we got what we were looking for. This is some other properties that we found with these materials. And going further, you can see here in this graph here that the weight loss with these materials, the materials with with no clays in it degraded very much quicker than the ones with it. And there seems to be a trend. As we increase the fuller content, we get a better mechanical property. So let's just move on. These are some of the mechanical properties here as well. You can see this is some mechanical properties, and we can see that the mechanical properties increase as we increase the clay content. All right, I want to move on then. Another piece of work that we did back home is trying to make a natural resin system from banana sap. What we did essentially in this work is reconstitute the banana tree. And what we did here was we basically harvested some banana trees and we put it in a press and squeezed out all the sap. And then what we did was of course, the sap contains large amounts of water. We got rid of the water, and then we polymerized that sap. And we managed to get it to cure. And what you're seeing there is a banana sap material that been polymerized. We then thought, well, listen, if we can do that, why can't we then use the banana fiber itself as reinforcement? Of course, we had to treat the banana fiber, and then we set it into the composite. And we found that it has pretty good strength, not the best, but pretty good strength for what we could get. The big problem we had here was the amount of sap, a useful sap that we could get. It was only about 5% of the sap that we collected that was useful. The rest of it was water, and that was a big problem. However, it did work quite well in the sense that we could actually polymerize it and get some sort of a resin system going. We did a similar exercise for a local manufacturer here back in South Africa that exports coffee. And his client, based overseas, did not want. He actually puts this coffee in a aluminium bag, which is lined with plastic. And of course, they didn't want this plastic, and so the coffee manufacturer in South Africa asked us to look at whether we could produce some lining, plastic lining, for his bags. And so we used wheat protein isolate for this. It's a very simple process again. Wheat protein isolate together with glycol. Basically, once we've mixed it, we pour that into a mold, and then let it cure for a while, and then put it into a press, a heat press, and we set it there for 20 minutes at 120 degrees, 2 megapascals. And what comes out of it is what we call a wheat protein isolate green foam. We used this material as the lining in these bags, and it worked quite well. We can do similar things with bagasse, for instance. We did a similar exercise with bagasse. Once again, South Africa produces sugar, a lot of sugar, and we have a lot of sugarcane bagasse. So we basically got some of this material, milled it, did some pre-treatment, some fermentation, got out the lactic acid, condensed it to a lactide, and then polymerized it PLA. This is some of the work that we've done with some of the natural resin system. One of the products that we produced was a manhole cover using a natural resin system. Problem we had with it was too lightweight. We had to load it down because when the vehicles went over it, it carried the weight of the vehicle, but it jumped out of its position, so we had to clamp it down. Of course, with all of these things, making plastic, we decided that one of the things that we can do with the plastic is to make components using what we call an extrusion compression process. And essentially what that means is that we reinforce the fiber with the plastics. In other words, we pull the fiber through molten plastic and make a charge, and then put the charge in a press, and then press out the part. And that way you got the plastic together with the reinforcement. But the reinforcement that we proposed to use was going to be a natural reinforcement. So in other words, fiber from kenaf or sisal, that kind of thing. And we needed to treat it. And so we started a whole treatment process. We used the conventional alkali silanes, acetylation, grafting, and malleated coupling techniques. But we developed a new technique using some nanoclay. And here we tried to get the nanoclay infused into the fiber itself. Essentially, we just followed a process where I think I have a slide somewhere that I'll show you. Essentially, what we did was just soak these fibers in a beaker containing a suspension of nanoclays and heated this up for long periods of time. And we found that there was some transpiration process where these clays got into the fiber. Just some other materials that we worked with. This is the process I was talking about. Here we used, a 1 weight percentage of sodium hydroxide. The fiber is soaked in the solution for 4 hours. We place it in an oven for a while. And then the treated fiber is then infused in nanoclay by using a hot plate stirrer. And we set it there for 1 hour at 10 weight percent clay to fiber. And what we got out of it was a treated fiber. You can see here the surface of the material. And in every case, we found that there was clay infusion. And of course, we had a very nice surface. This is a graph of some natural fibers with nanoparticle impregnation. We find that with the treatment, if you look at the graph here, you find that the water uptake reduces as we treat these fibers. So the curve right at the bottom here, for instance, is a nanoclay infused sisal fiber, and at the top there it's untreated. So you find that as we treat them at different levels, there's a reduction in the amount of water. So we can conclude that nanoclay treatment eliminates the amorphous and the non-cellulosic phase of the fibers, and the nanoclay infused fibers show a 5 to 15% reduction in water absorption. EDX pattern, once again, we can see that these clays do get into the fibers. It just demonstrates that. And again, the mechanical properties, we can see that the mechanical properties improve. What else did we do with this? We took the natural resin system, natural fibers, and we produced a skateboard. We did the finite element analysis, so we knew where to actually dimensionalize this thing. And this is a skateboard that was made by the students, 3D printed the molds, wooden molds, and then painted in the treated fiber with the plastic, heated plastic. And what comes out of it is that this skateboard that you can see on the right-hand side. All right, so we moved the progress this research work by looking at other materials that we could use for preparation of bioplastic films. And one of my students, and I looked at chitin or chitin, as we call it, from crab shells. As you probably know, that South Africa has every year close to about 8 million tons of waste crab shrimp and lobster shells. The disposed shells are frequently dumped into the sea. We've decided to use them. And in the study, crab shells powder was used to prepare bioplastic film by dissolving it in ionic liquid. A little bit of details here. The South African freshwater crab was used. A 3-stage chitin extraction process was used. This process includes demineralization, deproteinization, and deacetylation. For the first stage, 5 grams of shell powder was added to hydrochloric acid for about 2 hours at room temperature. And the deproteinization was done by adding sodium hydroxide for about an hour at 80 degrees C. And then lastly, 0.2 grams of the chitin powder was placed in 4 weight percent of ionic liquid. And this mixture was stirred at 3 hours at 70 degrees C. The mixture was then cast into a petri dish and air dried. And that worked quite well for us. Here's an FTR. Here the FTR of that chitin, and it confirms the extraction of chitin from the shells, as indicated on this slide.
Hello, Professor, can
Yes.
you conclude within 2-3 minutes?
All right, I'll try to. Okay. So then the next slide is the scanning electron micrograph of the chitin itself. It shows a flattened structure with dense pores. And then, of course, this here is a very interesting slide because it is a cross-section morphology of the film, where it shows that the material is tightly packed, and this means that it could prevent this uptake of water. Okay. Once again, we confirm that with the water contact angle. Okay. The next stage of the work was characterization of synthesis and characterization of nanoparticles using calcium carbonate in the production of bioplastics. So this time we decided to use calcium carbonate as the filler. And to derive the calcium carbonate, we actually used eggshells. And here you can see a process of the eggshell. Basically, we get the eggshells, put it through a ball mill, take it down to size. A calcination process, we get rid of some of the carbons, and then a ball milling process to reduce its size. And once we do that, we've got a nice filler material for the plastic. The plastic itself was from the chitin, and then we introduced the eggshell, the pounded calcium carbonate as the filler. I'm just racing through these slides. So let's see. Lastly, we then looked at some work done by a student from Cipet, where we looked at how we could produce some material for 3D printing from plant material. Essentially, the student used PLA, polylactic acid, and hydroxyapatite to actually do this. That is the materials that we used, and I just want to rush through that. Basically to put in the filler, which is HAP, into a composite material, and that gave us the source for composite granules. We then put this through an extruder, and we extruded out of that a composite film, natural composite film, and we use that to 3D print. Of course, the results were very positive in each of the cases. I don't have time to actually go through all of them, but this work has been published, so you'll be able to find it. So essentially, all the mechanical properties, as you can see, the tensile strength, the tensile modulus increased with a decrease in the tensile strength as we increase the amounts of filler. Same with all of the properties, they did exactly the same thing. In terms of impact, that reduced, which was expected. That's a surface optical microscopy for these things, and you see that there's a distinct difference in the actual structure. All right, so I just want to end up by talking a little bit about where we're taking this work. In South Africa, we have a local manufacturer, car manufacturer that produces cars, and of course the interior of these motor vehicles is largely plastics. And these plastics are, at the end of the service life, they actually fill up the landfill sites. And we were being asked to look at how we could come up with some sort of thermoplastic material or other plastic materials that could replace some of these components. And we're busy with that at the moment. So we did do an exercise where we showcased the university's capabilities in polymer research to explore collaborative synergies with the local vehicle manufacturer. And we're hoping that we can use this to attract people in this audience as well to see how they could help in the process. We are busy with it. And if there's anybody in the audience here who's wanting to work with DUT on this project,
thank you, Professor Kenny. I think you may have, so you can attend. Anybody have any question? You can talk to him. Yeah.
Hi, Professor Kenny. Jayesh Bellari here from IIT Bombay. Thank you for a nice talk and good work. A question is about the need for the ionic liquids. Is that going to
Yes.
be a scalable technology for larger scale manufacture?
At this point, as we said, we couldn't produce good materials without the ionic liquid, so that's what we did. But yeah, we need to look at the economics of this whole thing, and whether we can actually produce this on a production scale is something that we have to look at deeply. However, at this point, we think it's a viable sort of option.
Yeah, certainly.
So, yeah.
Thank you. Good luck ahead. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Kenny. It was very interesting, and you have taken nicely with all biomaterial for commercial applications area from various biomaterials. Very interesting. I just want one thing. I think must have used this dispersion for your nanomaterial to that biopolymer. You must have used some sonication or something.
Yes, in some instances we use different sonication processes, but in most of the instances, initially we battled a lot, but one of the processes we used is this continuous stirring process, basically on a magnetic stirrer, put the thing in and keep going. And of course, we had to find the optimum sort of temperatures that we have to keep this without degrading the polymer. So basically, depending on what the filler material was, because as you introduce the filler into the solution, the filler is at one temperature, warmer temperature, maybe at room temperature, and then the plastic is very hot. And then what it does is it starts to essentially change the phase of this plastic. So what you want to do is we found that if we start to heat up the filler material without degrading its quality, and then introduce it into it in the stirrer, it works quite well.
Thank you, sir. Very interesting talk.
Thank you.
We
Thank
have
you
our
very much.
next plenary presentation. We have Professor Dr. Balasubramaniam K. And he will be talking on biomaterials breakthroughs, expanding application in science and technology. Professor Balasubramaniam is a senior professor and dean and the head of the Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, DIET, DU Ministry of Defense, India, and has been highly accomplished for his contribution in polymer processing and fabrication for various applications like energy storage, terahertz absorbers, EMI shielding, polymer processing, smart textiles, effluent treatment, super hydrophobic coatings, and polymer nanocomposite. He obtained his PhD from Institute of Polymer Technology and Material Engineering, Sheffield University, UK, prior to the professorship. He worked as a research manager, material technology for the most reputed European research organization, UK Materials Technology Research Institute, Para Innovation Park, Melton, Norbury, UK for a period of 7 years. Altogether, he possessed 24 years of research and academic experience that exhibited competence in creativity to promote technological needs with a high degree of commitment, quality, diligence, and innovation, which helped him receive the most prestigious award twice at the UK Matri UK Award for Technical Excellence 2007 and 2010. He has experienced in the evaluation of DTI, European Research Program, in Brussels, Belgium. He was also credited with the most prestigious Hinraten Award 2010 for the outstanding contribution in the areas of science and technology, Ministry of Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises, Government of India. He was also confirmed with the most prestigious Best Research Award 2014 by the Ministry of Defence, Government of India for outstanding contribution and development of novel hybrid ablative composite as thermal protection system for re-entry vehicles. Today, he will be talking on biomaterials breakthroughs, expanding application in science and technology. Okay, sir, you can just start and you may have half an hour, please.
I'm very bad with time, sir. I'll try my best. I made only 20 slides. First of all, thank you very much to the organizing committee. It's really interesting that I'm here for the first time, as I said this morning, and I'm very, very glad that the audience is polymers. Actually, first time I'm seeing polymer people audience. Normally, we go for materials conference. I'm head of metallurgy materials. We see a lot of metallurgy, ceramics, but this is the first time I'm addressing polymer. Otherwise, I'll have to go to US for polymer conferences. So I'm very, 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 very glad that we are trying to address to the polymer audience. And also, I discussed with the organizer, like who will be the audience. They said most of them will be students. So let us make it more interesting. I'm not going to make it, because it's a lunchtime now, I'm not going to drag it for 1 hour. See, this biopolymers, as you could see, next slide please, I'll do. Yeah, before biopolymers, where I'm coming from Defense Institute of Advanced Technology. Defense Institute of Advanced Technology is the dedicated university for the Ministry of Defense. There are 54 labs of DRDO across India. We are the dedicated university. The brainchild was Kothari Saab and Patrick Blackett, the Nobel laureate in optical physics. So he is the person, these are the people who started it. But from the year 2006, Kalam Saab sir said, no, we should have a dedicated university for the Ministry of Defense and Defense. So for 54 labs across India, we are the dedicated university for DRDO. So this is DIIT. So I come from that place. And yeah, it is a dedicated PG PhD university. We don't have any UG programs. It's a dedicated PG PhD university. Most of the PGs are very much related to defense. Like for example, unmanned air vehicle, MTech. MTech in quantum communications. MTech in laser electro-optics. And I am coming from the Department of Metallurgy Materials, where we have MTech, military metallurgy and materials engineering. So I am coming from that kind of domain. So if you look into the Department of Metallurgical Materials, there are 4 verticals: metals, alloys, ceramics, functional materials, polymers, composites. Recently, we have incorporated computational materials, so that's a very important value addition for the, rather than, because metallurgical operations are so tedious, energy consuming, so we thought we should have computational metallurgy. So I think we have computational materials. These are the 4 verticals. And from the polymers and composite domain, I belong to that domain where the areas are polymer engineering, composites, nanocomposites, functional materials, biomaterials, sustainable energy, environmental energy. From the biomaterials, today I am going to talk about biomaterials, where we have 4 projects. Our funding is very good. We are very blessed with good number of funding from Ministry of Defense. Yeah, we take projects from DST, DBT, but sometimes we are a bit, cynical in taking in lakhs. So we want in crores. So we have supported crores. So that's a good funding support we have. That's why, that's a very good institute for PG, PhD. You can do blue sky, but all the research should be driven to defense. That's very interesting. We can write, we are good writers. Teachers are good writers. We write the proposal. Ultimately, we say this goes for defense application. So like that we do it, but we get good funding. So BRC, yes, we have good collaboration. And industries, yes. I think I missed my teacher's lecture actually. Industries are important. Industries only will give you a groundbreaking ideas, which I'm going to talk in the form of a case study. Then hospitals, yes. Sometimes we need hospitals. At least for me, it was very supportive because we did some validation with the hospitals. Now, As we all know, I think this is all your MSc first semester. We have biomaterials, various types of biomaterials are there. The list is listed here, but that is not very important. Look into the scanning electron microscopy of those fibers. Nature is the mother of law. Nature material fibers always have some surface properties. All of you see the fibers. Nature fibers will have some type of roughnesses, some type of polarity, some type of functionality. So we'll have to think in that way. How do I touch the surface? How do I work? So these images were exaggerated even with our advanced microscopy lab, it's called atomic force microscopy, where all these natural fibers, human hair, sheep wools, they have some roughnesses on the surface. That plays a very, very important role for our composite generation. That is later. First, let us see this. So this is what you should remember, that these are biomaterials. Now, in these biomaterials, I think the most popular techniques we have solvent casting, electrospinning, co-precipitation, spin casting, fusion deposit modeling, which is a type of 3D printing, additive manufacturing, and digital ink writing type of additive manufacturing. So today I'm not going to talk about, because co-precipitation gave me good number of publications, solvent casting also gave, spin casting also gave. But my drive, my passion was electrospinning, fusion deposited modeling, and digital ink writing. This gave me to take some products to the market. So that's why I'm going to talk on those things. And these are the techniques. As you could see, but the biopolymer is available in natural and synthetic. But modification plays a very, very important role. Modification, again, it's not a rocket science. Sometimes we'll have to see if it's a very rigid polymer, we'll have to put some flexibilizer, we'll have to put some plasticizer. So that's what we should think. So we had been working on the processing, and also sometimes we worked on even blending of these polymers so that it's easily processable. That's very important. That's our target. So if you see, these are the three techniques. That one is the fusion deposited modeling, which is a 3D printing. We have a very good 3D printing lab. And this is our, again, electrospinning. Yes, electrospinning, when we started, we were very blessed. When I started in 2010 in DIIT, I started in 2010 in DIIT, directly coming from Europe. They gave me good funding. DRD gave me 10 crores project just to say that biopolymers, take biopolymers and just to have fun, spin some fibers and show us that you can spin. They gave me 10 crores. And it was a very, very good project. And in that season, I had about 15 to 20 Cipet MSc students working for me. And I think most of them, I think this evening or after my talk, Susan Zakaria, then Alisa Ahmed, these people have become professors now. In fact, I think they were all involved in such kind of fundings. So we were working electrospin, just keep spinning any polymers, so that we work on how it can be taken to the next level. So like that we had the project. Then this, with whatever electrospinning, see, for electrospinning we'll have to develop the solution. The solution plays an important role, and for the solution it is very, very important that we have this solubility parameter. Hildebrand solubility parameter plays a very, very important role in either 3D printing, digital ink writing, or you go for even electrospinning. Making of that solution plays a very important role. We should not have the phase separation with the solvent. The solvent should support in swelling and also dissolution. So that plays an important role. So we have optimized that, and we have a good data on that also. So now, just as I said, NanoSpin was the first machine which we bought. Simple machine, tabletop machine. And we had spun all these biodegradable polymers, non-biodegradable polymers. We had just worked on spinning. Just for spinning, they gave us about 10 to 12 crores. And 10 to 12 crores. And we didn't stop there. For spinning, and in that spinning, we worked with various additives. See, we are all scientists. We are all teachers. Just spinning our polymer doesn't make any fun. So we said, why not we spin with some additives? So we kept on spinning. That time it was a nano era. If you see, 2010, nano. So we said, okay, let us buy nano titanium dioxide, nano zinc oxide, nano nano barium titanate, nano ferrite. So we started spinning all nano. We started publishing papers. Bala was very happy, Institute was very happy. I was decorated with publications, but my passion was not getting happiness. No, it was not great. Every meeting we'll go, submit, we say we have published this paper, we published this paper. In fact, in 2015, I was highly rated in Royal Society of Chemistry. Very happy, wow, Royal Society, great. But ultimately, it was not giving me some happiness. Students were getting good placed, good PhD opportunities. But we have spun all these things. And we have optimized the parameters. See, it's very important That optimization of electrospinning, the solvent, the voltage requirement, the distance traveled, the type of collectors. Our collectors were not just the collector plates. We were thinking innovative. Let us do collections even through rolls. So roller collectors. So we had been doing various such activities for 2-3 years, and that was a good, some of the microscopy we have shown here. So then we didn't stop there. This entire work was done by Anisa Ahmed, who is a professor in MG University now. What she said, sir, this filler, it's not getting a good adhesion with our fiber. When we make the fiber, the mechanical properties are becoming very bad, sir. When I take the fiber from the from the plate, it's just peeling off. So what should I do? I said, yeah, try some modifications using cellulose. With cellulose modification, the previous speaker was talking about all the chemical treatments for cellulose, but we thought that, why chemical? Because we cook rice. Rice is full of carbohydrate. Why not we cook in the steam? Let us cook cellulose and make the cellulose as cellulose nanofibrils. Wow, we got some interesting output. So that we have electrospun it, that improved some mechanical properties. That was a very good output we had. But we didn't stop here. I think it's very, very important because of my corporate background. Whatever data, even if I sneeze differently, I file a patent. I'm that type. I'm really intellectual. Like my professor, sir, was very nice. He was very generous that, people can copy. Oh, yo, sir, your student is notorious fellow. I don't allow anyone to copy. I always file patents, protect my intellectual property. So in these 10 crores of projects, when we were working with all the additives, all the mixtures of additives, all the solvents, the properties, everything we started protecting parallelly, because ER-IPR is a separate section of DRDO where they protect all the patents. So we were protecting, and at that time I was able to send about 3 to 4 patents. All were getting protected by this time. Then ultimately, successfully, in the final project review, successfully demonstrated electrospinning of various polymers with different types of essential oils. We used even essential oils, nano additives, protected intellectual property in the form of patents and industrial design. That nano additive company had made a very good electrospinning machine, but we added value to that machine. So that industrial design also we had protected through Defense Institute of Advanced Technology, DRDO. So this is a phase 1 of the project. On the tabletop, we had spun everything with biomaterials and different types of additives. Happiness, and I got some award from Cipet only. Actually, that was missed in my profile. In fact, myself and Shan sir, continuously we had been taking hat-trick awards from Cipet also. So we took one award. Great. Then next, this is very, very important. This story is very important. When we did this, ER-IPR is one of the powerful team of DRDO. So it's an extramural research people. So during the review, they said they took a call. So this Bala fellow is doing a lot of electrospinning of nanofibers with a laboratory called a DRDO lab in Bangalore. It's a life science cluster. So someone told that this man can also work on some projects which is coming from Naval Board. So obviously what happens, DIAT belongs to DRDO, but DRDO should have the work with tri-services, Army, Navy, Air Force. Unless we show them something, we are not that great. But that body never funds. It never funds, but that body floated a proposal that we need a proposal of making or developing the antibacterial suits, fabric materials for the submariners. Students, submariners, when the submarine is in the maintenance, 20 days, these submariners who are officers, they stay deep down 100 meters in the ocean, inside the submarine, and they do the cleaning and maintenance. Not that easy, the most toughest job. The toilet size of a submarine is only this much. The corner room, 4 by 4. You cannot do all Indian style. No, it's so caged, and tall people, severe problem, right? And 15 days they don't shower, except using the toilet. They have only beer bottle and sandwich and fruits. That's all. That's all. And for them, the severe problem for the submarine fabric materials are, they get some rashes. You try wearing the same dress for 2 to 3 days. First few days you will feel it's smelly. Then after 3-4 days you will feel something uncomfortable. Sleep will not be there. After 10th day you will feel definitely you will have some rashes. Some small rashes will come. So they had some rashes, and for this they had antibacterial fabric material. This fabric material was taken from a US company, not US company, Swiss company, and they used to pay fortune for this particular fabric material. So that fabric material on the surface is a cotton-based super hydrophobic. Bottom it is cotton-based, hydrophilic, biodegradable. So this is this story for that particular. So they said we float a proposal to DRDO, and in DRDO if someone is there, why not we submit a proposal. I submitted the proposal because for a proposal, with no disrespect to the people who evaluate the proposal, they look your background. Bala sir ka aukad kya hai? What is his background? He has come from industry, very good. He has worked already in nanofibers, very good. He has worked on various nanofibers, very good. And belongs to DRDO. So they said, okay, we will float him. They gave me the project. It's a lot of money. Very good. For a good research, it was a very good, lot of money. I didn't stop. We didn't stop there. I should not say I, we. We didn't stop there. We went to a next level. What we did, we proposed, in our proposal, we didn't do any great thing. With our previous phase 1, we said nanofiber mat of biodegradable polymers with all these are natural oils. If you see all the essential oils, natural oils, they have the fantastic antibacterial property. No rocket science here. We all know, our grandfather, grandparents, they know. If you have any cough problem, they will say, go and eat peppermint. Correct? No. Have some turmeric oil. It's not the big, we knew something, and then we thought that, okay, we'll use those things, and we made those fibers. Then claim to, we will reduce the GSM, the weight of your fabric material. Initially, it is 500 GSM, grams per square meter. We said we'll make it 350. Number 3, we'll try to retain. See, I never promised I will have antibacterial. You see the English. We will try to retain the antibacterial property even after industrial washing, which is not that simple, but we promise that. Claim 4, the top layer will be hydrophobic. We didn't claim that water repellency completely, but it will be hydrophobic. We cannot think of super hydrophobicity, but we'll make it hydrophobic. This is the story of our proposal. We got the problem identification nicely summarized. We have identified the gap. I want all of you to see here. Idea protection. So we had the idea, and that idea we protected in the form of a patent. So I am safe. We are safe. Our product is safe. At least our idea is protected in the form of a patent. We did a very good SWOT analysis. What is the, see, always when you do a big project, when you take the project from level 1 to level 2, weakness is very, very important. What type of, you cannot run away from weaknesses. So we know the weaknesses. Scaling a nanofiber, you all know how a nanofiber manufacturing tabletop is. Even for a small mat of 50 micrometer thickness, you need a day of electrospinning. Bala, how can you make a big scaled up product? But challenges are opportunities for a project man. So I said, no, we will try. There were oppositions for this, but we said we will take it. We took it. This is what I believe. The best slide of the presentation. This is what is very, very required. When we get the project, technical feasibility, operational feasibility, schedule feasibility, time is very, very important. Economic feasibility, all are very, very important. Very crafty. What I did, I signed a MOU with various companies. Because the patent is in my name, but I'll have to scale it up. I cannot scale it up sitting in my office. I'll have to have a place. So we had MOUs done with all these partners. All these partners, we signed non-disclosure agreement and NDA, Memorandum of Understanding, for this particular project. We started doing like that so that, we can see, it's very, very important. When there is a crisis in life, you need a shoulder. Correct. And definitely it's a big, huge expectation. So there could be some crisis. So I need some partners so that we can share the pain also. So that's why it was very nicely roped, thanks to DRDO. In the name of DRDO, companies will come inside and join hands. So we had Alok Industry. Wow, that's a very good. Ahmedabad Textile Research Organization. Atira. Atira, why we took, let me tell you, they got one of the state-of-the-art machines, which is not there in India, which is not there in DRDO. They had that. So that idea of getting them into MOU, you need to do the scanning. Understand who has got this machine. We got all those details, we signed MOU. Now, when this is how it works in defense. When you directly want to work some products for the Army, Navy, Air Force, they give you specifications. This is the specification. If you look into the specification, they want zone of inhibition, air permeability, water permeability, tensile strength, itna hona chahiye, washing durability, cytotoxicity, all these things are required. So these specifications were given to us. Normally they don't give. Just because we have the project, they gave to us. Bala, all your tests should follow this particular protocol. Thank you. We started making. And we don't have a big machine. So we started making all the electrospinning machines again, publishing nicely. But again, we are generating more data. Then about 20 students, all Cipet students, 50% of students are Cipet students. They would have been involved in PLA with various oils they characterized. And here we introduced something different. In the previous study, we didn't introduce any molecular material studio software. Here we introduced Material Studio software to understand the interaction between your additive and your polymer. That was a very novel thing, that data we had. And then we did antibacterial properties, all with support of CMC Velour. So we have optimized all the processing parameters with our electrospinning technique. Now we'll have to scale it up. I want to scale it up to the next level so that I can make some fabric. So these were the gram positive, gram negative they have identified and shown us. And these are the processing tools which they have been following. Solvent casting, padding, these are the most popular tools, but we were going for needleless as well as electrospinning. And needleless electrospinning machine means it's like nothing. That candy floss, that candy they take, that's all. That's the principle. Physics is that. Okay, you have the cylinder with the solvent, you apply a very high voltage, the electrodes are there, it will attract, and then you form the film. That's all. It's very, very simple. But to scale up is very difficult, and only one machine was there in entire India. DMSRD got it later. The first machine was given by the company called Elmarco in Singapore, National University of Singapore. And the second machine came to ATIRA, Ahmedabad Textile Research Institute, which is a part of atomic research. The atomic research, what they do in textiles, that's a different thing. But they had the machine. And the machine was, we are so lucky, sleeping. So we were the one who said, we will use that machine for understanding the scale up. So we did the scale up. If you look into the scale up, we were the one, we had optimized the entire parameters for this particular machine, doing the scaling up of the target of 100 meters were given to us. You will have to show us 100 meters of the fabric material. He said, okay, we will give. Then these are the techniques. See, that is the machine, the fabric inlet, outlet will be there. So the raw materials are PLA. Then we have that again. See here, it's very, very important. In India, it's very difficult to get the raw material if you are bulking the source. If you want to take a bulk source, like we had a problem in semiconductor. That's why all the Tatas and Marutis, the cars were shut down. They were not delivered so easily, because we were relying on the semiconductors from Taiwan and China. Okay, but here, no, it's very important where the raw material suppliers are. We got a very good raw material supplier from Nasik for the PLA, and then all the raw materials were local. Turmeric oil, A oil, O oil, all these things. The kacha dani, they say, no, they do all these things. From there we took. So even those guys were happy. They were getting about 100 rupees a day. But in this project, they used to get 5,000 rupees a week. They're so happy with the bulk raw material suppliers. So we were able to touch even the raw material suppliers. Then with respect to the specifications here, if you see, we had optimized, and 100 meter of 350 GSM was delivered for validation. Ultimately, the project, we made it and we gave it to navies for validation. For validation. For validation. It is recorded, sir? My talk is recorded? Recorded, huh? So I'll have to be careful what I say now. Okay. I cannot control that, but I will try to say. Validation. Already he published 70, 80 publications. Big people had already reviewed it. But now the scaled up product should be validated. 2019 we finished. Still it is getting validated. I think you should understand what is happening. Now, so that happened. So then we are waiting. Okay, fine, they are still validating. Then what happened? This was the real thing. Phase 3 of that particular project, Mazaya, Iskai Mazaya. COVID came. And our fabric material is 350 GSM. And our fabric material is antibacterial, and our fabric material can be scaled up. We have identified the companies in phase 2, and the intellectual property, 6 patents are in the name of DIIT, DRDO, Bala is the inventor, and students are co-inventors. So we have all the intellectual property with us. So we spoke to our boss. Our boss is Aram Saab. Pan India, give this product for free. If you are able to convert this as a PPE suit or a mask or something. Mazaya. Wow, that was a kick for me and my team. So what we did, before we launch those things, because see, our institute, I said, we are heavily funded by defense. Aerospace department is the richest in the institute. And why? Because Dassault Aviation, the Rafale aircrafts, okay, they are having their own place in our place. Okay, our researchers also work with Rafale. So now, when we had this type of discussion, during that time, luckily we had Dassault Aviation, Rafale people in our place. So we had some discussion. During that discussion, lunchtime, one of the Dassault Aviation, he's a pilot, fighter pilot, he said, Bala, Dassault has launched a software called Discovery. This software can help you to understand the bioactivities of stearic acid, blah, 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 blah. I said, but what Dassault Aviation does? No, that's a part of Dassault systems. Why not you use it for free? Why not you use this to understand the interaction of various problems with this particular raw material? These are the raw materials present sitting in your natural essential oils. So that because I'll have to take that FDA approval. Like what Varghese sir asked, have you taken all the approvals? Like that he asked to my sir. Correct. It's very important because audience, we have to send it, penetrate the market. So we did all this study and it passed very nicely. It cleared. Means they were able to neutralize all these virus is made up of some amino acids. We picked up on glycine and they were able to neutralize it with this software. This study and this software output is in the form of a heat map. If it is neutralizing it, it will become red. If it is not neutralizing, it will be blue or green. So we were able to find. Excellent. And this we know the synthetic mask, what is doing even now. Okay, synthetic mask is a huge polluter. They pollute everywhere. So we thought, no, we are not going this road. Let us change the road. So with our fabric material of 350 GSM, we were able to have one of the layers, the middle layer of your mask material was electrospun PLA with A, either eucalyptus or B with neem or C with turmeric without any stain. So we had mixtures of acids in the middle layer. The outer layer was hydrophobic. The inside layer was breathability. So low GSM cotton, it was able to breathe. So what we did, this is our profile. And the outer layer, the contact angle, that is a contact angle. It is about 140 plus and above, means they are hydrophobic. So, and then we didn't stop there. We want to claim the market. So we picked that and we mixed that with cow dung, cow urine and good jaggery. Okay. So we saw whether our mask material can be degraded. Wow. 40%, 60% degradation happened at about 30-40 days. And this particular output was captured in the form of writing. Parallelly, because I had students, they were writing paper also. It was highly cited in chemical engineering journal. Sir will appreciate. It's a chemical engineering elsewhere impact of 18. And that time during COVID, this was liked and we proposed the model of degradation. The degradation could be from powder, and this idea we got from no one yet. We got from the Nasik farmers. Sir, हम खेत में we use this good करते हैं, good urine, good सब डालते हैं so that the bacteria is enriched. And those are the bacteria we found. Those bacteria were eating, they liked our mask and there were degradation. Khatam. Once we got this output, we started floating the tender for Pan India. Whoever is interested, please take our technology for free. Please take our technology for free for the manufacture of I cannot do the manufacturing. We have all the data. So luckily what happened? This invention, as per the standards, we have got all the details. We got all the details. As soon as we all got all the details, we immediately took intellectual property, the trademark of the product also. The product was called as Pavitra Patti. Pavitra Patti. Patti is dog in Malayalam, I know, but Patti in Hindi is a rapper. Okay, Pavitra is my lovely daughter. Okay, so I gave the name and I said Pavitra Patti, a dot, and then we had put a trademark. We have taken the trademark of that and we didn't stop there. We didn't stop. As soon as we got the trademark done, we invited 16 companies, took the technology, believe me, across India, 16 companies. Even Khadi Gramodaya took I won't say even, as I know, they took our technology. They liked our technology for free. They started manufacturing. But the challenge is, during COVID, we'll have to do the manufacturing. All posh companies, big companies cannot do. Only a country person can do. Not all can do during hard. When there is a crisis, not all companies can work. But 3 companies were very, very successful. Siddheshwar Textile and Venus Safety. Venus Safety in Navi Mumbai. It's a very big company for masks. These 2 guys were very, very interested in the product and they did all the testing for us. Mask ka jo, whatever test you want to do for mask, it was for free for us. They were doing all the test. Bacteria filtering efficacy, NIOSH test, ISI NIOSH brand is very, very important if you want to take the product outside India. Then certificate of compliance, very, very important if you take a product. CE certification, they helped us. But luckily, everything happened in 3 months. Everything happened in 3 months. It was not that easy to get, but we were able to get it because it was a severe COVID crisis time. So we were able to get it. All these things were done. And this is the product of, see, in this Venus product, it's not biodegradable. Pavitrapati is biodegradable. Venus product is not biodegradable. Venus product we named and took the trade name as Aushadha Thara. Aushadha is a Sanskrit word, Aushadha. Tara is a star. So we took the trademark of that and one of the layers, it is there. All these products are there in Amazon. So it has gone into Venus and the middle layer of the Venus mask is our polylactic acid with all these essential oils. It didn't stop there. Parallelly, Siddha doctors started liking this product. Siddha community doctors, they said, wow, this man is giving something where it will be useful for even the asthmatic patients. So they had been doing some research parallelly with us. So all these things are pouring on us freebie. These are all freebies. So we are getting good data. What happened with all those data? The market came out. We made this product realize. When the first product came, and Aushadha Tara, see, you'll have to see. First one I said my lovely daughter Pavitra. Correct, no? Second one is Aushadha Tara, but my wife's name is Usha. Usha is sitting inside Aushadha. And my son's name is Tarun, Tara. Okay, again I have taken the copyright and trademark with our family name only. Sir, this is not possible in Sarkar. Correct. Directly you cannot give, but smartly you can give. Because we are teachers, we can do that. So we did that. So these 2 products became a big hit. In fact, they sold a lot of products this during the COVID time. Why it happened? And we didn't stop. And parallelly this time, it's a COVID time, so my initial phase 2 project, which was for the Navy, is still sleeping in the lab. Sir, 2 minutes, sir. 2 minutes. Still sleeping in the lab. So what I thought, it is sleeping in the lab. Oh, shaitan ko jagna hai. So what did we do? That Aushadha Tara ko humne choda nahi hai. We used that for PPE kit. PPE kit mein the very important test is called splash test. Splash test. 120 millimeter mercury of the synthetic blood will be poured on the fabric with some distance. It should not stain. We passed. But the product is very expensive, but we passed that test. So we were able to get that test also done. Then the sailor suit. So we made, this is the sailor suit which we are talking about. This is the sailor suit which they were supposed to make, but we said no. Just the pan is hot, let us cook it. So what we did, we took that middle layer, we made our own product and we sent the samples to all the tri-service forces so that they can test it in the real-time submariner. Still I am waiting for the output. Now, yes, these are the certifications. As you could see, Made in India initiative, we got the CE certified. See, certification getting from Citra is not easy. Work with Citra and you will know it's not that easy. They don't give the certification. During COVID time, they were very, very strict. But our product, it was cool. We got the testing done. We got the Citra certification also. I'm finishing, sir. Outcome is 4 technologies to 16 companies on synthetic mask, PPE suits and biodegradable mask and antibacterial spray. All the mixtures what we used for the polylactic acid, because of the discovery software and Dassault Aviation output, we were able to make our own room spray, which has got the antivirus neutralizing property or antibacterial property. We developed that and that technology is given to Kadi. Then national award, yes. Siddheshwar Textiles made 8 crores of business. 8 crores of business in biodegradable mask. Aushadha Tara PPE suit, people were not buying because it was so expensive. So we donated whatever we had to Sassoon Hospital. It's a Sarkari hospital of Pune, we gave them. Venus Safety and Health launched Vishwa synthetic mask N95. rupees 11 crores they made it. Then Pavitrapati mask was distributed to all the religious places, orphanages, everywhere for free. For free also we did that. The products 4, CE certified 4, highest cited researcher, that's okay. And now with all the knowledge of making that particular solution of polymer, that gave us the idea of developing inks that can go for direct ink writing. We have the idea of which ink is used for what. Now recently one simple product, just 1 minute. We have taken a cellulose, we made one ink and we have printed ink electrodes. Battery electrodes we have printed with our ink. So this is a technology of biopolymers I'm talking about. We can really go very far if you are really strictly adhering to passion. These are all awards. Again, Cipet. Thanks to Cipet. Lovely saplings of my, I believe in students, full stop. They all are my students, not of Cipet girls. The girls are all Cipet. Heavy population of girls in Kerala, which is reflected in my group also. They are full of lady students. And those 3, the masks are the kids who are wearing, the kids of my students who are wearing the mask. So I really love that picture, which is also a part of our Venus product. So we have taken that. Again, creativity is seeing the same thing but thinking differently. Please think different. Students, I want you to think different. Very, very important. Beautiful example. This is a beautiful example. Okay. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your excellent presentation. 1 or 2 questions you can ask for.
First time I have made up, not time. Antibacterial. Yes. Yes, sir. Can we use it as a medicine in human body? As a medicine for human, we have not taken any such approval whether it can go as a medicine, sir. But lot of our products for outside application, yes, we got that approval. But when it goes inside, no, I don't have any tests done. Maybe I can think such projects. Thank you. Because the Army, Navy, Air Force, they but we thought injured people, correct.
Yeah, so it could be a dermal,
Yes.
Dermal.
Or dermal. Yes, I think so.
Even radiation injury.
Fire. Yes, radiation. I'll think. Thanks.
So I think you have any questions, students?
Students, I want questions. Students, don't ask me what is viscosity. See, you'll have to see viscosity. That when I said that parameter, solubility parameter, that plays a very, very important role. We all like to work on chitosan, but some of the chitosans are not soluble in acetic acid. We'll have to play with that chemistry of chitosan to make it more solubilized in acetic acid. We'll have to work in that particular parameter. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, one question.
You said antibacterial, but say corona, it was virus. So it worked against antivirus.
I'll say. Right? Good, very good. Bala never claimed antiviral. I should not. I'll be put in the behind bars. I'll be put behind bars. What we did, chemistry sir will appreciate. NMR, I think I have the slide. NMR, the signals for glycines will be there. But when we worked with our, which is a part of your virus, the virus is active because of that amino acid. So if I neutralize that amino acid, no, you are a hit. So what we did, we tried to see if that is getting neutralized with our compositions. It is clean. So it is neutralizing, which was confirmed computationally by the discovery software which we use, discovery software that we use of the Dassault systems. So they are neutralizing. That docking, de-docking I wrote, no? Biomaterials are docked, they go get docked there and then they neutralize it and they make it red color. So that is true. That is true. That's the first time we got very good citation of those 2 papers. That also we converted as a publication. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your very, very nice presentation.
Sir, one more.
I have been to his laboratory, defense laboratory. His all students are major captains, all because ministry people know, defense people. So I've been an examiner and seen his all laboratory. An excellent, he is well-disciplined research that is proved. Thank you very much. I think you have one question or...
Sir, the person, sir, examined has become a brigadier now. He is in charge of the Kashmir regiment now. He is in charge. So if you need any trip to Kashmir, anyway, your son is also army. So you are okay.
Thank you very much.
In this world right now, we have smart rings and watches who basically looks after our health factors and everything. So what are the possibilities of a polymer, let's say in our body, having a tech in it?
Okay. Can I answer, sir? I think you can polymers, shape memory polymers today, SMP, shape memory materials. The innovation has gone beyond in such kind of systems where nerval system, nerves, neuroblasts are the cancerous cells of nerve cells. Neuroblasts are also getting cured with your shape memory polymeric system, which has given this. See, ultimately neurons, they allow to conduct through the axons and nephrons. Okay, even such materials have come into the world. It is not available, but it has come. Second thing, these days people have directly started 3D printing the cells, and they have started. Rather than going for a full surgery, they have gone for even curing through such kind of polymeric systems. It is there. It is coming up in a big way. It is coming up. In fact, we will have to, for such kind of things, we will have to look for a journal called Lancet. Beautiful journal. Lot top class innovation things come in that particular journal. Impact is 500 or 300 or something. Very big journal. Hope I answered your question.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think for the appreciation of your nice presentation, Cipet is offering a small memento.
So Cipet is offering Kochi to me. Yeah.
I'm inviting Dr. Rajesh sir to present a memento to our plenary section chairperson, Dr. Tio Verghese. I request Dr. Rajesh sir to welcome Dr. Thomas Kurian, the chairperson of this plenary. Dr. Thomas Kurian is a professor of polymer technology and former head of the Department of Polymer Science and Rubber Technology, Kochi University of Science and Technology. He has authored research articles, book chapters, and edited a book on nanocomposite materials, synthesis, properties, and applications. Dr. Kurian received his PhD from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, BTech, MTech, MBA, and PG certification from Kochi University of Science and Technology, BSc in Chemistry from Kerala University, and PGD TRM from IGNOU, India. He was JSPS Postdoctoral Fellow and JSPS Postdoctoral Bridge Fellow at Yamagata University, Japan. And scholars have been awarded PhD under the guidance of Professor Kurian sir. He was a former member of Curriculum Committee, APJ Abdul Kalam Technological University, Selection Committee for the Recruitment of Teachers, University of Calcutta. I request Dr. Thomas Kurian sir to chair the keynote session of this day. I would like to hand over the session to the chairperson.
Good afternoon.
Sorry, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. I join everyone present here to appreciate the Cipet Kochi for organizing the first ever international conference on biopolymers and green composites, Bpgc 2024. We are already late by about 1 hour, almost 1 hour. And in this session, we have two speakers. Luckily, both the speakers are presenting offline. So I directly move to the first, to introduce the first speaker. The first speaker is Professor Dr. Raja Shanmugan. He is a professor at IISER Kolkata. His graduation and post-graduation are from MS University in Tamil Nadu, and his PhD is from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras. And after that, he was a postdoctoral research associate at the University of Massachusetts, US. And he joined IISER Kolkata in the year 2008. And since then, for the past 16 years, he has been a faculty at IISER Kolkata. And he has become a professor in the year 2016. He has received several prestigious awards. He was runner-up in 2016 and 17 for the National Award for Technology Innovation. And also in 2019, he received the Nasir Reliance Industries Platinum Jubilee Award. Under his guidance, 15 scholars have received their PhD degree, and currently 7 research scholars are working under his guidance for their PhD program. He has published 122 peer-reviewed papers in international journals, 6 book chapters, and a book. He has also got several patents, more than 5 patents to his credit. Sir, the duration of the presentation is about 25 minutes, including the discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very detailed introduction, and very good afternoon to everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. This is the first time visit to Cipet. I thank the organizers, both Dr. Rajesh and Dr. Suraj. It's really great hospitality, and the environment is very great. As Professor Bala said, we are addressing to the polymer chemist. Basically, I'm also a polymer chemist, got the degree from polymer chemist in IIT Madras, and a trained synthetic polymer chemist. So we develop polymers for various applications that we are going to see in a few minutes. I thank Professor Jerry and Professor Bala for setting the stage very nicely. They are the pioneers for the innovation. They nicely demonstrated various applications, and I also thank them for this great innovation for the nation. Thank you so much. Our group practices, as I mentioned, we make polymers for drug delivery and sensor application. When I mention this drug delivery application, we approach it in a 2 different way. A covalent approach. When I say covalent, we attach the drug molecule to the polymer backbone through the stimuli responsive linkers. When I mention non-covalent approach, we develop the amphiphilic polymers that self-assemble into nanostructures. Then we encapsulate the drug and release it in the cancer site. That is called non-covalent approach. We also make polymers for sensing heavy metals and various gaseous species. In today's presentation, I will be presenting on the sensor field. This is a very recent interesting observation. We started with a sensing application. We designed the polymer for sensing. Then when we study, we observe very interesting self-assemble and also a lot of interesting structures. So that we are going to see in the next few minutes. We also recently started working on the porous polymers, where we can make, if you see the energy sector, the main important polymer is the Nephyon polymer that is used in the energy batteries. But that is the only polymer available for this application, and we are importing that from the foreign countries. So we are working very hard to make porous polymers that can channelize these both positive and negative ions so that it can be useful in the energy sector. So these are the research areas that we are practicing in our lab, and in today's presentation I'll be talking about designing functional polymers for stimuli responsive, induced, reversible. As we have seen in the morning presentation, we always try to mimic Mother Nature. So Mother Nature has a lot of interesting structures, and if we synthetic polymer chemists always try to mimic those interesting structures, there are so many. For example, I just cited few. Synthetically, there are chaperoning proteins. There are 5 proteins that nicely self-assemble into the interesting circular architecture. And Professor Vijay Plachek, he mimicked the bacterial very interesting structures. So these are the very few examples. As this is for the simple introductory slide for the students, when we talk about the self-assembly, we need to have amphiphilic structures. You need to have a hydrophilic head and a hydrophobic tail. When you have this molecule, have a structure, you can actually make the molecule to self-assemble into the very interesting structures. For example, spheres, rods, cylinders, and lamella. When you achieve these structures, then you can make them using these various applications. That is the idea of making amphiphilic polymers and induce them to very nicely self-assemble into the interesting structures. Okay? Particularly, the twisted rod structures are attaining more interest because of their specific extraordinary surface, volume, and also the energy. Those are playing very crucial role making twisted rod. When you achieve these, both biological and energy sector are more interesting application. That's why the twisted rods are getting interesting. And in today's presentation, I will be talking about how these interesting spherical structure coming into the twisted rod structure in the presence of stimulus, hypochlorite, and hydrogen sulfide. Okay, that is the today's presentation. Whenever we hear about H2S, we always think about the pungent smell. Hydrogen sulfide means always a pungent smell. That is the quick thing we always think about. That comes due to various bacterial and things. But if you see the history of H2S, till 1980, we were thinking about the pungent smell only. But there are so much challenging publications on how it is important in the biological activities. Many of us did not know. We know that neurotransmitters are CO and NO. These are all the primary neurotransmitters, but hydrogen sulfide also the important neurotransmitters that we came to know after studying in detail. Particularly the biogenesis of H2S is described here. These 3 important amino acids, cytosine and pyruvate, that produces hydrogen sulfide even in our body. So the take-home message here is whenever there are several ways we are getting exposed to hydrogen sulfide by externally, and our body also produces hydrogen sulfide. When it gets overexpressed, then the problem comes. What are the problems? Due to hydrogen sulfide overexposure, starting from the simple problem to even the health risk of. It is, again, the amount of H2S, how it is getting exposed and how much it is getting exposed. Based on that, the toxic effects are listed here. Okay? So how to sense hydrogen sulfide? There are several ways to sense there are several instruments, and chemically also we can sense them by various spectroscopic methods, particularly the fluorescence method. When there is a chemical change, you can see the fluorescence effects. That's what we have tested. Particularly in the sensing, you have both colorimetric and fluorimetric sensors. When you, based on your chemical changes, you can see the color change by colorimetrically, or if there is any fluorescence response, that also you can see it from the spectroscopy. So based on the literature, we designed this following molecule. This is a particular monomer. This is norbornene monomer, a closed structure monomer. You might have encountered the styrenes and acrylates. This is a type of monomer, non-bonding monomers, which is a cyclic structures. Using Greff's catalyst, you can open these rings and make non-bonding polymers. That is called ring opening metathesis polymer. Okay? The main interesting functionality is highlighted in the green, that is sensing moiety. And how it is going to sense that, you will see it in the next slide. And this particular slide tells how you make the monomer and polymer. Okay? This is the NMR structure that confirms the formation of the monomer. And again, this is a PEG functionalized monomer, which is very important to make this whole polymer solubilize in the aqueous condition. That's why we make this polymer. Okay? And this is NMR of the polymer structure, where you can see the disappearance of the monomer and formation of the double bond responsible for the backbone present in the polymer bonding. And this is a typical sensing experiments in the presence of both analytes. When you have this analyte, you can see the fluorescence increase in the fluorescence. And these are the experiments we normally do to measure the lowest directional limit. Okay? And this is a selectivity experiment where you can see how the system is selective towards our system. And we propose this. The observed emission is due to the excited state proton transfer IPT mechanism that we are proposing. Due to the presence of sodium sulfide, there is an opening in the ring, and the presence of forming a new OH functionality. That is the reason for sensing and giving the fluorescence color. And the same experiment we repeated in the case of polymer, and there also we found the emission and all the pH related experiments and selectivity we have repeated with the polymer. And when you see the polymer structure, by looking at the polymer, there is a definite amphiphilicity. And why we need to have an amphiphilic polymer? Because in a normal sensing environment, you can use it for small molecule. But when you are using it in the biological environment, you need to protect the sensing moiety for various pH. So you need to keep it in the preserved way. So you have to expose it only in the selective condition. For that, amphiphilic nature is needed. That's why we made it amphiphilic polymer. And when you have amphiphilic polymer, it is expected to form self-assembled structures. So you have to start with a critical aggregation concentration. At what concentration it is forming self-assembly. And the dynamic light scattering tells about the observed aggregate, what is the size of the observed aggregate. That you come to know from the dynamic light scattering instrument. Then the same solution is tested for a microscope analysis, where you can see the observed aggregate is spherical or not, or various other structures. So from the SCM, the above one is SCM, and the below one is the transmission electron microscope. You can see that the observed aggregate is spherical in nature. And our question is, initially it is spherical, but after exposed to sulfate, whether it is retaining the spherical structure or changing someone else. To our surprise, the initial spherical structure has become a twisted rod in the presence of sulfate. So that made really interesting to us, because after exposed to analyte, it is completely changing the same polymer. That is something very interesting. And we proposed the presence of OH that induces the hydrogen bonding that makes this change to make it a twisted rod. That's what the proposal we have done. So this slide to summarize what we have observed in the presence of sulfide. And the second part of my presentation, again, we observe interesting observation with the hypochlorite. Why we choose hypochlorite? Because the antidote for H2S is hypochlorite. When there is a smell, we always give the bleach, right? Similarly, hypochlorite also generated our body also generates hypochlorite. Again, the external exposure also creates, we exposed to hypochlorite, There is anesthesia. When you go for a root canal treatment, the anesthesia is a hypochlorite. And our body also generates hypochlorite. Again, when it is a limited level exposure, no harm. When it is overexpressed, then only the problem comes, right? So the problem is, if it is overexpressed, it affects your bone-related issues. That is when you have overexpressed hypochlorite. So again, we came up with this molecule, sarbornine-based rhodamine molecule. We proposed this molecule. Then, in the presence of hypochlorite, it opens up the ring and forms this nitrogen. Because of that, there is a fluorescence emission. And this is a typical sensing experiments we have done and to measure the lowest direction level. And also this particular bar diagram tells about the selectivity of our system. And the mechanism that we propose is in the presence of sodium hypochlorite, there is opening up of this the rectum ring. Because of that, there is fluorescence. And again, in the presence of amphiphilic polymer, we expect this polymer to form amphiphilic structures. Why we make polymer? Because we need to protect this sensing moiety in the various pH so that it should not expose to the other pH. It can be utilized in the cellular level. That's why we made this polymer. And it also makes very interesting sensitivity and selectivity towards the various molecules. As we have seen the amphiphilicity, the same experiments are repeated for this sensing polymer also because it's rich in amphiphilicity, CAC, and dynamic light scattering. Microscope studies confirms that these amphiphilic molecules are forming spherical structures. And in the presence of hypochlorite, these molecules also forming twisted rods. So, two different amphiphilic polymers, two different analytes, but forming twisted rods. So that made us to think why it is happening. Then we went back and we also varied the pH, and we found that in the presence of pH also it is happening. And these are the results observed in the presence of analyte. And the reason for this molecule making rod, again, the presence of OH. So this is the common factor present in the both polymers. So even though molecules are different and analytes are different, both polymer is having this OH, which is inducing this molecule to form hydrogen bonding. That's why both are forming twisted rod. And these are the NMR experiments that tells how the sensing mechanism is working. And this to summarize the observation. And this is the proposed cartoon representation how these chains are entangling to form the twisted rod. And to show the biological application at the cellular level, we have exposed this polymer to the, in the absence of sodium hypochlorite, there is no emission. In the presence of sodium hypochlorite, there is emission at the cellular level. That we have proven that this molecule is, you can sense hypochlorite at the cellular level, and these polymers are biocompatible. And this is a proposed explanation, cartoon representation, how it, in the absence of analyte, it is spherical. In the presence of analyte, it is becoming rod-like structure. And this is the future direction of this particular research work we are proposing. If we have both functionality, this is for the H2S and this is for the hypochlorite. If you have both molecules in the same polymer and it is biocompatible, then whenever there is an increase in either H2S level or hypochlorite level, when you have this molecule injected in the at the cell or body, it should detect and balance it. That is the future direction we are proposing. And since it is having a twisted rod, can we have a, this is a purely proposal, we need to work with the biologists to have this. When we have this twisted rod, can we have this injected small molecule so that it can behave like a self-repairing molecule? It can match with the DNA and play it as a self-repairing molecule. That was a thought of the work coming from this particular sensing work. Okay? And with that, I conclude my presentation thanking my students who are working all, and I thank all the funding agency, ISA Kolkata, and other funding agency, and thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your presentation and your slides were very, very clear.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for making the presentation very brief.
Yeah, it's 20
So now
minutes.
the session is open for questions. We can have 2-3 questions.
Thank you for this nice presentation. Just a quick question. So this from spherical to this helical structure, so was there this hydrogen bonding which is playing the main role, or there could be some other molecular interaction maybe present?
At this stage, we believe that it is because of hydrogen bonding, because the only common thing, because if it is some other structure in the second case, we would have thought about other interactions.
No pi-pi interaction? Not
We believe this OH plays very strong, crucial role. That's how.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the observation.
Sir, you have some project in, polymers for cancer therapy.
That's right.
Would you please explain that?
Yeah. We make polymers and we commercially purchase the drug molecule, for example, doxorubicin. This is a very common drug molecule. It takes care of most of the cancer cell. So we attach this molecule to the polymer backbone and we link it to the polymer with a stimuli responsive linker. For example, hydrazine linker. Hydrazone linker is sensitive to the acidic condition. And these polymers, when it reaches the cancer cell, the cancer cell environment is a bit acidic. That's very well-known literature. So when this polymer chain reaches the cancer environment, there, due to the acidic environment, it cleaves the hydrazone linker and releases the drug molecule. In that way, it reaches the cancer cell and treats. This is where the drug delivery molecule works. Yeah. So due to the time normally I present in that way, it takes a lot of time, half an hour or so. So this is a very recent one. That's why I could not present the drug delivery work normally. And maybe the next time I will present the drug delivery work for sure.
Is there any other question, please?
I think they are hungry for towards lunchtime.
If there are no more questions, I would like to thank Professor Raja Shanmugam for the excellent presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Because of the delay in the sessions, the organizers have announced that we are breaking now for lunch, and we shall assemble in this hall by 2:00 after the lunch, and we have one more presentation in this session. We shall continue with that. Thank you very much for your patience and understanding. PhD programs for her students during the past 16 years. So she is very productive in this area. She has published more than 65 research papers in reputed peer-reviewed international journals. She has served on the board of the editorial advisory board of macromolecules during 2018 to 20, and currently she is a member of the editorial advisory board of the Journal of Macromolecular Science. And her present position is chair of the Polymer Science and Engineering Division of CSIR NCL Pune, and she is also professor at CSIR NCL Pune. Welcome to the second session.
Yeah, so right now I'm not the chair of the Polymer Science and Engineering Division. I thank the organizers for inviting me to this conference. If my talk was scheduled before lunch, I would have been between you and lunch. Now I hope you are all awake, energetic, not sleepy. I'll start my presentation. Today I'll talk about pi-conjugated polymers for energy applications. How does this thing move? Okay. Or I can move that here and I can move it from here? It's okay. No, I think that will be. No, okay. Okay, so let me quickly introduce the Polymer Science and Engineering Division at NCL Pune. So these are my colleagues. This is an old picture 2 years back. Some of them have retired. The expertise in our division varies from synthetic polymer chemistry to polymer processing and rheology, theory and modeling, and we address various aspects of the polymer chemistry. These are some of the products that have been developed by the colleagues from the division. So we have a strong membrane research group. So they have developed these gas separation membranes, high temperature. These go into the fuel cell applications, room temperature and high temperature membranes, also for ultrafiltration and humidification. And this is some polyethylene based implants that have been developed and which has been transferred to an industry. These are some of the products that have been developed in the group. And there are some startups also that have come out of the research from the group. So this is the GenRich membrane. So the membrane research group, Dr. Karul, they have also entrepreneurship called GenRich Membranes. This is India's first and only company to manufacture the hollow fiber membranes for gas and niche liquid applications. So this is my colleague Anuya's company, the Surgeon. So today morning, Professor Bellare was describing bone implants. So she has developed these silk-based products for implants, and actually now more than around 100 human implants also have happened, and it has gone into production stage. It is, and they have a production house also manufacturing these materials. Now, quickly moving on to my group. So as I said in the morning, I am very thankful to the Cipet students. Two of them are here, this Gibletta and Reshma is not in the picture. Okay. So they come, they do short-term projects, and then they also start in the work in the projects. So my research focuses on three main areas. Today I'll be talking about the energy materials. We also work on photocurable materials for 3D printing applications, usually amino acid, polylactic acid, sugar, carbohydrate-based materials which are biodegradable. Another project, very interesting project that we recently started and we are very excited about is this recyclable carbon composites, especially this carbon fiber composites that you see in the windmill blades, or this especially is for hydrogen gas storage application. These are all at the end of life, you cannot recover the carbon fiber and it goes into landfill, burning or something. So now we are all looking forward to something, the world is looking forward to develop recyclable materials. And so this, we are trying to develop an epoxy hardener which can be recycled so that the carbon fiber can be recovered. So today I will talk about the conjugated polymer based properties. So I am sure most of you know, you are from the polymer background, that conjugated polymers, they have this alternate single and double bonds, and that gives it the properties. And when you move from the smallest molecule ethylene to butadiene to oligomer to acetylene, polyacetylene, what happens is the HOMO-LUMO energy gap gets modified. And then the energy gap is small so that there can be transition of charged particles, charge carriers from the highest occupied molecular orbital to the lowest unoccupied molecular orbital. So, in the year 2020, the Nobel Prize was also given for the discovery of the development of conductivity in polymers. Otherwise, polymers are known to be insulators. So, and then these type of polymers find applications in all polymer solar cells, the display, etc. For instance, these are the polymeric electronics, polymer plastic solar cells. They are very aesthetic, lightweight. Then they can be made into this roll-to-roll way. And you have a lot of synthetic flexibility also, because these are some examples of the conducting polymers that are reported, and by varying the structures on the side chain or increasing the conjugation, you can fine-tune their properties. Of course, compared to their silicon counterparts, the power conversion efficiency is not so high, but still there are other aspects of it which gives an edge for it. Recently in the lab scale, up to 18% efficiency has been reported, and reasonable outdoor lifetime also has been reported for these materials. Now what I'm going to talk about is that unlike in silicon materials, you have the p-doping, n-doping, but in these conducting polymers, conjugated polymers, you have either p-type or n-type materials. So they are electron rich, then they are hole transporters, they are electron poor, they are electron transporters. And in between, there is also this donor acceptor polymers. I told you that for a synthetic chemist, you can connect different types of donors acceptors, and then you can adjust the band gap. So then they can transport both electrons and holes. So those are the ambipolar materials. When this field started for the conducting polymers, there are a lot of materials under this class which are electron rich. But the electron poor ones were mostly base C60 materials. For making a solar cell, you mix the, like you see here, this is a schematic representation of a fabrication of a solar cell. So this is the active layer where you have the donor and acceptor material mixed together. So when you are mixing C60, its solubility is poor, it will phase separate. So over a period, the device will not retain its similar efficiency. So that is where these type of the perilene and naphthalene type of polymers, which I'm going to talk about today, they have come into picture. Here is shown the principle of what happens when light falls on the active layer of a solar cell. These 5 steps happen, the light absorption happens, and unlike in a silicon solar cell, electrons and holes are separately formed. But here it is a bound pair called the exciton. And that exciton, it has to go to the opposite electrodes. So that requires energy. So that energy is obtained at the interface of a donor and acceptor when you are mixing this donor and acceptor. And the exciton, its diffusion length is 10 to 20 nanometer, which means within that 10 to 20 nanometer length scale, if it does not see the interface, it will die. So for an efficient power conversion efficiency for solar cells, you need to organize the donor and acceptor in this way. That is an ideal assembly. That donor and acceptor should be stacked this way so that within a 10 to 20 nanometer scale, when the exciton is formed, it sees the interface. So with this, last 20 years, people have been working either self-assembly or like block polymers of donor acceptor like that, so that this ideal approach can be obtained. Now I'm going to focus on this polymer. This polymer was commercialized, means it is now commercially available from 1995. A professor called Fakinetti, he introduced this polymer. This is a very good, so it has a naphthalene diamide and a bithiophenone. So it is a donor acceptor system, but still it is the major charge carrier is the electrons. So once this became available, people started using it in combination with various other donor polymers in solar cells. You can see the numbers written there are the power conversion efficiencies. So in the active layer, a mixture of this donor and acceptor is taken. But this polymer, even though very good, has some problems also, because you can see that this naphthalene diimide is a flat aromatic core. So what happens is it will stack together and then aggregation happens. When aggregation happens, you can imagine when you are mixing two polymers, polymers are like noodles. So when one donor polymer is mixed with an acceptor and the acceptor is separately stacking, it will not mix well with the donor. So that is a problem. Various researchers have tried to address the problem in various ways by solvent annealing, etc. In our group, we try to address it by copolymerization. So what we have done, this is the N2200 polymer. Into that, we are introducing random amounts of its higher analog, that is the pyrrolene. Our hypothesis is that if this is the organization where it is stacking, we introduce this bulk unit in between and the stacking can be disrupted. So this is the synthesis of the material. And by the way, I'll tell you later on also, although this polymer is commercially available, it is very expensive. Why it is expensive? Because the synthesis process is very tedious. You can see that the bromination in the bay position that requires very drastic conditions. Oleum, that is fuming sulfuric acid and bromine. That is how even now it is synthesized. And then it is imidized. Then that is the polymerization. It's a Stille polymerization that we have followed to obtain the polymers. We have introduced various amounts of the pyrrolene into the backbone. And now this is the NMR spectrum that will tell you that our hypothesis has been proved, because that is the top spectrum, is the spectrum of that pristine polymer, which also we made. And this is this, A is the peak for the naphthalene and B that for thiophene. Ideally, the peak of naphthalene should be only a single peak. But you see here one more additional peak. And we know that that is not an impurity, because when we record the spectrum at higher temperature, that peak disappears, because that is due to aggregation. Now, when these copolymers, when we introduce various amounts of pyrrolene, you can see that the aggregation peak disappears. And the peak that is coming up is the pyrrolene peak. And from the integration of that peak, we can find out how much pyrrolene has been incorporated. Now, this is a quick summary slide saying what happens in, when this polymer, that is a reference polymer which we made, and this is the copolymers we made. When these are used in a solar cell with a commercial donor, that donor is commercially available, and this fabrication was done in NPL Delhi. So this is the solar cell, the parameters. You can see that while the N2200 polymer showed around 3% efficiency under the lab conditions, these copolymers with increasing amounts of pyrrolene, the power conversion efficiency is increasing. But at the highest level of pyrrolene, the efficiency is again dropping. That because when we analyzed, we found that with higher pyrrolene, the solubility reduces, phase separation happens. So this is the best. 30% incorporation of pyrrolene gives a very good solar power conversion efficiency. So this is an example where we have used these polymers for energy generation. Now, in literature, it is also shown that these type of materials can be used for energy storage. That is supercapacitor or battery applications. So these are various aspects of sustainable energy generation and storage. So talking about supercapacitors, they fall between that of a capacitor and battery, and both are storage devices. And the difference of supercapacitor is that they are operated when high power is needed. So sometimes they are often used together with the batteries, so as to give a sharp pulse of peak during acceleration. So supercapacitors are also based on the mechanism of how they store the charge. They are classified as double layer capacitor or pseudo capacitors. These double layer capacitors are your carbon, multi-volt carbon nanotubes and graphite, those type of materials. They store charge by this electrode double layer separation. Whereas the pseudo capacitors are the your metal oxides, conducting polymers, where the charge storage is by redox activity. And combining these two, you can have hybrid capacitors also. So now conducting polymers, I told you, it can be P or N type. So accordingly, supercapacitors also can be symmetric P type, symmetric N type, or asymmetric P type, asymmetric N type. These type of classifications are also there. And in literature, these are the conducting polymers generally reported which can be used for as electrode material for supercapacitors. They have very good capacitance values also. How they do the charge storage is actually, as I mentioned, that the polymer chain is oxidized to induce the charge delocalization, and doping, doping results in the Faraday charge storage. But these are all p-type materials because these are electron-rich materials. So they have a deficiency, that is they show limited charge storage. So if you use this ambipolar, means can transport both electrons and holes, those type of polymers, if they can be used for the supercapacitor application, then they can store charge in both the positive and negative electrodes during the charging cycle. And these are also used in composite, composite mode together with carbon nanotubes. So what we did was we synthesized this polymer. As I told you, this is, you can see the basic framework, naphthalene bicimide, and instead of bithiophene, we used a different donor here. These two polymers were synthesized. The only difference is you can see there is a cyano group here. That makes a difference in the energy gap. So these two polymers were synthesized and evaluated as type 3 supercapacitor. Type 3 meaning this is N-type or donor acceptor type material and a symmetric material. I won't go into details of this, the electrode characterizations. Only thing I want to highlight is that the way the hybrid was made was that polymer solution is taken, carbon nanotube solution is taken, these two are mixed together to form the composite electrode. And the electrochemical characterizations are done using this 3 electrode setup. And the take home message is that this is how the capacitance is measured. That means near square type shape tells you that it has a capacitance type behavior. And these are the 3 polymers. One, of course, is the N2200, which is our reference, and the other 2 are the one with the cyano and the other without the cyano. And here is the charge storage, the galvanostatic charge discharge curve. Very symmetric triangular shape is the ideal behavior. Any deviation from that shows that there is a pseudocapacitive contribution also to it. And then these electrodes were evaluated for their cycling stability, and they show very good cycling stability, 5000 cycles. And among the 3 polymers, the one with the cyano group that has shown better capacitance, that is shown here, the P2. So that was taken ahead to show a device, fabricated device also to power a red light. So this was earlier work that we did with this type of polymers for supercapacitor application. This is a summary of that work, saying that these 3 were the polymers that were evaluated, and among these 3, the middle one, P2, has shown the best, that is one of the best specific capacitance reported for this similar class of polymers. And why the difference? Why cyano has made the difference? Because the presence of the nitrile groups allows more negative charge to be accepted, so compared to the other polymer. Now, moving on, we thought that on the hybrid, that means with the presence of CNT is very good, and we were now mixing it externally. Instead, why don't we do it in situ? Because in the literature reports, during polymerization, carbon nanotube is added. So we did this polymerization, the same polymerization which I showed before, but during the polymerization, we add various amounts of carbon nanotube also, and these polymers were evaluated. So now how do you know, this is what we have taken in the field, how do you know that much carbon nanotube is there? We evaluate by either by absorption spectroscopy or from the TGA. The absorption spectroscopy, you measure the epsilon, the absorption coefficient of the polymer, you get that value, and consider these other polymers as unknown concentration and find out how much is the polymer concentration. By subtracting, you get the concentration of CNT. Whereas in case of TGA, the red curve is that for the pristine CNT, and the black is the pristine polymer. In between are the composites, and using that formula, you can find out that. So in the table, you can see that there is more or less matching of what is taken in feed and what is evaluated using these 2 techniques. And this is the morphology of the polymers, SEM and TEM images. Clearly, you can see from the, so this is the polymer. So polymer already has like a tubular morphology. And this one is the carbon nanotube, of course it is tubular, and these bottom 3 are the composites. And the third one is externally we mixed the carbon nanotube after the polymer is formed and see how it appears. So the TEM also conveys the good information, that is a very fine thin layer of polymer is uniformly formed around the carbon nanotubes when you do it in situ. And this is the pore size distribution measurements of these systems. And this again is the electrochemical characterization. So these are the polymers, and so you can see there the charge storage GST. It is different from that was shown earlier. So this difference, it shows, it is telling that it is not capacitance but more like a battery type of behavior. So instead of capacitance, it is capacity that is measured there. So after characterizing these polymers, it was evaluated as an asymmetric device. Why asymmetric? Because one of the electrode is the activated carbon electrode and the other one is our polymer electrode, and at various current rates the capacity is measured. And can I play that? Okay, so that is a demonstration of a device using the, okay fine, it is not working. Anyway, the picture is shown here. So after recording the CV and all that, the cycling stability was also measured, and then it was used to light up a red bulb. And it's okay. We can go to the next slide. Now it's not moving again. Okay. Yeah, so this is the summary. So that polymer, naphthalene bicimide polymer with in situ carbon nanotube, was used to make a solid device like this, and these are the characterizations of that polymer. Now next, moving forward, we made the higher analog polymer. This is the same similar type of system but with beryllium bicimide, and again in situ carbon nanotube, similar kind of characterization, incorporation of carbon nanotube. And this is the morphology of the polymer. So you can see that although the polymer structure is similar, when you go to the higher analog, it is more of a spherical structure unlike the tubular behavior. But here also you can see that these are the composites, these are the capacitance values, and the P0, that means the without the carbon nanotube, the capacitance value is very low. And I'm sure this also will not work. Okay, so with this polymer, here you can see that this is again different from the previous system. This is more like a capacitance behavior only. So the capacitance values are given here. You can see that this is for one of the polymers, that is with the 30% carbon nanotube incorporation. The polymer was taken up for this characterization, and it was used for a demonstration of again the red light bulb. So yes. So here is a summary of the systems that were done in our lab, and we are comparing when we change the structure of the polymer from naphthalene to beryllium, or when we do in situ carbon nanotube, what are the differences that are achieved. So in one case the specific capacitance is 124 farad per gram and very good cycling stability, but then that electrolyte was a aqueous electrolyte. We moved on to another system where we have using organic electrolyte, and we are able to vary the voltage window from 0.2 to 3.3, which is much higher than what was done there. So each of some behaved like a capacitance behavior, some had battery type behavior. So this is the work that about the storage behavior. Now coming to the reality, so these polymers are all very promising materials. They can be used for energy generation, energy storage, etc. But why they have not been commercially successful? Because how do you synthesize these polymers? I told you it is commercially available, but then it is very expensive. For instance, this is another polymer which was recently reported. It is showing very high power conversion efficiency, but look at the cost. 50 milligram is like $286. Similar is the case with the N2200. So this, the N2200, its cost is given there. It is very expensive. Probably the cost, one reason for the cost is also the starting material synthesis is very complicated. Now, if these materials have to become commercialized, there has to be a way that you can reproducibly make these polymers. And actually when you make this polymer, this is the normal way that people make polymers, that is the batch method. You take everything in your RB or reaction vessel, you add all the ingredients and you work it up. What happens is that for a small molecule this is okay, but for a polymer what happens each time you do it, there is some difference, and then there is a the polydispersity, the polymer chains, the lengths are different. So this affects the device efficiency also. Whereas a continuous flow method has been there for some time now, and it has been now industries have also taken this up on a big scale for small molecules. For polymers also now this is coming up in a big way. The advantages of the continuous flow synthesis is that unlike the reaction vessel, here it is a tubular reactor and the whole reactor is immersed in oil bath or heating device. So there is a very good control of heat. There is no hot spot. And also when polymerization happens, the viscosity builds up. Then stirring becomes difficult in this kind of cases. Then there can be hot spots also developing. Whereas in a tubular reactor, as soon as the product is formed, it is being taken out, and also there is less chances of side products forming. Here, your product is sitting with the starting materials, other things can also happen, whereas here it is continuously taken out. All these are advantages of a continuous flow, and the time is also less. So this is something that we did in the lab. This is in collaboration. We have the chemical engineering division there. Dr. Amol Kulkarni, he has established a center for this continuous flow synthesis of dyes, small molecules and polymers and all that. So even anionic polymerization they are now doing using continuous flow. So this conjugated polymers, these are very few. When we started this work, only 3-4 publications were coming out in this area. So now this is a very commercially important polymer. So same polymer, people have been attempting to do this continuous flow synthesis. So this is the tubular reactor, and this is the picture showing how it is set up. So the reagents are taken in the syringe and injected into the tube, and at the end the polymer can be collected into your precipitating medium. And what I want to convey here is that, so this is the polymerization in the batch and continuous flow. Again, this is the NMR spectrum. So this is the batch polymer. As I said, this is at room temperature. You see the aggregation peak. When you take it to high temperature, that disappears. So this is not an impurity. This is just aggregation. So what I am comparing here is by batch and continuous flow, the polymerization, the perfect structure is there. This is the ratio 2:4 for the protons there. This tells you that they have there is no structural defect by batch or flow. And most important thing is the DSC. This is a semi-crystalline polymer, and so you will have a melting transition. So the black line is for the stilly batch method and the red is for the flow. You can see that the enthalpy of crystallization much higher for the flow method. What does it tell you? It tells you that there is a much better structural ordering in this case. And this was also corroborated by the mobility measurements. I told you this is an acceptor polymer, which means electron mobility can be measured. So we are comparing batch versus flow, the two polymers. And the morphology also, you can see batch is not having much of any specific morphology, but the flow polymer is very tubular. And this is the electron mobility at room temperature. You can see that the flow polymer has 1 order higher mobility compared to the batch. And when you anneal it, of course the batch one also mobility increases, because annealing means you are heating the polymer above its glass transition, so better reorganization happens. So then when you heat it, 1 order improvement happens, but in the other case it is already ordered. So that was about the the conjugated polymers that I wanted to tell you. Quickly, 1 or 2 slides in the end. This is to tell you that the 3D printing, we have got a center of excellence for developing polymeric materials for 3D printing. This is funded by the DCPC, that is the Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. So we have these various 3D printers, which are the FDM printers and then the light-based printers. We also have a bio 3D printer there. And these are some of the examples of materials that we have developed using our 3D printers. My group works with the light-based 3D printing. So in a light-based 3D printer, you start with the liquid materials, and during 3D printing, polymerization happens. So the liquid solidifies into so many things goes into the formulation actually, because when light falls, it can fall on every other places also. And for instance, these holes will also get filled up. So you need to control the amount of light falling on unwanted regions. So you need to add additives or light blockers. So many ingredients, that is what the pyramid there it is showing. So many things go into it. It is not very easy to get a formulation which can print with very good resolution. So these are some of the amino acid based polymers, and this is something with a peak polymer that we have tried to 3D print. Yes, thank you. I thank my funding agencies and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Asha, for the excellent presentation. The session is now open for discussion. audience may please ask questions.
I think maybe I explained it very well.
You have shown that the power conversion efficiency in the case of solar material it was 4.98 that you have achieved. What is the highest achieved that's available in the market?
Same polymer, meaning the N2200 polymer, literature up to 7% is reported. But when they measured it in NPL, this is the for the N2200 they got about 3%, and for our system it is about 5%. So there are so many parameters optimization happens, but since it is a comparison, we were okay with that type of a value.
And for the solar cell that we use, rooftop.
Oh, those are inorganic ones. They have up to like 25, 28.
So inorganic is better.
Inorganic is, yes, because its outdoor lifetime is much higher. Organics, they in presence of light, they can photo bleach. Those things happens. So maybe not direct competition, maybe some other niche areas it can be used where flexible on a textile or something like that. Or on the window, those are the, not direct where, not replacement of the silicon ones.
This session is still open for discussion, please. You have said that you are trying to develop a hardener for epoxy that can be dissolved or what?
So normally the hardener and the epoxy once mixed, it forms a thermoset.
Yeah.
Then you cannot reverse it or use it. If you are the hardener, we are incorporating some chemistry like shift base, ester, something like that. So even after curing, under a different set of conditions, like you change pH, change temperature, it will come out. So for instance, especially for the carbon, hydrogen gas storage, we are developing this composite cylinders. For that application, we are trying to use it. Because hydrogen is coming up in a big way now. NCL is leading a PAN CSIR project. So there, this composite we are trying. So this composite we are trying to develop. So that, especially the resin is cheap, but the carbon fiber is very expensive. Sometimes people cut it and try to recover it as small filaments. But if you can recover, unwind it as a continuous pool, then there is a value addition. So with this type of chemistry, that is reversible chemistry, it is a possibility. In fact, Aditya Birla has come out with a recyclable resin also. So this is very much possible.
Any more questions, please?
Carbon fiber, but it is stable up to 800 degree and all, no? Your thermoset is 250, 230, no?
Correct.
Even incineration also you can try?
No, so we don't want to. So the idea is to recover it without taking it to much high temperature. Maybe maintain it like 60 to 80 degrees, something like that. Change pH, something like that at a slightly higher temperature.
If there are no more questions, we would like to thank both the speakers of this session, Dr. Raja Shanmugam and Dr. Asha SK. Both the speakers were excellent speakers, excellent researchers. On behalf of the organizing committee and on behalf of the Cipet, I would like to place on record our heartfelt appreciation. Also, I wish to thank the Cipet IPT Kochi for inviting us for this conference. Okay. And I thank everyone present here for your patient listening and active participation.
I'm inviting Dr. Bpgc sir to present a memento to our keynote session chairperson, Dr. Thomas Kurian sir. And I request Dr. Bpgc sir to welcome Dr. K.E. George, the chairperson of our next invite lecture. Bpgc. Dr. K. George is a distinguished academic and researcher. He completed his Bachelor of Technology in Chemical Engineering from Government Engineering College, Thrissur. Pursuing further excellence, he obtained his Master of Technology from prestigious IIT Madras. Dr. George then earned his PhD from Kochi University of Science and Technology, where he focused on innovative research topics that contributed significantly to the field. Following his doctoral studies, Dr. George undertook postdoctoral research at the German Institute of Rubber Technology in Darmstadt, Germany, and the Technical University of Eindhoven, Netherlands, further enhancing his expertise and international experience. Throughout his career, Dr. George has demonstrated a strong commitment to academia, successfully supervising PhD candidates, guiding them through their research journeys, and contributing to the development of future scholars in chemical engineering. His prolific output includes approximately 150 publications in reputed international journals, reflecting his extensive research contributions and thought leadership in the discipline. I request Dr. K. George, sir, to chair the invite lecture section of this day. I would like to hand over the session to the chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you for the nice introduction. Since we are running short of time, we'll directly pass on to the next session. In this session, we have 4 invited lectures. The highlight of this session is that we have 2 alumni from Cipet, and also so far we have listened to scientists. Now we have successful entrepreneurs also in this session. So our first speaker is Dr. Anisha Padinyakara, currently working as professor in School of Chemical Sciences, MG University. She is a distinguished alumnus from Cipet, Kochi. She completed PhD from Deakin University, Australia. Then she worked as postdoctoral fellow with Professor Sabu Thomas at MG University. Her areas of interest are isolation of nanofillers, nanocomposites, energy storage, etc. So, I'm sorry, the first speaker is not available now, so we'll pass on to the next speaker. Sorry for introducing the wrong person. And the next speaker is Mr. Abhijit Shah. He's a successful entrepreneur. He has completed BE from MIT Pune, and then he had a management degree from IIM Ahmedabad. He has over 25 years of experience in the field of product application and business development. So he is a successful entrepreneur. So first speaker is Ms. Abhijit Shah. So I have great pleasure to hand over the mic to Mr. Abhijit Shah, please.
Thank you so much. Just give me 1 minute for setting up the... It was working. It's perfect. This is perfect. No issue. It should come there. This is okay. Hello. No, copy it. Yeah, we can copy. Oh, just give me this. And just my pen drive. Yeah. This one. Copying it. Presentation should not change. That's the only concern. It's copied. 1 minute. All right, small interruption or we can say small break in between. So respected dignitaries, honorable speakers, professor from Cipet and my dear students, warm good afternoon to everyone. So since morning we saw various presentations from monomers, polymer synthesis. So it was all basic R&D, chemistry and all that. So now we are starting, I think my presentation would be first one, which would be focused on application development and product development of various biopolymers. So my presentation topic today is PE-free packaging boards with sustainable coatings for disposable food or beverage packaging and serviceware products. Today we are going to cover these topics. So problems with plastics, then why a sustainable alternative, packaging paper and boards, then PE-free sustainable coatings, trends in barrier coatings, various product applications, then about Green Dot Biopack, then coating products portfolio of Green Dot, coated paper portfolio, and finally product certification. So we all know, but I'll just briefly put some of the things which is important for the flow of the presentation. So it has become a pressing global issue, this plastic pollution, as we know, and posing serious threats to environment, wildlife, and human health. Can I have mic? Hello. So let's explore some eye-opening facts that shed light on the magnitude of the plastic problem and its far-reaching consequences. So out of these billions of metric ton of plastic that goes as a waste, 80% is accumulating in landfill and 20% goes into oceans. So as a long-lasting impact, this buried or the plastic that goes under the soil, majorly single-use plastic, this particular remains in the under the soil for hundreds of years, and no biodegradation or decomposition happens. So as a threat to marine life, over 800 species are affected by plastic debris, leading to death of thousands of marine animals annually. And as a human health risk, the microplastic that is found in water, food, and air pose potential health risk, and chemicals in plastic can disrupt hormones. So with all these challenges, a lot of research going on sustainable alternatives. So the world and business must embrace the use of bioplastic to combat plastic pollution and foster sustainability. Now here, bioplastic, they are compostable in nature. So the finished products made from this would be compostable. So that is one alternative, that is to have a compostable, because if you make it compostable, then within 6 months, they will biodegrade depending on the condition of soil and the atmosphere. And another option is to embrace the power of plastic-free, PFAS-free, recyclable and bio-based alternative to pave the way towards a greener and more sustainable future. So almost like 2 decades back, then the most novel material, that is paper and paperboard, that was selected as alternative to this plastic, and many applications which are basically for single-use packaging boards, which are used in food packaging as well as for serviceware. That particular application, it started because, as I said, thousands of metric ton of material is being used for this particular packaging. Now these paper and paper boards, they are adopted by industry. So the various paper boards like cupstock board, folding box board, duplex board and craft liner, these products are being used. And papers like MG craft paper, MG poster, C1S chromo and food grade paper, these are the papers. Now when you can't use paper alone, when you have to use it for packaging, food packaging application, where food and beverage is there, then you have to coat it with some material which would give water resistance to the board, which would also give oil and grease resistance, and it will make it heat sealable. So LDP was selected, and LDP is used since more than 2 decades now for giving these properties. So this is, I mean, people considered, and this is how it started. And it led to another serious issue, that is a plastic pollution. Because what happens here, this paper and paper board, which is compostable, which composts in 6 months, because of this thin layer of polyethylene which is coated onto the paper board, and since it can't be separated from paper board, the whole product remains as non-biodegradable, and then it remains in the environment from 6 months up to hundreds of years. So this is the this is the major challenge. That actually become a major challenge that polyethylene coating gives. So you can see on the left-hand side, you have plastic-lined material. Now it takes hundreds of years to break down, and as I explained, it pollutes water and environment. So what we need to have is, without compromising the functional properties of LDP coating, we need to have a material which will make it certified compostable, and also will make it fully repulpable or recyclable. So the problem statement that we have today is this increasing plastic usage and its accumulation on soil and water bodies is become really a serious issue. So now there is a post-management rule where there are stringent regulations are there for single-use plastic. So we have to, it is necessary to de-risk this particular, any ban on, which is already there now in Kerala, as well as various other states, on plastic film being used on paper and paper board, which are like say PE-coated paper cups, for example. And so we have to be ready with an alternative plastic-free and which is biocompostable material. So to explain what are the trends in sustainable paper packaging, so let's So the first one is basically a paper coated with PE coating, which is a multi-layer material and which is not non-repulpable and as well as non-biodegradable. Now, one of the solution that has come out is emulsion coating. Now, this is basically aqueous dispersion or a solvent dispersion as well on paper and paperboard. So this would make the paper cup or any kind of packaging board plastic-free, biodegradable, recyclable, and repulpable. And another solution is basically paper and paperboard coated with biopolymer compound. So majorly either PLA, bio-PBS, and this would make it the whole product compostable. So it would disappear or biodegrade within, say, 6 months period. So what are the requirements of the end product made from this paper and packaging board? First thing, it should be PE-free to make it sustainable. Then it should be food compliant because directly coming in contact with food and beverages. It has to be cost effective. It should be PFAS free and sustainable. It should be repulpable, oil and grease resistance, heat sealable, and water repellent. So all these functional aspects it should cover as a requirement in barrier coatings. So this slide, we are going to talk about the alternative which has strongly come out since more than 5 to 7 years. That is basically PLA and bio-PBS compound. So these are biopolymer compound which are compostable by nature. So these are a perfect alternative to LDPE. So they work on the existing extrusion coating machine on which LDPE coating is done with just small modification. And the coating GSM required is about 18 to 25 GSM. So because of drop-in solution, you don't have to do any capital investment, no capex required. It is environment friendly and breaks down naturally. Functionally performance equivalent to LDPE. It is strong and durable, and it has a renewable raw material into it because made from corn or sugar cane. So this particular alternative is approved by Central Pollution Control Board. Once it is tested and certified by Cipet for biocompostability, and after that, then you can use this. So this is one of the alternative. The second alternative on which our today's subject is basically barrier coating dispersions, because there are certain challenges with biopolymer as well, which we'll cover in the next slide. So these barrier coating dispersions will have all these strengths as well as it will comply with all these important aspects of sustainability what we talk about. So let me just explain to you what exactly how this barrier dispersion coating works. So as you can see from this slide, so there will be there are certain polymers, biopolymers, as well as bio-based materials which are there. So these in the form of dispersion, they are, and along with binder, they are mixed with an aqueous medium or a solvent medium. So it becomes like a emulsion or a dispersion in aqueous form. Then this is basically a paper coating formulator. And in this, you mixed all these things together. Then there is a paper coating line. You can see the next one. So this paper coating line is different from the extrusion coating. Here, you put aqueous as a media for coating. And afterwards, then you have to remove this water or a solvent completely. So you have to dry the paper. So there will be a long chamber of air drying through which you have to pass through it, so that only the biomaterials, you can say biomaterials film will be there on the paper and paper board, which is a functional coating. And then it goes to the packaging company for forming paper cups or paper plates or various applications, and then it goes to the consumer. So here the paper thickness ranging from 150 to 300 GSM, and the coating is about 6 to 8 GSM, and this is coated by gravier coater or air knife coater. this slide is a comparison between all the three coating materials. The first one is a LDP coating. The second one is emulsion coating, and the third one is extrusion biopolymer coating. So functionally, you can see that oil resistance, sealability, glueability, and hydrophobicity or water resistance, they are at par. When it comes to compostability, obviously LDP coated is not compostable, while emulsion coated paperboard as well as extrusion biopolymer coated paperboard, both are compostable. While recyclability, if you see, only emulsion coated paperboard passes the repulpability test. In case of biopolymer, since the coating GSM is about 18 to 25 GSM, you can't separate it from the paperboard, or we can say that it is not commercially viable to separate it and then use it for the repulping. So it is not that is not recyclable. So only emulsion coated is recyclable. While as per PWM rules, except LDPE, both other products are compostable in nature. So out of all these technologies, emulsion coated paperboard passes all the requirement of a sustainable barrier coating material. So this is how the world has taken this particular material as an alternative to LDPE. So across the world, now this is the new trend which is going on because it is going to save a lot of plastic pollution. So let me show you some of the applications. So this is the major application that you see: paper cups, paper tubs, and paper containers. So now they have become sustainable and biodegradable because the coating has been changed. Other applications which we see in day-to-day life, like these paper pouches, corrugation boxes with inside coating, aqueous coating, fast food container, paper plate, food wrapping paper, then burger wrap, sweet boxes, paper bag, paper tray. All these applications where millions of tons of this paperboard is being used over there, now this replacement work is going on. So let me talk about my company, Green Dot Biopack. So it is the first dedicated manufacturer of certified compostable biopolymer compound resins in India. We provide end-to-end solution from resin and barrier dispersion coatings to bioplastic and paper-based compostable products using highly automated facilities that deliver quality consistency levels as per global benchmarks. We introduced the Indian market to high-quality PE-free barrier dispersion coatings for paper and paperboard, which is certified for various global certifications. So technology, innovation, and sustainability are deeply rooted core values of Green Dot Biopack. These are our 4 business vertical. The first one is manufacturing compostable biopolymer compound resin, then manufacturing these barrier dispersion coatings, then bioplastic-based compostable product range, which are made from these biopolymer resins, and then paper-based compostable product range, again made from these compostable barrier coating dispersions. So end-to-end solution. So you will say that, like, if you are into the basic raw material, why also into the end product, finished product? Because again, I mean, there will be competition in the market. But the challenge is, you know, you need to, when you have a right material, you also need to have a right process and a right manpower who will be able to do this particular chemical work on the machine as per the required application. We faced a lot of challenges in the beginning for the development and everything. And also when we gave the coating solution, since people were using the same machine, which they are using it for other application, and not doing the capex investment for the required modification, it was not giving the required results. So, and you can't have a mini machines, small machines for this. So we have to put the coating machine for our developments, which were going on for 3 years. And then finally, then it ended up the customers started asking who don't have their own coating machine to supply them the roll, and that become main business. So we do supply both the materials. We give entire technology to the coating machines, and as well as we cater to more advanced applications through the this paperboard coating range. So as a USP, we have 8+ years of R&D expertise, clientele across the globe, presence in multiple countries. We provide customized solutions. We have an extensive product portfolio, so more than 100 products are there. In-house raw material production and end-to-end product development. So we have a legacy of 98 years. So various formulations starting from Ayurvedic pharma till food additive, and then finally these packaging additives for biopolymers as well as for these emulsion coatings. So Mr. Rajan Bhagyodaya, he is the chairman of the group, and Mr. Saurabh, he is the managing director. We have all varieties of certificates, because certificates only will give you the validation from the industry that it works for for going for the first, which is the first step towards confirmation that it will work for your requirement. So we'll go through this again in the few next slides. So these are some of the clients to whom we cater to. So when the emulsion coating range or the barrier coating dispersions, the brand name is Green Dot Coat. So under that we have Green Dot Flex, which is extrusion coating biopolymer compound resin, which we saw, which is PLA and bio-PBS compound. Then we have Eco Dispersion. Eco Dispersion is water-based barrier and heat sealable coating dispersion. Then we have biodispersion. So this is basically bio-based barrier and heat sealable aqueous coating dispersion. So you have one more added value of renewability in the second one. And then we have BioBarisil. So this is biopolymer compound which is depolymerized and it is converted into the emulsion form. And this particular biopolymer in the emulsion form can be coated on the paper and paperboard. So the same biopolymer which was having higher GSM coat weight and cannot be separated, that same biopolymer when coated at 6 to 8 GSM by a different way, that separates and then you get a repulpability in the product. So reverse engineering has been done for this. So this is our barrier dispersion coating range. Let's have look at the properties. Some of it is certified compostable coating dispersion from Cipet Kochi only. It is imparting barrier properties to packaging paper and paperboard, like water resistance, to be specific, COB value, which is a measurement for water resistance of 180 seconds up to maximum 3 GSM. Oil and grease resistance, it gives a kit value of about 14, which is equivalent to LDP. And oil holdout property, which no other product gives. That means, so for the practical application, we are going to pack, say, grease with a lot of oil, this oily food, burgers and everything. So oil should not come out of that particular product. So that is known as an oil holdout test. So we give oil holdout test from 1 hour up to 10 days. So even, say for example, sweet boxes, they require an oil holdout of more than 3 days till the sweet is being used. So even for that particular application also, we have a solution. So it straight away replaces LDP coating. And after disposal, coated products would be repulpable and compostable. So it completes the circularity. So there is no waste at the end. There is no landfill at the end. And it is coated by gravier coating as well as air knife coating method with a coat weight of 6 to 8 GSM. So we have, so you know the applications are enormous. So we have a range of different green dot coat grades which are for different application. So for example, just to give you one simple application, we see a lot of molded fiber serviceware which are made from the fibers. Say plates are there which are made from the wood fiber. So they have a, so right now everyone uses PFAS. So PFAS, these are fluorinated fluorocarbons. So they are actually not good for environment. They are carcinogenic. So, but they are the only chemical in paper industry which gives barrier. So people use that even for paper straw. Also, people are using PFAS. So this our emulsion is PFAS free entirely. And even PFAS is banned in Europe as well as US, and now also in India it would be. So this molded fiber, PFAS-free emulsion coating, you can add into the molded fiber application. So this emulsion works. We have a grade which will work on the molded fiber, and it would give you, so you can have curry into the paper bowl straight away, and it will not spill out or come out of the paper bowl. Another interesting application that we have is, say, ice cream packaging. It is completely defreezing, so at -20 to -30 degrees Celsius. So for that, at that particular temperature also, these particular coating dispersions, they work. Moreover, one more interesting application that I want to share with you is for the flexible packaging. So we'll go through that in detail, but for flexible packaging, multi-layer laminate are the biggest source of plastic pollution, as we all know. So a lot of research going on, but there are certain challenges which would be addressed by this particular barrier coating. So let me take you through now the coated paper board. So this emulsion coated paper board range. So we call one of the, so this slide is basically for PE and PFAS free compostable barrier dispersion coated cup stock board, which is used for the paper cup industry. Our brand name for that is Green Dot Cip. So this is DIN Certco Flustex Less Plastic Certified, which is, yeah. So it is repulpable certified with 100% fiber recovery. It is US FDA 21 CFR certified, PFAS free, ROHS and REACH compliant. So we can give maximum width of 1600 mm in a roll form for this. So this slide tells you about the range of coated board with the application. So apart from Green Dot Cip, which is for the paper cups, we have Food Serve, which is basically food service products like plates and trays, tubs and bowls. Then we have Green Dot Food Pack for applications like sweet box container with lead monocarton. Then we have Flexi Pack, which I want to explain here. So Flexi Pack is sustainable barrier coating. So barrier in terms of moisture barrier and oxygen barrier. So, and also aroma barrier, which is required for flexible applications. So this barrier, right now the challenge, as I said, MLP, multi-layer laminates. So for that, this has come out as an external option. So on a paper, you will be doing this particular coating. And this coating gives all the required barrier properties for a higher shelf life of packing of food inside it. So you require a barrier up to say less than 2 gram per meter square for the moisture, as well as for oxygen less than 1. So that you can get it here. Then we have food wrap and food carry. So this is the range of our coated paper board. So thank you so much for your patient hearing, and thank you so much Cipet for providing this opportunity to present our range of products.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Abhijit Rao, for the excellent presentation. Your paper was a welcome change. So I hope all of you have visited the stall put up by Green Dot Biotech. If not, please visit the stall they have put up in the ground floor, please.
Thank you, sir.
And any questions? Cost-wise, how does your this cup, how does it compare with cost-wise?
Cost-wise, these cups would be about 15% expensive.
That's all. 15%?
Yeah, only 15% expensive. Coated cups.
Any other question?
Sir, thank you for your good presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, so from your material, I could able to know that the properties which has to be satisfied for the film is one thing is barrier and oil resistant. Along with that, you have mentioned about the heat sealability.
Right.
I would like to confirm that whether the heat sealability represents it can be sealable to itself and it does not peel off, and it can be used for higher temperature application like oven. inside an oven. Is that the time you
The
have?
substrate, what you said?
Heat sealability. Heat sealability.
No, the second one, the last one, heat sealability aspect.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So generally, when you talk about heat sealability for any kind of paper and paperboard application, it should give a fiber peel off, a strong layer of fiber. So when you heat seal it, and when you peel it off, the fibers of the paper in a strong way should come out when you peel it off. So with LDP, you get this fiber peel off. The similar kind of fiber peel off you get with this emulsion coating. And so you get excellent heat sealability with this material, even at a coat GSM of about 6 to 8 GSM. And importantly, the leakage. If you don't, when there is an application of paper cup where hot beverage like coffee or tea you are going to pour.
Yeah.
So over there, if there is a small micro pinhole also, it would lead for the leakage of the coffee. So this gives excellent heat seal resistance or heat sealability. So there is no challenge at all. And today, whatever cups you are using outside, they all are emulsion coated.
Fine.
So that gives a
Okay, one doubt I am having. The composite you have made is a PLI PBS. Whether this PBS is polybutylene succinate?
Succinate,
yes, I think that is having a lower melting point, around 100 degree or something.
No.
No.
It is basically melting. So it's all not about melting point. It is about the processing temperature.
Okay.
So obviously, say melting point could be would be lower for this one, but the processing temperature is the same as that of like most of the biopolymer. Say about 10-20 degrees here and there, the temperatures are there.
Fine.
But works superb for that.
Do that weather affects if we use any hot drinks? Is there any thermal stability, anything?
Yeah. See, melting point doesn't mean that the material will soften.
Okay, yes.
Okay, but it is not, definitely it is not 90 degrees, it is more than 100 degrees.
Yes.
And whatever beverage we pour into it,
yes,
we pour it maximum temperature of 70 degrees, not more than that.
Okay.
Which is like even that also you hold it, it gives a temperature.
Okay.
The tests that we conduct are at all 95 degrees boiling temperature, all leakage tests, but the coffee or tea, it is maximum
so it is
70 degrees.
It can be recommended
It is safe
yes,
for
okay,
that
fine,
application.
Okay, thank you
Yes.
so much.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good presentation anyway.
Thank you.
And you mentioned about the emulsion coated means coating materials, whatever
Right.
you have made. So kind of emulsions which we are preparing are basically from synthetic monomers. So here you are using such kind of synthetic monomers and you are claiming it is completely biodegradable, biocompostable. So are you using any synthetic monomers? If you are coming to biopolymers means it will come as a composites
Right.
from emulsions.
So there are, very good question, important one. So I showed you the range. There are three material. One is eco emulsion as a brand, which is actually one of the, so here acrylic, which is a synthetic monomer, is being used for this particular application in aqueous media. Now there is another which is basically bioemulsion. So bioemulsion is basically it's again a bio-based material, which is certified bio-based, partially renewable up to 40%. So this particular material is renewable. So it got certified also from DIN CERTCO. And the third one, which is biobaricil, it is made from 100% biopolymer. So since it is made from biopolymer, that is PLA majorly as a biopolymer, it is by nature compostable, and you are coating very small, generally we call it as when you do the compostable testing. So when you are coating all this material onto the final product, you have to test. And that particular final product, it passes IS 17088, EN 13432, as well as your ASTM D6400. So since it passes all the tests, that material is compostable, certified compostable. That's the reason.
Thank you.
Okay. So thank you so much.
Once again, thank you, Savitha, for the excellent presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now we'll pass on to the next presentation. Next presentation is by Mr. Nagaraj K. He is General Manager, Nature Tech India. They have also set up a stall here. I hope you might have seen it. Nature Tech India Private Limited, Chennai. He completed his MSc in chemistry from Madurai Kamara University. He has 19 years of experience in bioplastics, and his specialization is biopolymers, process optimization, and research and development. So I request Mr. Nagaraj K to present his paper. He is presenting on innovations in biopolymer coatings, process efficiency, functional advantage, and microplastic reduction. Mr. Nagaraj K, please.
Kochi already. You have the Cipet Kochi at gmail.com.
Hello. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the Cipet organizers and students. I think I have attended many conferences. This is the right conferences in the biopolymer IPT, because I am working in last 18 years in the biopolymers. I have handled many polymers like PLA, PBAT, PBS, PCL, STAR. Almost n number of biopolymers I have handled in the different processings, like a blown film, cast film, thermoforming, fibers, so coating. So we are accessed many processing also with the biopolymers. So I will just go on some first few slides about our company. I think everyone aware of it. Nature Tech India is the first company in the India to started at 2005. This is the American-based company. In Minneapolis, Minnesota is the origin of this company. So the founded at 1970. Globally, we are present at 65 countries through the 15 JVs and 11 subsidiaries. In India, Chennai, we have the one subsidiary. Approximately 250 global employees and $200 million global revenue, and we are the Zero Zept company. We are a NASDAQ public listed company. So in the NTAC group, there is a 3 verticals, 3 business we are handling it. One is the Zerust Exco, that is the anti-corrosive packaging for mainly metal products. And the second is the Zerust Oil and Gas. So that is for the oil and gas industry, we do giving the anti-corrosive solutions. And the third is the Nature Tech. So I belong to Nature Tech. Nature Tech is the only handling on the biopolymer. We don't deal any regular plastics. So we are specialized into that. So as our global teams, we are the brand solving large global problems. We are not just make the product and sell to people. So there are the problems, we will give the solutions. So our headquarters Minnesota, USA. Research and development, we have a USA, India, China. We have a world-class labs. Quality control labs, USA, India, and China. So our global production and conversion capabilities, film extrusion converters, USA, China, and India. Film extrusion in-house, India and China. Extrusion coating converter in India. Injection molding converter in Malaysia and China. Profile extrusion converter in USA and Indonesia. So these are all our product converters. And then in the global compounding capabilities, in China, we have a 3,500 metric tons per annum. In India, 800 metric ton annum now, and increasing to 4,000 in 2025. We are expanding our capability because the increasing the demand in India. And USA, we were planned at 2,000 metric tons in 2026. So the Nature Tech, the value proposition, what we bring it here in the table is, we are the material agnostic groups. We played more in the material, okay? So that we do joint venture with global, the raw material manufacturer like BASF, PBAT manufacturer, PLA manufacturer like NatureWorks, Total Corbion, PBS, PBSA manufacturer like PTT, MCC, Kingfa. So kind of a global biopolymer manufacturers we tied up. So what we do actually in the business, if you take it, we are more kind of a reactive extrusion peoples. So if you take example, just you take the PLA, you cannot make product. It is just a virgin PLA. So we need to modify that polymers to do the processing and for the performance requirement. Example, if you require like a film, you cannot just make the film use PLA. So because PLA is having the very low melt strength. If you want to make it the film in the blown film machines, it's required some melt strength. So we need to bring that melt strength in the compound formulations. So that is our strength. Example, we will take biopolyesters. We will use lot of modifiers like monofunctional, difunctional, and then chain extenders, radical creators, or catalyst. So we will use lot of additives and do the extrusion and make it like the chain and architecture, like block architecture, graft architecture, different kind of block copolymers we do make it. So this is our strength. So we have the subcontractors for the different products. We have a different subcontractors. We have that. Example, film extrusion, bags and blown film sheeting. We do making it. In injection, we do make cutleries, coated paper, coated cups. Also, we do make coated sheets. We do in the thermoforming and profile straws, lids, zipper kind of a products we do make. So these products is under development. I think biaxially oriented PLA films is under development now, and frozen packaging films are development like milk packaging and fruits and vegetable packaging and ice cream packaging, and CPLA lids are developing, and solution coated paper also we do developing on it. So these are all our product. So if you go to each product, example in film, the bags, we have almost per day 1 million poly bags we do making for the garment industry. So the bags which is 100% compostable and bio content added one. It is certified by our Cipet even globally like TUV Austria and BPI, ASTM D6400TN 13432 certified it. So apart from that, if you take the cutlery for injection molding, we have two kind of cutlery, one for a cold application, the second for the hot application. Example, PLA having the TG at 58 degrees Celsius. If your application of the product goes to the above 50 degrees Celsius, example soup or hot water, the product will be deformed. Or you are storing and transporting at above 50, the product will be deformed. So what we do there actually, usually the PLA is the amorphous or semi-crystalline. We need to convert this semi-crystalline PLA to crystalline CPLA, crystalline PLA, then automatically your HDT of the PLA from 50 degree to converted to 90 degree. So we do make the formulations and the processing techniques. We do make that CPLA cutleries, same kind of CPLA lids. So this is our patent technology in Europe, US and Asia. I am one of the co-inventor on that patent. So apart from that, we have the product for that coated paper. That is the extrusion coated paper. I think Bpgc was spoken about a lot on the previous slides. And the thermoforming and profile, yes. Example, today in India, the straws, polypropylene straws are banned. So the Naturtech is the first company come out the solutions for alternative as the PLA straws. Everyone making in the straight straws. We make the U-shaped straws, which is required like a sharp cut to peer the juice and some knurling and bending area, which is today you are seeing in the Tetra Pak attached it. So that is also the 100% compostable PLA straws. So, and then lids. When you go to the any Starbucks, even the Burger King, KFC, there is the paper cups, the top was closed on the lids. The lids also made out of PLA. So even here required the heat resistance, we do make the CPLA lids. So the techniques are completely different. When you go for the CPLA injection molding process, even CPLA lids. Because here you need to handle the mold at 110 degrees Celsius. So when you operate your process in 110 degrees Celsius at high temperature, we need to be very careful into the selection of mold, process, everything, the formulation, everything with lower cycle time to commercializing it. So these are all the complications needs to be overcome when we formulating and processing techniques when we fixing it out. And that extrusion coated, I think now the regular polyethylene paper cups today people are using it, right? So many states are banned it. So we giving the alternate as the PLA. PLA extrusion coated cup. You don't need to change any machine. You can use the same paper substrate, just change the polyethylene to PLA. So PLA in the sense, not the virgin PLA, because the virgin PLA have a lot of challenges. You know the PLA melting temperature is 150 and the crystallization temperature is above 90. Glass transition temperature is 58. So when you think about the PLA molecular weight is 150,000, right? So there is a different kinds of PLAs market is available. Example, amorphous PLA, semi-crystalline PLA, and then low D content PLA, which is having the faster crystallization. So when you're choosing the extrusion coating grade formulations, we need to be careful what grade of PLA we are choosing it. So the grade we do offering to market is the BF7001. It is basically the PLA base polymer compound. Not only PLA, there is other biopolyester, some additives and some catalysis are added for the processing needs to manage it. Example, there is a neck-in. When you do the coating, maybe I will come out that topic in the next slide. So example, this coating grade, extrusion coating grade, I think the density is 1.3, MFR is 4 to 8, tensile strength is 48 to 40T, tensile elongation is 300, and then grease resistance is 12 plus, and cob resistance is 0.3. I think you hope you are aware of it, grease and cob resistance. Grease is the oil resistance and cob is the water resistance. When we go to beverages application, these are all very important. Food serviceware application, these properties are very important. And then when you see the elongation, generally PLA doesn't have 300% elongation. When you see the data, there is a 300%. So we do plasticize that PLA to have it more elongation. So we have the one more patent with PLA, with PEG, the India Glycol product, plasticize it. We have the product which is having the PLA having 600% elongation. So that is also our one of the patent technology. Second is that in the application, when you go for this application, we can do use for the cold and hot beverages, bowls, trays, foods, e-commerce, eat sellable paper bags, courier bags, and then food servicing paper pouches, jute bags, secondary packaging application like chocolates, biscuits, secondary packaging, not the primary packaging, because generally compostable polymers are low barrier. So that we cannot use for the high barrier applications. So the product future for this grade is, one is can be processed in the existing conventional plastic machines. You don't need to buy for the new machines to make the PLA extrusion coating, because again it is burden for the converters. We designed the polymer, we designed the formulated the compound which can able to use it in your existing machine itself. The second is that improved necking in compared to neat PLA, and better seal strength at lower GSM at 22 GSM at 660 meters per minute. Example, today PLA running at lower line speed and higher GSM. We reached it in 22 GSM at 60 meters per minute. If you go to high line speed, we are reaching at around 120 meters per minute also in the Europe and US with the same grade. Even some applications we reached it in 15-16 GSM, which is not required sealability. And then excellent addition in strength to paper. Example, the extrusion coating here, when you embedding with the polymer with paper, in the natural stage it won't stick. Because example people using the PLA film to stick on the paper using adhesive. Here we are not using any adhesive, right? In extrusion coating, in the hot melt itself, it's to stick together enough. So that we have the formulated grade which is having the very good fiber tear in the coating. Can be processed in the thermal and high-speed ultrasonic sealing machines on the cup making. Once that grade is coated on the paper sheet, it needs to be converted in the printing and then converting the cups. The downstream process is one more important process to get an output on the product. So our product having the cup making speed is almost per minute, we can easily make 100 to 120 cups in the ultrasonic sealing machines. And bio-based content is almost 83% of bio-based content on this polymer. So it is tested with the carbon dating method in ASTM D66. So once that design the polymer, the machine specification, we cannot use just all the machines, right? So we need to fine tune the machines. Example, the L/D of the extruder, we processed it is 28:1, 32:1. And then screw design is single screw with lower shear. Example, today extruders having the higher shear because of the polyethylene they do used it. When you use it to PLA, you need it lower shear. So the die type is T die and the die gap is 0.5 to 0.7 mm is required to have a better lower thickness gauge variations with better coating technique. And the air gap should be 50 to 75 mm and filter size 40 to 60. So when you're using the filter size, choosing the filter size also we should be very careful. Polyethylene people using 120 mesh size and 80, it will build up the melt pressure more into the extruder. So to reduce the melt pressure, we do using 40-60. And usually the PLA processing temperature is 165 to 210 here and the die temperature is 220-230. Chill roll temperature is 10 to 20. The paper treatment corona is mandatory when you coating on the PLA on the papers. So these are all the requirements to coating on the papers of PLA compounds. So I talked about the major problem is the necking. Example, the milk curtain, when you make the T die in the PLA, this is the polyethylene. Regularly LDPE, you can see that the die open area and fill forming area, the distance between that. When you go to that, the milk curtain of PLA, it's a virgin PLA. The necking, you can able to see that the die open area and the final film width. So the necking percentage is very high in the virgin PLA. So in these cases, it's a very difficult to process it. right? This is having a very low melt strength. So we do modifying that, the PLA, to having with other chain extenders and biopolyesters to improving the melt strength with better than virgin PLA. So in the extrusion coating, this process mainly the polymer viscosity. Rheological properties are very important when you making such kind of a product, because this is a flow, right? So the complex viscosity of the PLA is very important. So there is the difference between the regular PLA and our compound. The PLA having the higher viscosity at the higher strain rates. But the formulation which we made it come out with BF703 having the lower complex viscosity at higher shear rates, allowing the lower GSM coating. Example, PLA minimum you need to coat above 30 GSM. But our grade, even our people, our converters are coating, depends on the capability 18 GSM, 20, 22 GSMs. So, and the second point I want to be mentioned is the extensional viscosity. That is the one more important parameter we need to look at it when you formulating the extrusion coating grades. The PLA which is having the strain hardening behavior shows that in the green line. So there is no any strain hardening behavior for the regular PLA. When you look at the BF703, it have that show lower, formulation show the strain hardening, helps the reduce the neck-in. So these things are very important when you designing the extrusion coating grades, as it is the rheological properties are very must to coat on the T-dye on the papers. So the fiber tear, generally sometimes the paper and the PLA adhesion is poor. Okay, so what happened after a day, today if you coated the paper and PLA, the strength is good. Tomorrow it will be delaminated. So we need to look at in the fiber strength, what the market and brands will see, look at it in the fiber strength. So we are done the difference between the regular PLA in 30 GSM, we do getting the peel strength of 307 grams. The same, our compound in 25 GSM, we do getting 700 grams. In the 20 GSM, we do getting 450, equivalent to above than PLA. So this grade is certified by, I think, BPI in ASTM D6400 at US. And then it is migration study. It is the food contact, purely food contact approved grade. So this is completely the extrusion coating grade, melt extrusion coating grade we are seeing. Now we currently working on with some biopolymer solution coating applications also to overcome some commercials. Like today we need to be coat like polyethylene. Today people are coating at 12 GSM, even 9 GSM. But PLA we cannot go down that. We have the challenges there. To overcome that, we do giving the solution coating with that 6 to 8 GSM, we could able to manage that few applications. So this, the biopolymer solution which we developing today is having the coating GSM like 4 to 8 GSM. COB we do getting the 3 to 10 and kit value is 12 plus. The seal range at 160 degrees Celsius. The seal strength we can easily get the fiber tear. So here, why we are going for a solution coating here, mainly the coating GSMs are very less. So the commercially it is very viable. The second is that we can go for like a tea bags and sugar sackets and coated board for the takeout containers, mailer bags, non-barrier secondary packaging application, trays, plates, bowls, cup stocks. If you want to see any products, about our products, you can please visit our stalls. You can, if you require, you can take out and do your own studies also. And then this biopolymer solution, I think we can coat it in the fluxo, semi-fluxo in 3-roller applicators. So the paper and paperboard coated with PLA solutions are repulpable in conventional recycling systems, high quality heat sealable properties, good carbon grease, emulsion, colorless, no change in the appearance of paper and paperboard after coating. The ideal direct food contact packaging application suitable for wet and dry food packaging, 100% compostable. Today in market, everyone using the emulsion coating paper cups all are based on acrylic coating. Acrylic is the regular plastics. It will creating the environmental impact, because initially we used it polyethylene, but today we are using the water-based coating. Somehow overlooked, we are missed out that in the ban as a alternate this product, it will creating the very bad environmental impact, this aqueous based acrylic coatings. So this is not the aqueous based acrylic, this is a solvent and water based but completely biopolymer based and compostable, EN13430 and S6400 and PFAS free. So biopolymer, there is a speciality, right? So the unique properties. So what is the unique property biopolymers bringing in the table today? If you see the single-use applications mainly, these biopolymers, when you putting into the composting, it converted to biomass, carbon dioxide and water. So if you used the compostable packaging or compostable products, if you send it through industrial composting, it will be completely biodegrade according to 180 days. That is a proven concept, right? Proven product in worldwide, people are following it up. But in the same way, in the single-use applications today, what we are doing it in the carbon-carbon backbone polymers like polyethylene, polypropylene, HDPE kind of a polymers, we are just using and throwing it in the environment, in the landfill. Okay, if it is recycling, yes, fine. But not all the products are recycling. If it goes to the environment, first it will create the macroplastics, then microplastics, then nanoplastics. Then it will be persistent microplastics in the environment. It will not go out of the environment. Hope you are all the engineers, so you know that what is the causes of microplastics in the environment, right? Because the world is made for all living things, not only for the human beings to the comfortable. So we need to be very careful what we living to for our generations. So the discovery of the microplastics, you can see that the environmental international publications, there is an article is plastic particle pollution in human blood. The quantification discovery done by the Heather Lesel. And the one more literature is the science of the total environment, detection of microplastic in human lung tissue using FTIR spectroscopy. So the third one is that the biodegradable plastic, the biopolymers do not form chemically persistent microplastics. There is an article. This is not the social media just like that posting fancy videos or memes. This is the scientifically studied, published articles. So we need to be very careful. And the biopolymer giving the another unique is the composting is the one of the best end of life, right? So you know very well that the composting, what are the standards in the ISO 17088? I think Kochi Cipet having the very good facility, the ISO 17088 testing the samples. So there is a different stages in the testing like a fragmentation, biodegradability, ecotoxicity, compostability, composting conditions, and testing standards. So this is the one of the very good waste management solutions. I'm not saying this is the one of the best waste management solution for the single-use applications. Thank you. Any questions,
Thank
please?
you. Thank you very much, Mr. Nagraj, for the excellent presentation. As per the customer's need, you are supplying both modified resin and also products.
Yes.
Both.
Product, yes, sir.
One or two questions. How about the cost effect when you are modifying the resin? how much will the cost?
Compared to polyethylene or compared to PLA?
Compared to PLA or this one, you are supplying modified resins.
Yes.
So
Around 20% higher, sir. But we will get that benefit to down-gauge the thickness and line speed, the wastage. If you considered it, we can easily manage that 20% cost.
But you are claiming that the customer can use the same equipment with your modified resin. Is it possible at all times? Is it possible every time?
Yeah. Same machines, they can use it. Only small modifications they need to be do it. That can easily do them than own in-house operators and maintenance engineer itself. I mean that you don't need to be buy the special machines, new machines. The existing machines itself, you can use and make the products.
Okay. Thank you very much for the excellent presentation.
That was an excellent eye-opener to many of us, I think.
Thank you.
Sir, I would like to find out what the solution is in PLA. You said it is not an aqueous-based solution. So what is the solvent that you'll be using for the PLA other than the aqueous medium? And if so, what is the measure of finding out whether that solvent is completely gone from the product?
Yeah, we use ethyl acetate. I think ethyl acetate is the food contact approved one. And then we do, after coating that, we will send it through the almost 50 degrees Celsius tunnel. So whatever that the solvent residues will be completely disappeared. The product was tested in the migration study as per EU norms. There is no any solvent residues.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Nagraj.
Yeah.
So, excellent presentation. And I mean, since the two companies from India working on the similar application, that confirms that this particular product has a excellent future. I just want to you to explain people what is the situation. See, PE coating on the paperboard is having a lot of challenges, and the material, the paperboard, it becomes non-biodegradable if you coat PE.
Yeah.
So what is the situation of ban on PE coated in different parts of the world? If you have any idea about that would be helpful. So for example, in India, in certain states, it is banned, and we hope that Central Pollution Control Board also will ban the PE coating on paper board. So what is the situation in other part of world and even in India? So that would help.
Yeah. As we are the US company in California state, I think there is a lot of products are the single-use plastics are banned. One of the products they do evaluating the paper cups. Already there carry bag and then garbage bags, cutlery and lids, straws and so many compostable products already using in California state, mainly in US. And Europe, I think they are way aware. I think Italy is the very high opener in Europe. In Asia, I think India is way ahead compared to other countries in Asia. Using of compostable plastic as the alternate.
Okay, with that, we'll close this paper. I once again congratulate Mr. Nagraj for the excellent presentation. Thank you very much. We have one more paper in this session, but I think we'll have it after the tea. Now we will break for tea. After completing her PhD, she worked as a senior engineer at Sending Technology Private Limited. Currently, she is a marketing customer service and quality assurance for Time Technoplast Limited, Yuanxing Container Industry, Taiwan. Dr. Susan will be presenting on polymer coatings for anti-corrosion application, how nature inspires your ideas. Dr. Susan Zakaria, please. Dr. Susan, can you hear me? Dr. Susan? Hello?
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Okay, you can go ahead. Dr. Susan
Okay.
Zakaria, please.
Okay, I'll start now. Thank you. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Susan, a former student of Cipet, Kochi. I was doing MSc in Biopolymer Science and then moved to Taiwan. Did a PhD in National Tsinghua University in Department of Chemical Engineering. And now I'm presenting a work among my 3 projects. One of the projects I'm presenting, which I have done in my PhD. Currently, I'm working in Time Technoplast, and previously I was working in Sending Technology as senior engineer. So I will go through my presentation now. This is one of the work I have done in my PhD time, and it's called a polymer coatings for anti-corrosion applications. And mainly I'm focusing on the nature, how the nature inspires your idea. So I will start with John Mayer's words. In every walk with nature, one receives far more than he seeks. As we all know, if you see the nature, you can find a lot of things. You can learn a lot of things from the nature. So my contents will be nature, the motivation, and lotus leaf base coatings for anti-corrosion applications. Nature, the motivation. So first of all, I would like to explain about the nature of leaves, such as lotus leaf, where you can find when it is raining or if you drop some water on lotus leaf, the water gets rolled off and the leaves get its cleanness, like the dirt will be rolled out. So in the lotus leaf, the properties of its hydrophobicity. The hydrophobicity means the water hating nature. So because of its super hydrophobic nature, the water rolls out from the leaves. Now I talk about the corrosion. As we all know, the presence of air and moisture make the metal corroded. So, like connecting these two, the hydrophobic nature of the leaves due to its patterns can be make the water hitting nature on the metal. This is what we are going to talk on. For example, superhydrophobic surfaces can be seen in lotus leaf, in Sandsoma sagittifolium leaves, lotus leaves, and many other insects also. The superhydrophobic nature can be because of its chemicals present on the surface, or there will be some patterns, like there will be some nanopillars on the surface that will make the water not to get absorbed. Instead, the water gets rolled out, making it superhydrophobic. This is one of the effect called lotus effect. Superhydrophobicity was attributed to the small nanostructures on the surface of the leaf. So, this is a proper example. Like you can see in the lotus leaf, the water gets rolled out easily due to a superhydrophobic nature. And the corrosion cycle of a steel is shown here. So, the coring the ore and the mining the ore, you can get the metals, and the smelting and refining will help us to make a steel product. And later on, this steel product, when it is exposed to air and moisture, it gets corroded, and thereby it goes back to the nature as ore or rust, and the cycle repeats. So here, like when it gets corroded, it affects many of our part. Like metals can be used, metals are widely used in several applications, and if it get corroded, the applications will get destroyed. So now here we focus on the lotus leaf nature. As the water is not getting absorbed onto the lotus leaf, we want to make the metals roll out the water and the moisture. The moisture should not get into the metal. This is what we are going to do. So I'm basically taking two leaves. One is lotus leaf and the other is Santhosoma sagitifolium leaf. The polymer which I am using is PDMS for negative template. So getting the pattern of lotus leaf to my polymer, the polymer which I am using as polybenzosacin, for the help of getting the pattern, we need a negative template to get the complementary structures of the lotus leaf. And this can be used as a negative template, keeping onto the original polymer which I'm using to get the original lotus leaf nature. So polymers used as negative template must need to create the uniform large patterns by replicating the template directly will help in reducing the cost of fabrication. The negative template used will be deformable and soft and able to replicate the structure. Solidified negative template hold the complementary patterns of the original template and can be used to replicate the pattern several times until it gets destroyed. Easy to control, simple, and it is highly faithful to the original template patterns. So while we are using PDMS, or why mostly people use PDMS, is because of its elasticity, chemical resistance, appreciable flexibility, transparency, chemical resilience, and ease of fabrication. So the polymer for corrosion protection. So this particular polymer, polybenzosacin, is used as the main polymer coated on the steel. I will explain the flowchart later. So the polymer that we are using, the requirements must be higher adhesive property to the metal, temperature resistance, resistance to moisture, chemical, and salt to get more efficiency. So the polybenzosacin polymer or the benzosacin resin can be made using this formula, and this can be cross-linked to get the polybenzosacin. And the properties of polybenzosacin includes near zero shrinkage, very high char yield, mechanical properties which are developed rapidly as a function of conversion, less transition temperature must be higher than the curing temperature, good electrical and dielectric properties, low uptake of water molecules, and high molecular design flexibility. So basically this is my experimental pattern. I have been taken a lotus leaf and the Santhosoma sagitifolium leaf, and the negative template PDMS, the PDMS solution is poured over the lotus leaf, and the PDMS template is peeled out from the lotus leaf and like Santhosoma sagitifolium leaf, and this PDMS template, the negative template, will be having the complementary structures of the lotus leaf, and then it is this image shows the PDMS negative template, and then it is coated in the plan B. We are making a steel with PBC over it, and it is heated a little bit, like a cure before it's curing. We are keeping the PDMS negative template over the PBC solution, pour on the CRS. CRS is called wrought steel, and then it is kept heated under a weight, and then it is peeled out so that the PBC solution, the polybenzosazine solution, cured on the cold wrought steel, will be getting the original patterns of the lotus leaf. So the benzosazine is made like this chemical structures, and then it is cross-linked to get CRPBC, which I denote means the cross-linked polybenzosazine. This is basically a test to find its nature. The polybenzosazine which I made must be equal to the results obtained by the others, because this is already synthesized material. So I just compared the FTIR, DSC, the all these measurements, like compared with the original PBC innovation. So my results got equivalent, and the number average molecular weight which I have received is 4830 gram per mole, and polydispersed index was 2.7. All the results are matching with the original results. Then with my experiment, what I'm starting with the contact angle to find the hydrophobic nature. The letters I'm using here is LL for lotus leaf, XSL for Sanasoma sagittifolium leaf, CRPBC is cross-linked polybenzosazine, and I added LL denotes lotus leaf and XSL denotes Sanasoma sagittifolium leaf, and the X I denote the pre-treatment time which is used for the curing in hours. So I have done for 24 hours, 48 hours, 60 hours, and 72 hours. And among that, we found the 60 hours, the 2.5 days of curing the pre-treatment, got the most higher water contact angle. As you can see, the lotus leaf, the picture B, you can focus on picture B. The lotus leaf cross-linked polybenzosazine kept for 60-hour pre-treatment got the much higher water contact angle, and it is 147. The first picture shows the lotus leaf one. The lotus leaf one, the normal pure lotus leaf. The lotus leaf have been grown in our laboratory, and we have plucked the leaf, cleaned it from the dirt, and then checked the water contact angle. We got the results of 146. And in the case of polybenzosazine lotus leaf, after the pre-treatment or preheating of 60 hours, we got 147 as the water contact angle, and the results shows the lotus leaf is better than Sanasoma sagittifolium leaves, and the time of pre-treatment is better when it is 60 hours. This shows the SEM images. So this compares the surface morphology of the picture A shows the pure lotus leaf, and picture B shows the pure Sanasoma sagittifolium leaves. And the picture in the middle, B and E, shows the negative template, that is PDMS negative template, first for the lotus leaf and second for the Sanasoma sagittifolium leaf. And the third set of pictures, C and F, shows the original polybenzosazine polymer that is coated over the cold wrought steel, and it shows the original pattern of the leaves. So the first picture, C, shows for the lotus leaf, from the lotus leaf, and F from the Sanasoma sagittifolium leaf, and we can find the lotus leaf have the more pillar-like structure and the more roughness over it. And these pictures are the SEM images of picture A is lotus leaf, which we grown in our laboratory, and picture B is its SEM image, and picture C the Sanasoma sagittifolium leaf and its SEM image. Picture E shows the Sanasoma sagittifolium leaf and its and F shows the high resolution image, and G and H for lotus leaf for the pre-treatment of 60 hours, and I and H for the pre-treatment of 3 days, that is 72 hours. In this also, it is very clear the picture from the picture H that lotus leaf from the original patterns obtained from the lotus leaf and for the pre-treatment of 60 hours have the more precise pillar-like structure and the roughness is higher. The roughness is checked among the lotus leaf and the Sandisomas sagitifolium leaf for 60 hours, since the 60 hour was showing the higher water contact angle, and it shows the roughness, surface roughness through surface profilometer that lotus leaf PBC 60-hour pre-treatment have more value. This shows the Tafel plot and the Bode plot. So Tafel plot basically shows the potential versus the log of the current. And in this representation, you can easily have tested for 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, and since the Tafel plot, you can see the higher value is between 3 and 2 days. We have tested for the pre-treatment of 60 hours, that is 2.5 days of pre-treatment. And in the Tafel plot, the V shape have been shown. The log is the log value we can see, and the potential value we can see from this. The red marked one, the LL, the lotus leaf PBC for 60-hour pre-treatment have the better value for Tafel plot. We also did the comparison with the Bode plot. And the Bode plot, in the Bode plot, we can find the magnitude and the phase shift. So here in the magnitude and phase shift, you are seeing from the x-axis of frequency and the resistance, you can find the more resistance for the corrosion will be the at the red line, that is for lotus leaf PBC for 60 hours. We have compared with 1 day, 2 day, 2.5 day, and 3 day of lotus leaf and compared with the Sanosoma sagitifolium leaf of 2.5 days, 60 hours. So in this, we can find from the bare CRS, the cold rolled steel, it is much higher. This table shows a clear idea about the comparison of bare CRS and the coated the PBC coated over the CRS, and all this like 24-hour pre-treatment, 48-hour pre-treatment, 60 hours, 72-hour pre-treatment of all lotus leaf and comparison with the Sanosoma sagitifolium leaf for the 60-hour. As we can see, the 60-hour of lotus leaf is showing the I-core value, the corrosion current I-core value is much lower compared to all other values of all other samples, and the E-core value, the corrosion potential value is, you can find the negative. The potential value will be, if more negative is more corrosion. So compared to the bare CRS, it is much lower. And then R core value, the corrosion rate, you can see compared to all other samples, the lotus leaf PBC for pre-treatment of 60 hours shows lower corrosion rate. And then you can see the shear resistance. You can see the resistance also is much higher. The C0 ohm resistance value is much higher for lotus leaf 60-hour pre-treatment. And from this electrochemical analysis, we can find the potential and the potential efficiency is much higher for lotus leaf PBC for pre-treatment of 60 hours have much higher potential efficiency of 99.93, where the normal polymer had 96.26, and you can compare with all other pre-treatments. The 60-hour pre-treatment gave the much higher production efficiency of 99.93, and the water contact angle is equivalent. Like you can see the results that the water contact angle is also higher for the same sample. This is a stability test taken after this. So to check whether our coating is stable in DI water for 7 days, all the tests have been done for 1 week. So DI water, NaOH, HCl, and hot water have been taken to see the alkaline effect and the acidic effect and the water nature. So in that stability test for the PBC coating, we have taken the lotus leaf one for 60 hours, only the better sample we have been taken. And in this, you can see after dipping, after immersion in water for 1 week, the contact angle is still around 140. And after as we all know, alkaline nature will decrease the contact angle. So it can, but it's not much destroyed. The sample is not much destroyed, and the acidic nature will increase it, and the hot water keeping for 1 week have been reduced a bit. And the next picture shows the temperature effect on the sample of lotus leaf 60-hour pre-treatment. In this, you can see as the temperature reduces, the contact angle is increasing. This picture shows the same sample, and it after immersion for 1 week, the SEM images have been shown for lotus leaf. Like you can find the A shows the previous and C shows the later on, and then you can find there is no much difference on the pillars. So after immersion in water, there is no much problem with the samples, and the ICOR value is reduced a bit, and the efficiency have been reduced a little up to 93%. And we are also checked after 7 days the bot plot and the taffel plot. The blue color represents the after 7 days, and the red color represents the previous one. So there is no much difference in the after immersion also. So by this, like we are finding, we have concluded that using a single component anti-corrosion coating with extremely high anti-corrosion efficiency was demonstrated using a polymer named polybenzosacin as raw material. And this PBC is coated uh, on the substrate. And as we all know, we've already used a negative template, PDMS, and this integration of low free energy of cross-linked PBC and its hierarchical structure, like by biomimicking the process, the surface hydrophobicity is high, and which results in the anti-corrosion performance. And we have found the better sample as 60-hour pre-treatment for the lotus leaf, and the protection efficiency have been achieved up to 99.93%, and a very small corrosion rate of 0.30. And both have been, all the samples have been tested, and we found lotus leaf with 60-hour pre-treatment gave the much higher report, higher protection efficiency. Moreover, the crosslink PVC based coatings also exhibit high stability in harsh conditions, further widening its potential in practical applications. By this, I end my presentation, a short talk. So thank you everyone for listening to me. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Susan, for the excellent presentation. So, this lotus effect, which other polymers can you use for such applications? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Susan?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the excellent presentation. Which other polymers can you use for mimicking this lotus effect? How did you select the polymers for this mimicking this effect?
The audio is not clear.
You have used PDMS and Bpgc, and which other polymers can you use for mimicking this effect?
Yeah, the question is whether we can use other polymers also, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, because of the machines are running in the factory, the audio is not clear. But I just heard the question is whether we can use other polymers instead of polybenzosacin. So yes, we can use different polymers, and like there are other literatures which shows using different other materials. Like, but basically, people will select the polymers which have hydrophobic nature, because already the polybenzosacin is hydrophobic, not super hydrophobic, but hydrophobic. But, so we can enhance its property. So choosing any hydrophobic polymer instead of polybenzosacin can be done. And why we use PDMS is because of mainly because of its elastic nature, because we need to peel it out and stick easily. So that is why people mostly use, most of the literatures you can see people use PDMS. And for instead of polybenzosacin, you can choose any polymer with hydrophobic nature.
This is a published work. This is a published work. I think even if you ask questions, she may not be hearing. Can you hear, Susan?
Oh, I got. I'm sorry for the audio is not clear, but I got the message. Like, is this published work? Okay, this is already published work. First author as me and my supervisor, Yingling Liu. This is already published.
Any other question? So I think we may have to contact her because audio is not visible to not hear. She is not hearing. So I think anybody interested may contact her directly. So I thank her for the excellent presentation. Let us give a big clap to her. Thank you. So in this session, we had 3 excellent presentations. I once again thank all the presenters for their excellent presentations. I thank Cipet for giving me this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you for patient hearing.
I'm inviting Dr. Manjula ma'am to present a memento to our invite lecture session chairperson, Dr. K.E. George sir. I welcome Dr. Lenny Matthew ma'am, the chairperson of our oral presentation 1 section. Dr. Lenny Matthew serves as the head of the Department of Polymer Technology at Mangalam College of Engineering, Kottayam. She was a former faculty of Cipet IPT Kochi, NIRT and Mahatma University College of Engineering, Muttam. She holds a BTech, MTech and PhD from Cochin University of Science and Technology. She brings with her 27 years of teaching experience along with 2 years of industry experience. Her scholarly contributions are noteworthy, with 11 papers published in international journals, a book chapter to her name, and 2 patents published. Dr. Lenny has also presented papers at 10 national and international conferences, further expanding her influence in the field. In addition to her research and teaching, she has taken an active role in academic leadership, having organized 4 conferences showcasing her commitment to knowledge sharing and collaboration. With her extensive academic and industrial experience, Dr. Lenny Matthew continues to contribute significantly to the field of polymer technology, demonstrating a strong commitment to research, education, and innovation. I request Dr. Lenny Matthew ma'am to chair the oral presentation 1 of this day. I would like to hand over the session to the chairperson.
Thank you. now it is 1.5 hours late, so all the participants to present their papers at 8-minute presentation and 2 minutes for the questionnaire. The first presentation is the Shana Jebin VP from MES College of Calicut. Her paper is Barrier Properties and Biodegradability of Ethylene Vinyl Acetate Waste Bpgc Shell Cellulose Composite Films.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I am thanking you, the Cipet organizers, for giving me a chance to present my research work in this prestigious institution. And my research work is barrier properties and biodegradability of ethylene vinyl acetate waste pistachio shell cellulose composite films. The use of polymer materials in food packaging field is one of the largest growing market area. Packages made with plastic are permeable to small molecules like gases, water vapor, organic vapors, aromas present into food. EVA is a widely used material as a matrix to prepare polymer films for packaging applications in food industries. In the present work, we use the cellulose isolated from pistachio shell as a green filler in EVA polymer. The objectives of the present study are preparation of EVA and EVA cellulose composite films through solvent casting method, and study the permeation behavior of composite films prepared, and analysis of biodegradability of the films through soil burial test. The composite films are prepared through solution casting process. For that, I prepared solution of EVA in THF as well as the cellulose dispersion THF, and both the solutions are mixed well and transferred to petri dish for film casting. This is the formulation of cellulose composite EVA cellulose composite films. For fixed amount of EVA, the percentage weight of cellulose is varied. 5 types of films are prepared. EVA C0, EVA C1, EVA C2, EVA C3 and EVA C4. Vapor permeation studies and biodegradability. The vapor permeation of the composite films are studied for 2 sets of solvents. Carbon tetrachloride. The first set of solvents are carbon tetrachloride, chloroform and dichloromethane, and then xylene, toluene and benzene. The procedure is the sample having 4x4 size cut from the membranes and were tightly placed in between the lid and special designed permeation vessels. The area subjected to permeation was 1.76 centimeters square, and the mass of the permeation setter was not at regular time intervals. Then soil burial test is done. Weight loss analysis and the loss in tensile strength are noted for 2 months. Then we can move to results and discussion. This is the comparison of permeation of benzene and dichloromethane. The addition of microcellulose powder into pure polymer, EVA polymer increases the barrier properties because a decrease in the area that is available for diffusion and the tortuous path around impermeable flakes. For both set of solvents shows a regular lowering of permeation. With the loading of filler until 5%, then an increase in permeation is observed. It is due to the agglomeration of cellulose during higher loading. And a homogeneous distribution is possible up to 5% loading of filler. And this is evident from some images. That is for a pure EVA film, EVA C0, we can see the presence of pores, and for EVA C2, we can see homogeneous distribution of cellulose particles, and for EVA C4, we can see the agglomeration of cellulose particles on EVA. And this is the comparison of permeation plots of benzene and chloro solvents through EVA C2. Permeation of benzene or dichloromethane vapors are higher than that of other solvents because molar size and molar mass of the solvents are, these solvents are lower than that of others. And the polar nature of EVA cellulose composite membrane, which has more affinity towards chlorosolvents compared to BTX solvents. And permeation coefficients are calculated using the equation P is equal to QL by delta PAT. And we can see the permeation depends on molecular mass and size of penetrance. And the permeation coefficient follows the order dichloromethane greater than chloroform greater than carbon tetrachloride, as well as benzene greater than toluene greater than xylene. That is, permeation coefficient decreases up to 5% loading and then gradually increases. Relative permeability also helps to assess the barrier properties of the films, and it is calculated using the equation PC by PM is equal to 1 minus phi by 1 plus alpha phi into 2 by 3 into S plus half. And theoretical permeability and experimental permeability are calculated using the equation, and we can see the theoretical permeability has a gradual decline in their values, and experimental relative permeability shows a gradual decline until EVA C2, then an increase in relative permeability. And the theoretical and relative permeability values in good agreement at lower loading of cellulose due to their homogeneous distribution until EVA C2. This is soil burial test of polymer films. First plot shows the percentage weight loss of pure EVA membrane and EVA cellulose composite membranes. And the second plot is the loss of tensile strength of the EVA polymer films. And EVA pure polymer membrane had no weight loss, which indicates that microbes have no capacity to attack EVA plastic membrane. And while the cellulose added to the EVA was consumed by microorganisms under the soil, which is the reason for the weight loss observed. And the tensile strength was decreased for 3 types of films, and the loss in tensile strength was higher for cellulose-loaded composite films. In conclusions, EVA cellulose composite films prepared successfully, and permeation behavior of composite films explained by molar size, molecular mass, and polarity of solvents, and permeation coefficients and relative permeability were calculated and compared. And the prepared films with cellulose showed improvement in their barrier properties against different solvents. And EVA cellulose composite films are partially biodegradable, which is evident from soil burial test. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind attention.
Shana, for the presentation in time, completed in time. This is open for any questions. Audience, any questions? So, thank you once again. Thank you for the good presentation. Next presentation is Gurumurthy Rama from Cipet. He presented a paper of photothermally responsive 3D printed biodegradable composite scaffold for bone tissue engineering. Please start.
Good evening, Onadal. My name is Gurumurthy. I am a Senior Research Fellow at Cipet IPT, Kochi, under the guidance of Dr. K.P. Bhuvana. My topic is photothermally responsive 3D printed biodegradable composite scaffold for bone tissue engineering. So, everyone, we are healthy, so we can do any movement, we are chit-chatting, dancing, everything we can do. If in case we have any disease or any trauma, we will admit it in the hospital, so we can't move anything. So bone is a very important, it is a skeleton part of our body. So in this old age people and kids, we don't have any surgery because they're having that blood vessels, it will affect, and then metabolic pathway, it will affect for the kids and old age people. So that's why I planned for that non-invasive method. That is, we can use for the light source. So in that computer interface, we are designing that whatever implant we want to design. In that CAD, we can design. Then we can go for that 3D printing. in that uses of light, we can treat for that bone cancer or any other bone regeneration properties. So in the mammals, especially in the humans, limbs or organs, we can't generate very fast. So it will take 3 to 6 months. So if you play cricket or something, Rishabh Pant taken 1 year rest for that accidents. So every year accident is going on, and malnutrition, everything, it will affect for that bone. So that's why I chosen this topic. So introduction, bone is already told, it's a skeleton part of our body. It having the two parts. One is for the 30% organic component and 70% is inorganic component. So in that bone regeneration, you should know that the 4 topics. One is for the osteogenesis. Osteo means bone. Genesis means development of bone. Blast means formation of bone. Third one is the cyst. Maintain mineral concentration. There is a calcium and a phosphate, that mineral composition, that concentration matrix should be there, that is osteocyst. Then last one is the osteoclast. So everything, it will be formation, then something, it should be a degrade. That is the osteoclast, bioresorption. So in this, bone should be grow in that corner only. So both the corner, it will grow. Then we will have that a proper bone. Second diagram, it's what are the bone defects in the world. Mostly we have that spinal fusion. So if you are going any bus or any traveling more time, you feel backbone. So that's why they are more concentrated about the spinal fusion. Second one is the dental. And the third one is the long bone. So if you have met in any accident, something, then nowadays it's a joint reconstruction and the knee bones, it's growing. So that at last right side corner, that is the implant need for that every year. So morning sir told 2022, it having that 370 million implants they needed. So if they are implanting, so after that it will be okay? No, because 40% of after surgery we are doing for the post surgery for the 40%. So in that we want to reduce, we can go for the advanced method. So initially, how we can detect? So if you are feeling any defect or something, you met an accident, so you can go for the doctors. So they will detect with using with XRD or CT scan something. So they will find out where that broken bone. So initially they used for that monolithic. So whatever the stones or any supporting material they used. After that wood they used. So then only they find out that blood vessels they needing. So they need some nutrition for that particular places. That's why that microporous came. So after that nanotechnology booms, then nanoparticles they used for that. Then nowadays they are using for the electrospin fibers, they are using hydrogel, they are using more nowadays. Then advanced method is 3D printing. So everything their fabrication methods. So in this biomaterials, metals, polymers, ceramics and composites, nowadays they are using for that microorganisms also they are using for that composite materials. So in this material, using with the different fabrications, they are going for the in vitro test. Then they will check it in the animal studies. Then finally, we will get the normal bone. So that right side last images, I'm using for that photothermal. Why I'm going for that invasive, I told in the previous slide. So in that light source, we are applying some places, some particular time, it will make a heat. So in that heat, I will using for the nanoparticles or the composite materials, using with that laser light, I will stimulate inside our body and to treat the bone cancer or bone regeneration. So different lights are we are using that. Nowadays they started with UV lights, but still it's under progress only. In that IR light, it will go inside our body. In that IR near infrared, it will specifically what we are targeting, in that it will hit and we can treat that. So these are some reviews. So 3D bioprinting, they started in the 2000. After 2000, second paper is they are using for that some polymers for that 3D printing. Third one is the why I'm using for that PCL for that bone regeneration. Fourth one they are using for that surface modification and composite material in that 3D printing. And fifth one is that the composite bioactive glass, why they are using for the bioactive glass. And last one is they are using for that some nanoparticles, they are using that 3D printer. So in that research gap, what is the research gap in my project is, first one is the vascularization. So if you are planning for anything, that blood vessels, to form the blood vessels is the important thing. Second one is the whatever you are choosing that material, it should be having a high mechanical strength, that should be a degradation. Then cell scaffold interaction. So whatever the scaffold, it will be interact with the cells. Then last one is the treatment gap. It should be very less because already I told bone it will be take more time. So I chosen for that PCL having that high RGD. This is the cell attachment for that cell scaffold interaction. I chosen for the bioactive glass. There is a ceramic material combination of silica, calcium, sodium, and phosphate. And I chosen for the 3 nanoparticles. There are 3 of them photothermal properties. So bioglass, I told initially that silica I chosen for the ethyl orthosilicate, sodium nitrate for the sodium, calcium nitrate for the calcium, and phosphate for the triethyl phosphate. Everything within a half an hour time interval we can add, and then 4 hour spinning we are using for that catalyst for the nitric acid. We are making that salt gel method for that bioglass for that uniform shape. And silver I am using for that sedimentation process using with chitosan. Graphene oxide Hammer's method, zinc oxide I am using for that salt gel method. So these are the material characterization. So bioglass having that I going for that sintering different time temperature in that 700 having that optimum calcination temperature. So with that having that image is 700 calcination temperature. Silver having that crystalline, graphene having that amorphous, zinc oxide also a crystalline form. So second one is the functional analysis, that particular peak we will finalize, confirm it, that is bioglass, silver, graphene oxide and zinc oxide. Then a third image is the A is the bioglass having that 25 nanometer particle size. Second one is the silver, it having that 75 to 110 nanometer size. Averagely it will come around 105 nanometers. C is the graphene oxide, it having that 90 nanometers. And D is the zinc oxide, it having that 70 nanometers. So in that I will check for that initially antimicrobial activity. Why? Because if you are doing any surgery or something, it will affect for that micro contamination. So in that nanoparticles, PCL, bioglass, zinc oxide having that more antimicrobial activities, remaining also having microbial activities, but compare these 3, zinc oxide having that more. And then I taken for that this CT scan image is my friend, he met an accident, so I taken from him with that consent. So in that CT scan image there is a 2D image. We will go for that materialized software that we can make a slice and then mesh, and then we can make it into 3D image. Then I will go for that gyroid model. Gyroid model having that more mechanical strength, and it will be easily to adapt for that bone regeneration methods. So in that I will try with the 3 different methods. First one is the there is the ANSYS software I did. So first one is the fully manual. I draw manually and then I make a shape for the gyroid. Second one is the numerical method. So numerical method having that 3 different things: partial, non-linear, and integration. In this I will try it for that some semi-manual. Third one is the fully I did with the manual. So in this 3, that third one that manual did, I get a proper and exact gyroid shape. In that gyroid shape, I will get that below that is the gyroid model for that. So in that I taken for the 3 different relative bone density, because there is a relative density, it's similar to the bone regeneration. So these are, yeah, sure. These are the 3D printed 3 different relative densities. So in this 25 having that better results. So these are degradation studies for that PCL bioglass, silver and graphene and zinc oxide. This is after 21 days I taken for the degradation studies. This is the XRD images for that. That mechanical studies initial for the stimulation, and below is the tensile for that experimental. This is the thermal. So we are applying for that near infrared using with NIT Trichy. So in that silver having that more, there is a metal, so it will absorb more light and then it will showing that a higher thermal conductivity. So normally in that trabecular bone it having that 0.42, it will be more, then it will be good for that. So my 3 nanoparticles above that 0.42. So this is the MTT assay for that. So first diagram I did for that 3D printer, which percentage it will be good for that bone, and below it's that composite material for the 3D printer. And the right side image is a calcination assay in that PCL bioglass zinc having that good for cell viability. Then alkaline phosphatase test for that bone regeneration. This alkaline phosphatase is a biomarker for the bone regeneration. First diagram is for that 3% for the relative density, and second image for that composite for that scaffold. This is a hemolysis. I tested that human blood samples, in that also having that PCl bioglass zinc oxide having that good hemolysis. There is not react with blood. So in that I will conclude. So 4 nanoparticles I synthesized and characterized with a different characterization. So I designed with a 3D model for the gyroid from the 2D image. Then in that I will relative density 25% I confirmed for that, which are better results. In that PCl bioglass silver having that more thermal conductive property, but compare with the cell studies and everything, PCl bioglass zinc oxide having that better for the bone regeneration. This is the future work I will do for the anti-cancer for the cell culture reactive oxygen species for that further analysis. Then some proliferation tests. In vivo studies next week I will start. These are my references. Acknowledgement for the DST seed and Cipet for the facility. In future, there is no disability peoples. That's why I put this diagram, because everything, it's will regenerate materials, stem cells, it's booming. So in future, there is no disability peoples. Thank you.
Thank you, Murthy, for very good work and also nice presentation. Any questions from the audience? No. Okay, thank you once again. Next, I invite Sujit Nadarajan from Rubber Board, Kottayam. He presented a paper on engineering properties of modified natural rubber.
Okay, good afternoon to all. My name is Sujit Nadarajan, working as a JRF in the Technical Consultancy Division of Rubber Research Institute of India. Today I would like to give you a presentation based on the research work which has been work on a physically modified form of natural rubber called the superior processing rubber. As we know that the natural rubber is a commercially inevitable material, possesses a good number of properties due to its high molecular weight and strain induced crystallization and certain specific viscoelastic properties, and also finds application in the manufacture of different types of molded, extruded and calendared items. Along with these advantages, they also lack some of the properties which are quite important for certain specific technical or engineering applications. For that, modification is most necessary either through the physical or chemical routes, and this flowchart gives us the brief general classification of the modified forms of a natural rubber. Today we are focusing on a physically modified form of natural rubber called the superior processing rubber. As the name indicates, it is superior with respect to the processability. That is, it produces fast and smoother extrusions with a lower die swell, and they are available in 2 different varieties, regular type and master batch type. Generally, the regular types are used as a complete replacement for the natural rubber in rubber formulations as a base material. However, the master batch types are used to impart this superior processability in other rubbers, including the synthetic rubbers. So the primary objective of our work is to evaluate the effect of this PAT rubber in imparting this superior processability in other rubbers, including the synthetic rubbers, and for which we have done certain physiomechanical property analysis and processability to identify the ideal blend proportion which is most suitable for the extrusion with the optimum properties, for which we have used a 2-stage mixing methodology in which all the ingredients except the curatives were mixed using an internal mixer. After the sufficient cooling, the curatives were incorporated to the above using a 2-roll mill. The various phases of our study involves the investigation of the individual blends of a PAT with synthetic rubbers like EPDM, NBR, CR and SVR. So we have tried out 5 different blend ratios ranging from 70-30 to 30-70. So that our characterization techniques involves a study upon the rheology, mechanical properties, thermal properties, effect of liquids, as well as ozone, filler dispersion, and finally the processability. These were the instruments and machineries we have used for our study. And first phase is the PAT EPDM blends. As we know that EPDM or ethylene propylene elastomer is a saturated polyolefin rubber, which is obtained by the polymerization of ethylene and propylene, both are synthetic, having a small amount of a diene content, and we have used an EPDM with a diene content of 8.9. And EPDM is well explored in automobile industry in the form of seals, weather strips, gaskets, etc. And it also finds application in the industrially important product like O-rings, hoses, gaskets, etc. Similarly in construction and heating, ventilation, and air conditioning applications. So before we discuss the results in detail, let us see the chemistry behind each of the properties. Please let us consider these blue circles are the unsaturation moieties or the sites which are available for the vulcanization. So the EPDM is having relatively lower unsaturation moieties, as we told that it is having only a lower ENB content as compared to the unsaturated natural rubber. So, however, when we see the PAT, which is having a comparable unsaturation with the EPDM, so it is expected to form more compactable blends. And when we consider the distribution of the curatives also, the curatives which are generally polar in nature tend to diffuse towards a more unsaturated NR phase, so that it may results in the maldistribution of the curatives. However, in PAT EPDM blends with having a similar or comparable unsaturations may resulted in the uniform distribution of the curatives, so that the cure compactability is much favorable in PAT EPDM blends than compared with the unmodified natural rubber EPDM blends. So coming to the result part, the Scotch time measurements of both blend samples measured almost similar because they are ready prone of the curatives to migrate towards easily cross-linkable NR phase. And the optimum cure time of both blend samples also having a higher values with the higher EPDM content because EPDM is a slow curing rubber. The cure rate index, see for NR EPDM, it shows a sharp decrease, that dotted red line. This indicates that the unsaturation sites are different in NR and EPDM. However, see in PAT EPDM, it shows a slower declination, which signifies or which supports the comparable unsaturation in PAT and EPDM. The Mooney viscosity values also shows a higher values with the increase in the EPDM content, so that processability becomes difficult at a higher EPDM content. The tensile strength measures also almost be similar in all the proportions, because EPDM is also having a semi-crystalline nature, which supports a higher tensile strength values. However, the elongation values for the PAT EPDM, that is our system, is having lower values because PAT being a partially cross-linked rubber, having a lower tendency to elongate or deformate under unapplied stress. So it will be definitely having a higher stiffness. So modulus being an indication of the stiffness, it will be having a higher stiffness. The after-aging properties also replicates the results from the unaged specimens. The percentage of retention of the tensile strength after the aging was found to be dominant for the PAT EPDM. This because of PAT will contribute greater towards the extent of crosslinks in addition to that formed during the sulfur vulcanization. The striate strength also shows more or less similar values, that is being a Plato effect. And the semi-crystalline nature of EPDM is also responsible for the same. And the abrasion resistance index is also found to be progressively increasing with the EPDM in case of PAT EPDM. EPDM compounds are best known for their good compression set properties, because the effect of temperature may causes the additional crosslinks, and that makes the material much more stiffer. So it may result in higher set values. In our system, see the PAT EPDM is having relatively good compression set properties. Obviously, the hardness will be higher because the PAT is a cross-linked rubber. The swell index values also is lower for PAT EPDM because the stronger rubber filler interaction and the partially cross-linked structure of PAT make the swell index values lower. Lower the swell index, higher will be the cross-link density. These are the 20% stretched vulcanizates of a PAT EPDM plant samples after the exposure towards the ozone. So no visual cracks was observed after 72 hours of exposure. Similar are the stretched specimens of NR EPDM. So it signifies the minimum amount of EPDM can save our material from ozone attack. The thermal properties were analyzed by using a TGM. And we can see the first and second degradation temperatures almost raised with the increase in the EPDM content, and they are almost close to a common value. And derivative weight changes values also found to get improved with either NR or PAT content. And this PAT being a modified rubber, definitely it will be having a higher thermal stability, and that has been indicated from the lower derivative weight change for the PAT EPDM system. This also supports the same. The blends with having a higher EPDM content is having higher thermal stability or higher degradation temperatures. These are the morphological images of the control system and blends. Among the blends, PAT EPDM is having smoother surfaces with a minimum crack paths and holes. You can compare both of them. And these are the same at a higher magnification. The percentage of dispersion of the carbon black for the blends made a satisfactory results as indicated from the white area sections. Minimum the white area, good will be the dispersion of the filler. Okay, the main topic is the processability. The effect of PAT in improving the processability was very well clear from the dissolve measurements, because the blends with the maximum PAT content is having minimum dissolve. And these are the fine shapes or the extruders which are being produced from PAT EPDM blends. You can clearly see that the first three extruders, that is blends with a higher PAT content, are produced as smoother surfaces with a lower dissolve. That is very important. However, the other two systems, 4060 and 3070, are having surface rupture due to the melt fracture. Similarly, another defect called Shah skinning was observed for the control system also. So these defects can be rectified using certain troubleshooting. And these are the things, and we can do, or whatever we can do is to reduce the extrusion speed, or either to increase the melt temperature, die length, reduce there are some points are there. However, these are the extruders of NREPDM. Clearly we can see that the unmodified natural rubber have produced smoother surfaces, but no major processability defects. But we can see that the dissolve measurements are very higher. So these are the magnified appearances and contours of the extruders of PAT EPDM blends. You can clearly see that the surface rupture is from the magnified images. Similar for NREPDM, all are smooth. These are the control systems, and coming to the highlights or concludatory portion. The PAT and EPDM is having almost comparable unsaturation, so that they are chemically similar in nature, and hence it will result in a highly compactable as compared to the unmodified natural rubber or general natural rubber. High level of uniformity can be attained with the product of SP rubber, because the cure compactability is much favorable in SP rubbers. PAT improves the processability and technical properties of EPDM compounds, and so we can recommend up to 30 to 50% of a replacement of the synthetic rubber with a natural rubber. So that is the sustainable approach. So SP rubber modified products are cost effective also, and good in balance with the technical properties. Apart from the PAT, we have also done the blends with NBR, CR and SBR. All the analysis we could able to see or come up with a conclusion that blending SP rubber with a synthetic rubber is a cost effective substitute, and also it improves the processability without any without compromising the physiomechanical properties. So that is the presentation. Thank you.
Can you compare the cost of the PAT with NR?
Yeah, of course. Definitely, right now the latex is, Senex is having currently 130 rupees per kg. So we are making the PAT from the field latex. So definitely the price will be lower. For the processing charges and for the vulcanization part, 40 to 50 rupees will be charged. But when we compare with the synthetic rubbers, it is very lower. See, just take the example of CR rubber. It is cost 650 thing. For our purchase, it costs around 650 rupees for 1 kg, EM40, chloroprene rubber. Denka, yes. Similar for the other NBR rubber also, 500 rupees anyway it will be. So when we compare with the synthetic rubbers, this modified natural rubber is having lower price, but it will be higher with the prestige because we have to process it. But this has to be sustainable, but we cannot completely replace the synthetic rubber. We can replace a part, and we can maintain the properties, and we can boost up our natural rubber market also.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, once again, thanks for your nice work and good presentation. Okay. Next candidate is Ashwin S. Warrior from CSIR Trivandrum. He presented a paper on nanoparticle reinforced sodium calcinate and Vipotin coatings for sustainable packaging applications.
Good afternoon, all. I am Ashwin Warrior. I am coming from CSIR NIST Trivandrum. I am a PhD scholar working under the guidance of Dr. Anjaneyulu Kothakota. And today My topic is nanoparticle reinforced sodium caseinate and whey protein coatings for sustainable packaging applications. The first 2 points I think I don't need to explain again because today already some other speakers have described very well. That is regarding the need for plastic alternatives and the importance of coatings in packaging materials. So I'll skip the first 2 points and jump to the third point, because mainly when we speak about the coatings that is used in packaging materials, we can say that there are 3 major types. One is the bioplastics like PLA or PBH or PBAT or materials like that. Then there are polysaccharides like chitosan or materials like that. Then again, protein-based coatings, that there comes the pectin, zein, casein, whey protein, etc. So this protein-based coatings offer versatile applications because they are having several functional properties. And in this study, I have taken sodium caseinate and whey. These two are actually milk-based proteins. These two constitute the milk proteins. And these are having very diverse applications, not only in the food industry, but also in several other industries. And these sodium caseinate and whey are having notable film forming and coating capabilities also. But even though they are having notable film forming and coating capabilities, they are having some limitations with respect to the mechanical strength and barrier properties. So what I have tried is to eliminate these limitations and to develop a coating. And for that, the objectives of the study is, first is the development of sodium caseinate and whey-based coatings reinforced with nanoparticles, optimization of coatings based on mechanical and barrier properties, application of optimized coatings on commercial craft paper and biodegradable plates, and their characterization. The third point we have taken because we wanted to know what the real world application of our coating is. So for that purpose, after the lab scale optimization, we have tried it onto commercial materials. So how we did that is here. In case of both casein and whey protein, we have taken 10 grams of that particular protein, added to 100 ml water, and we have added a plasticizer 5 ml of glycerol. And in case of casein, we had to convert it into sodium caseinate, then only it will be able to form a flexible film. Otherwise, it will form like a brittle plastic. So we have added 1 normal NaOH to casein solution until the pH reached 8. Then 0.5% guargum was added to whey protein solution so that both the solutions will have somewhat comparable viscosity, so that when we are coating it on the surfaces, it will form somewhat similar films. Then we added 3 nanoparticles, and they were tried at 3 different levels: 0.5%, 1%, and 2%. And beyond, sorry, it is a small mistake. It's not 2%, it's 1.5%. Because at 2% and beyond, we observed that when we added 2% or more of the nanoparticles, the coating was becoming brittle and it was breaking off. So we limited the level up to 1.5%. And the 3 nanoparticles which we used were, one is nanocellulose, and we made nanocellulose from pineapple leaf using steam explosion and acid hydrolysis. Then eggshell nanoparticle was made by microgrinding, and then casein nanoparticle was made using a desolvation technique with ethanol. All these techniques are already well known, and we have just taken the procedures from the literature and made these nanoparticles. And why these 3 nanoparticles? Because the first one, nanocellulose, is actually a saccharide-based thing. It is a polysaccharide. Then second one, eggshell nanoparticle, is mostly calcium carbonate, a mineral-based coating, mineral-based material. And third one, casein nanoparticle, means it's again a protein material, casein itself. And the particle size was confirmed by dynamic light scattering. Now, to do the study, first of all, we made a lotus-based handmade paper. From lotus, we made a handmade paper. And on the handmade paper, we manually coated the different combinations. And then after that, we thermally cured it. And from the cured papers, we selected the optimized combinations. And optimized combination means 1 casein-based and 1 whey protein-based. From both sides, we have taken 1 each. And both of these we applied on craft paper and biodegradable plates. And these were characterized again. Now, these were the sheets which I have studied uncoated lotus control casein coated without any nanoparticles, control way coated, then way and casein with nanocellulose, eggshell nanoparticles and casein nanoparticles. Then the test which we have done for optimization is just tensile strength, contact angle and water uptake, because as I already told you, mechanical strength and barrier properties were the major issue with the casein and protein coatings. And based on this, whichever showed promise in this study was taken up 2 coatings each, from one each from each side, one casein based and one whey protein based was selected, and all these tests were performed for characterization. Now, in case of tensile strength, it was observed that initially, this is not working. Initially, the tensile strength is very low. With coating, there is a tremendous increase in tensile strength, and 2 of the highest tensile strength are marked here. And then in case of contact angle also, in comparison to uncoated samples, the coated samples were showing better increased contact angle. The highest values are marked here. Then in case of water absorption, we can observe that it is somewhat inverse relation to contact angle. We can see that still it is not proportional. So somewhat in a similar level, somewhere near 45% of water uptake was observed in most of the coated samples. At the same time, 200% water absorption was seen in uncoated samples. So from this we found that the coatings are good. Means the coatings along with nanoparticles are good. And from these coatings we have selected 2. That is casein plus 1.5% nanocellulose, which is CN3. And next one is whey protein plus 1.5% nano casein. And these 2 coatings we selected based on these rounded items. These items we selected. And the coatings were applied on commercial craft paper, which we purchased from Amazon.com. And then biodegradable plates, which are already available in market, made from agricultural residues like rice husk, rice bran, etc. And the samples were labeled as CKP, casein coated craft paper, casein coated biodegradable plates, whey coated craft paper, whey coated biodegradable plates, and uncoated samples were taken as control, UKP and UBP. And these are the pictures of the biodegradable plates and the paper. Now, when we studied the tensile strength, we observed that there is no significant increase in, there is no significant variations in the uncoated and coated thing. And this may be due to the difference in thickness. And in case of our handmade paper, it was non-homogeneous, but this is a commercial item. That's the reason. Then in case of contact angle, we found that all the coated samples were having more than 90 degrees. That is, all are hydrophobic in nature. Then in case of water and oil absorption, we observed that at room temperature, at a low temperature, at high temperature, at acidic pH, at basic pH, and in case of oil absorption also, in all these cases, coatings showed an improved barrier properties. And among these also, particularly if you observed, casein coated craft paper or biodegradable plates were showing better results. And when we studied the infrared spectra, in some specific spots, somewhere around 1600, you can observe, we can see that in case of coated samples only, that amide bands are visible. Then we studied the thermogravimetric analysis we performed for all the samples. In case of craft paper, it is a somewhat simpler 2-stage degradation. First stage is for the normal evaporation and removal of volatiles, and second stage is the destruction of this cellulose, semicellulose, etc. While in case of biodegradable plates, we can see that it is a little more complex, because from the DTG image, it is a two curves are visible, 2 peaks are visible. So it may be mostly because of the multi-component nature of the material. In case of DSE, mostly we can only observe one endothermic peak, but we can observe that with the coating, the peaks are becoming wider, and also it is moving slightly towards the right, indicating that there is a slight thermal barrier properties available. We studied the flammability property. Flammability considerably increased. Just a minute. Flammability considerably increased with coating, and particularly whey-based coatings improved better thing also. And in case of SEM analysis also, we can observe that the coated samples showed a smoother surface in comparison to the uncoated samples. And XRD analysis showed that with the coatings, the amorphous nature is increasing. And we studied biodegradation also. Within 60 days, most of the sample has been degraded. And to conclude, the initial experiments on handmade lotus paper showed that the coatings markedly enhanced the mechanical and barrier properties. And they showed improvements in several key areas, like sodium caseinate coatings improved barrier properties, while whey protein coatings improved the thermal properties. Nanoparticle reinforced protein coatings offer a promising solution, enhancing the performance of biopolymer-based sustainable packaging materials, offering improved performance while maintaining environmental compatibility, aligning with the goals of green composites in sustainable innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashwin. Any questions? No. So once again, thanks for your nice question.
So how did you calculate the water uptake?
Okay. For studying the water uptake, we actually took a small piece of the item. We put it in a vessel of water. Initially weighed it, put it in a vessel of water. After periodically, after let's say 1 hour, 2 hours, like that, we measured up to 24 hours.
And you took the maximum peak absorption from that?
Not the peak absorption. After 24 hours,
okay,
how much percentage water has been, how much percentage weight has been increased, that we studied.
So up to 24 hours the timeline.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, you have incorporated the nanoparticles into your polymeric methods,
Yeah.
right? Did you study the toxicity effect of that materials?
Sorry, I have not studied that.
Are you expecting any toxicity of that
I'm not
nanoparticle?
expecting any toxicity because the sodium caseinate as well as whey protein, both of these are edible grade. Okay, because both of these are taken.
Even though if it is in the nano form, as you can see, it is in the polymeric form, it is okay. When it is reduced to nano form, there will be any kind of toxicity.
I don't expect there to be, because when we are doing the test also, we have taken all the chemicals and all of the best grade possible. I expect there won't be anything, but I can't confirm it because I have not clearly done that test.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next presenter is Irene Ann Varghese from Amrita Vidyapidam. Her topic is nano-ion engineered antimicrobial densening devices for combating arterial infections for a prolonged period.
Good evening, everyone. Today, myself, Irene Varghese, I'm presenting on nano-ion engineered antimicrobial indwelling devices for combating bacterial infections for a prolonged period. The work was done at Amrita School of Nanoscience and Molecular Medicine, Kochi. And this is a part of my PhD research work under the guidance of Dr. Reshmi Siyar. So catheterization is a very common procedure that's happening in clinics. And there are different types of catheters such as urinary catheters, central venous catheters, and VP shunts being inserted in patients on a regular basis. Around 30 million urinary catheters and 5 million central venous catheters are inserted per year in patients. And among that, it is made up of latex, silicone, polyurethane, and Teflon, etc. The insertion via catheterization invites bacteria onto the surface of the catheters and cause colonization, resulting in the biofilm formation on surface of catheters, which can cause catheter-associated infections. So in order to prevent that, scientists and researchers have been studying on different anti-biofilm strategies to be structured on the surface of the catheter such that it can be reduced the catheter-associated infections. There are different types of mechanisms such as release-based antimicrobial approaches, contact-killing approaches, and anti-fouling strategies. Among these, the drug-loading strategies on catheters have found a very fascinating aspects onto the researchers. Absorption of the antibiotic drug or bulk incorporation during the material preparation or surface functionalization by ionic bonding have been done throughout the studies. There are different drug-loaded catheters in clinics currently, such as Cook Spectrum, the Lutonics, the Meditech catheters, which have surface-coated antibiotic on the catheters. Then the question can become, what is the prevalence of this study? Is that these catheters can provide only a short-term drug release efficiency and antibacterial efficiency, which is not sufficient for patients who require catheterization for a prolonged period, such as patients who have bedridden patients. So here we have studied the potentiality of the antibiotic, which is a clinically approved drug, that is rifampicin, which has the potential to inhibit the RNA polymerase by inhibiting the translation process in the bacteria. So it has a wide potential in inhibiting the bacteria up to a great extent. So we utilized the drug rifampicin and incorporated into a nanofibrous yarn. The nanofibrous yarn was fabricated using a modified form of electrospinning technique, which was done and patented in our lab. It's from Amrita. Amrita Bioengineering Department have developed the modified electrospinning yarning setup, and we have patented it. And by this technique, we have developed the nanofibrous yarn in which the drug rifampicin is loaded, such that it can able to provide a sustained release of drug. So after that, we embedded the nanofibrous yarn loaded with the drug into the inner lumen of the catheter, so that the catheter can provide a long-term antibacterial efficiency. So we characterized the morphological and the mechanical characterization of the rifampicin loaded yarn embedded catheter. Primarily the nanofibrous yarn was done, and the SEM images shows the nanofibrous architecture with a fiber diameter of 440 nanometer and a yarn diameter of 286 micrometer. The successful incorporation of the rifampicin drug within the nanofibrous yarn was evaluated using FTIR, and with the functional group at 3428 NH stretching and 2896 CH bond successfully explained that the rifampicin is successfully loaded with the PCL nanofibrous yarn. Then further, the mechanical strength property evaluation was done, and the rifampicin loaded nanofibrous yarn obtained a tensile strength of around 12 MPa and elongation of around 200%. The IDAX also confirmed, where the increase in nitrogen content of 2.43 weight percentage and 2.27 atomic percentage shows a successful incorporation of the rifampicin within the nanofibrous yarn. The water contact angle evaluation of the yarn was done, and it was obtained that rifampicin loaded yarn showed a super hydrophilic nature compared to the control group, because of the nanofibrous architecture as well as the abundant OH group within the rifampicin drug. This can provide a more anti-fouling ability to the surface of the yarn. So we evaluated the MIC, that is the minimum inhibitory concentration of the rifampicin loaded yarn, and we obtained around 0.1 gram against S. aureus and E. coli bacterial strain, which are two prominent gram-positive and gram-negative uropathogens. And the inhibition zone assay of the yarn was evaluated, and we obtained a prominent inhibition zone of around 3 to 4 centimeter for S. aureus as well as E. coli bacterial colonies. After the embedding of the nanofibrous yarn into the surface of into the inner lumen of the catheter, the optical images are shown here. Silicon catheter is the control group, was taken as the control group of the study, and the rifampicin surface coated catheter, silicon catheter, was chosen as the clinical control group of the study. And the electrospun membrane was also embedded with the drug, and the nanofibrous yarn without drug and with drug was also as a part of the test groups of the study. The SEM images, as you can see, the rifampicin loaded nanoyarn embedded silicon catheter, you can see the nanofibrous architecture within the inner lumen of the catheter. The mechanical strength was evaluated, and the catheters were obtained a mechanical strength of around 3 to 4 MPa, which was ideal for the catheter fabrication, and the embedment of the nanofibrous yarn didn't compromise its mechanical property. And a forced break of around 20 Newton was used in almost all catheters. The contact angle evaluation, as earlier, was shown a superhydrophilic nature in the inner lumen of the catheter because of the embedment of rifampicin loaded yarn within the inner lumen. Then the drug release study was evaluated. The drug release study was done in PBS, in artificial urine and plasma, and with the entrapment efficiency of 85%, the drug release showed till 90 days. That's what's the days which we studied the drug release study, around 3 months, and we obtained a prominent and sustained release of drug for rifampicin loaded yarn embedded catheters compared to the membrane and the surface coated catheters, which only lasted for around 1 month maximum. And the long-term inhibition property evaluation of the catheter was evaluated against SREs and E. coli to see if the antibacterial efficiency lasts till 3 months. And we obtained a successful data where we can see the prominent inhibition zone of 3 to 4 MPa which sustained till 3 months. For E. coli, it was around 2 to 3 centimeter maximum. The inhibition zone images of the yarn and the membrane, the surface coated and the bare catheters are shown below. And the long-term anti-adhesion property evaluation of the catheters was done, and to evaluate whether the catheters could successfully inhibit the biofilm formation and colonization of bacteria, the anti-adhesion shows that the rifampicin loaded yarn embedded catheters could successfully inhibit the bacteria and didn't allow the colonization on the surface of the catheter, which inhibited the biofilm formation. And these are the fluorescent microscopy images. The acridine orange stained catheter surface shows where the bare PCL yarn embedded catheters where the surface is covered with the biofilm, whereas the rifampicin loaded yarn embedded surface, you can see the structure of the nanofibers, and it was not
please conclude.
Okay, and it is not covered with the biofilm. And similarly, the crystal violet stained images also showed a similar. And the long-term stability evaluation of catheter to see whether the catheter was degraded in artificial urine condition and it was not compromised the tensile strength for 3 months. And the same images are shown here. The biocompatibility of the catheter was also evaluated, and the cell viability was prominent for all catheters in all catheters. So it didn't give any toxicity. So concluding that PCL yarns were fabricated using electrospinning technique, and the embedding within the embedment of this nanofibrous architecture within the inner lumen of the catheter provide an anti-fouling property, and the drug release showed a prominent sustained release of drug for 3 months, and the antibacterial studies was also efficient for 3 months. And the long-term stability evaluation shows that it didn't degrade the catheters, and it is ideal for the clinical usage, and it was biocompatible in nature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Arvind, for good work and nice presentation. Any questions? So no more questions. Thanks once again. Next presenter is the Fatima CS from Maharajas College, Ernakulam. He presented a paper on carbon quantum dot composite from natural fibers, a sustainable food packaging solution.
Hello everyone, my name is Fatima CS. I am from Maharajas College, Ernakulam. I am doing research under the guidance of Dr. Shobi Daniel at the chemistry department. And I'm here to present my research on the topic carbon quantum dot composite from natural fibers, a sustainable food packaging solutions. As you know, most of the food packaging materials we are using based on petroleum products, and I don't want to explain the environmental impact of that materials. So I don't waste my time on these 2 points. I am coming to my research. Through this research, we aim to develop a sustainable food packaging material based on carbon condensates and polyvinyl alcohol composites. Actually, we have prepared 4 different carbon condensates from agricultural waste fibers, and we incorporated this carbon condensate into polyvinyl alcoholic matrix to prepare novel food packaging films. And why we choose carbon condensates? First of all, let us know what is carbon condensates. Carbon condensates are actually the quasi-spherical materials, that is zero-dimensional materials which diameter less than 10 nanometer. And these materials have exceptional properties. That is why we choose this material. They have excellent antimicrobial character, then they are biocompatible, and they have UV blocking abilities, etc. And their production is cost effective. That is the main point why we choose CQDs. And this is my materials and methods. For the synthesis of CQD, we adopted a greener method known as hydrothermal method, and we have synthesized the CQDs from, as I said, from 4 agricultural waste fibers, including water hyacinth, banana, coconut husk, and jute fiber. And we have synthesized 4 different CQD, and the CQDs are obtained in solution form, which shows blue luminescence under UV light, because CQDs are bioluminescence or photoluminescence, sorry. And for the fabrication method, I have used a simple method, all we know, that is a solvent casting method, and I have prepared 4 different composites from 4 different CQDs, named as S1, S2, S3, and S4. And these composite films also shows a blue luminescence under UV light. And these are the characterization techniques used for the characterization of our CQDs, that include the morphological as well as spectral studies. And I have studied the functional properties of these composite films, especially for food packaging applications, which include mechanical properties, UV barrier properties, antimicrobial activity, water resistant properties, biodegradability, and biofilm inhibition activity. I have also studied the food packaging applications of this composite film, both as packaging material and as edible coating in real food samples such as plum and banana. And coming to the characterization of CQDs, these are the 10 images of 4 different CQD I have synthesized, and I have confirmed the size, that is less than 10 nanometer. And from the FTIR spectra, we confirmed the presence of hydroxyl, amine, and ketonic functional groups in the 4 different CQDs we have synthesized. And from the Raman spectra, we actually confirmed the chemical identity of the CQD by their characteristic D and G band, that is around 1315 and 1517. And CQD1 and CQD2, that is the CQDs derived from banana and jute fiber, shows an additional 2-dimensional band around 2600 and 2500 range. And about the optical properties of a CQD, using UV visible spectra, we understand that there exists two types of transition, that is N to pi star transitions and pi to pi star transition take place in our 4 different CQDs. And coming to the PL spectra, these are the PL spectra of our 4 CQDs in different excitation wavelength from 320 to 380 nanometer. As you can see, the emission maxima of the 4 different CQDs remains almost the same regardless of the excitation wavelength from 320 to 380 nanometer. That means that the prepared CQDs are almost in pure form. And as I said, our CQD solutions exhibit blue luminescence under UV light. And about the functional properties of our CQD PVA composite films, first of all, I have studied the mechanical properties, which includes tensile strength and elongation at break. You can see the S4 composite film, that is the composite film derived from water hyacinth fiber, shows maximum tensile strength and elongation at break, followed by S3, that is the composite film derived from banana fiber. And all these composite film shows higher mechanical properties than the pure PVA film. And these are the images of CQD PVA composite films in daylight and UV light. And coming to the UV blocking property, you can see from the image, the pure PVA film shows largest transmittance for UV light. That means there are least UV blocking ability. And you can see our S1, S2, S3, 4 composite film shows least transmittance for the UV light. That means they have excellent UV blocking properties. And we have also studied the biodegradability of our composite films. And from the graph, you can see 30 to 40% of weight loss is achieved within the 50 days of soil burial method. Actually, we have buried this composite films in garden soil, and that's how we study the biodegradability. And we have also studied the antimicrobial activity of this film through disk diffusion method. We actually used 4 different microbes for that, and our composite films were more active towards only two microbes, that are Bacillus cirrhosis and E. coli. And we have also studied the biofilm inhibition activity through crystal violet assay. And you can see from the table that S4 film and S3 film was the superior in inhibiting the biofilm formation. Actually, S4 inhibit the biofilm up to 100%. And we have also studied the water resistant properties through moisture content, swelling index, and solubility. And again, S3, S4 film shows least values for this MC, SI, and solubility, which means that they have more water resistant properties. And these are the same images of our CQD PVA films. You can see there is roughness in the surface of S3 and S4, and there is some sort of CQD aggregation in it. And we have also studied the real food applications of our composite film. Actually, we have selected only S3 and S4 film, that is the composite film derived from water hyacinth and banana, for our real food studies, both as packaging material and as edible coating. For packaging materials, we have choose plums, and you can see it actually extends the shelf life of plums up to 11 days. As you can see, the S4 film keeps the freshness of the plums up to 11 days. At the same time, the control sample without any packaging shows somehow some sort of growth of mold in it. And PVA alone film also shows, sample with the PVA alone films also shows some sort of mold growth in it. And coming to the edible coatings, actually we have used the S3, S4 composite solutions as edible coating in banana, and it's also extend the shelf life of banana up to 1 week. 1 week, I can say only 1 week, by reducing the blackening of banana or delaying the spoilage. And coming to the conclusions of my study, we have successfully synthesized 4 different CQDs from natural agricultural fibers, and we confirmed the size through morphological studies, and we used FTIR Raman spectra to confirm the functional groups as well as their chemical identity. Most of above this, actually the real point is that the incorporation of CQD into the polyvinyl alcoholic matrix actually enhances the mechanical properties, UV barrier properties, and water resistant properties of PVA films, which is actually required for a food packaging material. In addition to that, we can see the incorporation of CQD also imparted an antimicrobial character to the film, as well as biofilm inhibition character to the film. That is actually comes into the class of intelligent packagings. Actually, the films which can which have antimicrobial characters or antioxidant characters are known as intelligent films. So we can use these composite films even as intelligent packagings. So, and it is confirmed from our real food packaging studies as well. So that is the conclusion of my study. These are my references, and this is my acknowledgement slide. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Fatima, for nice presentation and good work. Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks once again. Next presenter is Sharanya SS from Sri Tirunal Institute of Medical Science and Technology. She presented a paper on neurocompatible polycaprolactone and polyvinyl pyrrolidine patterns blended substrate for the peripheral nerve repair.
Okay, good afternoon everyone. I am Charanya. I am a research scholar from Division of Bioceramics Lab in Sri Jithadanal Institute for Biomedical Science and Technology Wing. My topic entitled as the pattern neurocompatible polycaprolactone and polyvinyl pyrrolidine blended substrate for the peripheral nerve repair. So one of the most important things as we learn from here is the biomaterials are widely used for the biomedical application. Our aim has to generate the blended substrate with the pattern matrix for the peripheral nerve repair. So we already know that the nerve system is one of the important part of our body. It is also main control and coordination center of our body. It has two major parts. One is called the central nerve system and other part is called the peripheral nerve system. Our study is mainly focusing on the peripheral nerve system. So the basic component of the system is called the neurons. It transmits the impulse from one neurons to the another neurons. So we can see that the group of neurons join together to form the nerves. It has the three major compartments. So one is called the perineurium, epineurium and the endoneurium. Whenever the injury happens in our body, normally the peripheral nerve system has their own capacity to regenerate itself. But the injury is very deep or the entire nerve is transected. Such condition, the regeneration is not possible. So next we move into the peripheral nerve injury. It is one of the challenging clinical problems which is arising out of the trauma and diseases which leads to the complete loss of the sensory and the motor neurons in our body. So which mainly affected the complete functions of our body system and to also leads the impairment of our body and which leads on the drag on nation's development. So annually more than 1 million people suffering from the peripheral nerve injury in worldwide, around the 200 patients in United States and 300 patients in Europe require the surgical repair. So how to overcome such situation? Different kind of treatment strategies are available. One of the most important surgical treatments are called the autograft, allogenic treatment and suturing process. But it shows a lot of drawbacks. To overcome such treatment, one of the advanced treatment is called the nerve guide conduit. Actually, it is a tubular structure which is made up of the natural and synthetic polymers which enhance the peripheral nerve repair. So these are the basic requirements of the peripheral nerve conduit. It is biocompatible, isopreparation, flexibility. It also shows the degradability, porosity and neural conductivity and the protection against the scar formation. In our studies, we basically using the polycaprolactone as a biomaterials because it is the biocompatible, biodegradable. It shows the good mechanical properties and it is actually the FDA approved polymers. Here we are preparing the sheet by using the technique called the solvent casting technique. Here the molecular weight becomes 80,000 and the solvent used as dichloromethane. The solution is dissolved into the PCL bead is dissolved in dichloromethane and the dissolved solution is poured into the petri dish. The solvent evaporates and we obtain the PCL sheet. But it shows some drawbacks such as the hydrophobic nature and the slow degradation process. After that, we modify the PCL by blending with the PVP through the solvent casting. So next, moving to the characterization. First we testing some analysis of the PCL and PVP blended substrate. Here we can see that the PCL PVP shows the porous nature when compared with the PCL. This is the FTR spectra of PCL PVP. Here we can confirm that the blended substrate shows the both characteristic peak of the PCL and PVP. Next, we move into the wettability of the PCL and the PCL PVP substrate. Here the wettability was evaluated by the water contact angle. Here we can see that the PCL shows the 89.5 degree in the water contact angle. When the PVP is incorporated into the PCL, the water contact angle decreases. Here it indicating that the film shows the hydrophilic nature in the testing. So once the modification meets its material surface, next we move into the in vitro cytocompatibility by using the NDS cell line because it ensures the cell-friendly nature of the material. Here the NDS cells are the neuroblast cell line which is derived from the brain tissues. It shows the both lineage such as the neuronal and the amyloid stem cell morphology which can be widely used for the study of the differentiation, signaling pathway and the axonal growth. This is the microscopic images of the neuronal cell line. Next we move into the cytocompatibility analysis by using the Alama assay. Here we can see that both the substrate showing the cell viability when compared with the PCL PVP substrate shows the higher viability rate. Next we move into the SEM analysis of Next we move into the SEM analysis of NDA onto the substrate. Here we can see that the PCl PVP substrate shows the well adhesion property and also shown the neurite extension. Next, we move into the cell viability of the NDUS cell on the substrate. Here we are using the live-dead assay staining acridine orange and ethidium bromide. Here the acridine orange stains the live cells in green colored and ethidium bromide stains dead cells in green, red colored images. Here we can see that there is no indication of dead cell formation. All cells are viable on the material. Next, we move into the morphological analysis by using the differentiated NDUS cells on the PCl and the PCl PVP scaffold. Here we are using the cytoskeletal staining, rhodamin phalloiding stains the dead red colored images on the cytoskeleton and the DAPI stains the nucleus in blue colored. So the merged images shows that the cells are well adhered onto the material. Next, we move into the wound healing assay of NDUS cells on the substrate. Here we can see that the migrational property of the cells towards the scratch assay. So we can see the second images show the PCL-PP blended substrate shows the migrational property. So this is the immunofluorescence staining of differentiated NDUS cells on the substrate. Here we are using the neuronal markers called the beta tubulin. Here the both substrate shows the cell attachment and the neurite extension. So we can see that the PCL-PP blend substrate enhance the neurocompatibility, cell attachment and the proliferation. So these substrate could be used for the scaffold in neuronal application. After the modification, we just design in the multi-channel conduit for the peripheral nerve repair because it facilitates the aligned directional of the neurons. So we prepared the attached PCL-PP substrate by using the solvent casting. The solution is casted on the mold. After that, we obtain in the pattern sheet. So this is the schematic diagram and the microscopic images of micrographic images of the pattern substrate. Their dimension become 0.5 and their depth become 0.75 mm. So after that, we just characterize the live-dead assay of the patterned PCL-PP substrate by using the acridine orange and the ethidium bromide stains. Here we can see that all cells are viable on the materials. They are touched in an aligned manner. Next, we move to the cytoskeletal staining of patterned PCL-PP substrate by using the rhodamin stain and the DAPI stains as the nucleus. The third one is the merged images of the rhodamin DAPI. So here we can again see that a well attachment on the patterned substrate. So we successfully concluded that the neuronal cell shows the specific attachment and the neurite extension towards the pattern matrix, and the coating appropriate structures with the right microenvironment and the biological cues enhance the healing process. So this study confirmed that the possibility of the designs a better substrate to join the defective peripheral nerve repair application.
Thank you, Sharnya, for your present in time and also very good kind of good presentation. Any questions? So once again, thanks. Next person is Sheshan TN, Sri Visheshriya Postgraduate Center, Mandya. He presented a paper on influence of germanium oxide nanoparticles on electrical conductivity of lithium ion conducting sodium carboxymethyl cellulose PVA nanocomposite films.
Good evening, one and all. Myself, Sheshan TN, research scholar from University of Mysore. So my topic is influence of germanium oxide nanoparticles on the electrical conductivity of lithium ion conducting sodium salt of carboxymethyl cellulose and polyvinyl alcohol nanocomposite films. So here, in recent years, there has been significant rise in the demand of advanced wearable electronics, and also society in the anticipating significant advancement in the smart functionalities and long-term stability of the outdoor operation in the portable devices. So here, compared to liquid electrolytes, solid polymer electrolytes is the most important for the electronic device materials. So here we choose on the polymer matrix, sodium salt of carboxymethyl cellulose and polyvinyl alcohol. So here, polymer matrix, it contains the only low conductivity. We need to increase the conductivity of the material. So we need to add the inorganic salts and also metal oxides for the polymer matrix. So here, in the current study, we intend to investigate the viability for find out the ionic conductivity of the materials through incorporation of inorganic salts and also germanium oxide nanoparticles. So this is my current study. So here we taken sodium salt of carboxymethyl cellulose and also polyvinyl alcohol and lithium bromide inorganic salt, and nano particles of germanium oxide. So through solution casting technique, we prepared the flexible nanocomposite film, and this characterization will made FTR, XRD, electrochemical impedance spectroscopy, SEM, and also UV visual spectroscopy, and applications is battery, fuel cells, and as well as supercapacitors as well. So here, first we need to synthesize the germanium oxide nanoparticle particles for the incorporation of into polymer matrix. First we need to take germanium oxide in the bulk material we treated with a nitric acid. It will convert into germanium nitrate. As they treated with citric acid to get salt, and after 48 hours we need to maintain the pH 9 to 10 hours, we'll get the gel. So after we need to calcination of the germanium oxide nanoparticles in the nanoform. So first we need to synthesize the nanoparticles. After this synthesizing the nanoparticles, incorporate into polymer matrix. So this is the solution casting technique we are going to use for the preparation of the polymer nanocomposite films. We need to take here sodium salt of carboxymethyl cellulose and polyvinyl alcohol and lithium bromide salt, and we need to add germanium oxide nanoparticles. And here, for clear dispersion of nanoparticles, we use the sonication process to incorporate the nanoparticles. So here, we need, after sonication, we need to pour into a petri dish, and we'll get, after 36 hours, we'll get the flexible polymer nanocomposite film. So in the, like this, we need to prepare the polymer nanocomposite film for the different applications. So here, from optimal condition, 80:20 ratio, 88% of sodium salt of carboxymethyl cellulose and 28% of polyvinyl alcohol, and this is, and 1.6 gram of this polymer and 0.4 gram of lithium bromide. And here, this is the standard matrix, and we need to going to vary the percentage of nanoparticles in the 0, 1, 2, 3 up to 5%. That is the optimum condition, up to 5%. So first we need to characterize the FTR spectra of the germanium oxide nanoparticles A, and for the further characterization is in B for different polymer nanocomposite films. Here, when FTR study, we need to study the interaction between the polymer and as well as the nanoparticles. Here, different slides shifting of peaks and modification of the peaks will take place here. So here, this one will shows the, so here pure polymer will goes on, the concentration of nanoparticle is going to increase, the peak shifting and modification of the polymer is going to happen. It will enhance the free structure of the polymer, and it will enhance the ionic conductivity of the polymer. And here majorly OH stretching frequency and CH and CO stretching, these are the major three stretching frequencies going to alter when nanoparticle when incorporated with the polymer matrix. And in XRD, the germanium oxide nanoparticles, it will show the pure hexagonal phase. And here polyvinyl alcohol is the semi-crystalline in nature, and carboxymethyl cell is the amorphous or crystalline in nature. Here, starting after blending the pure polyvinyl alcohol and carboxymethyl cell is the semi-crystalline in nature. As the concentration of nanoparticle goes on increases, the crystallinity will be decreases. Because in starting, the pure polymer is semi-crystalline, it's difficult to ion transfer will take place. After concentration of nanoparticles is going to increase, we'll get the amorphous nature. In amorphous nature, ion transfer is ionic mobility will increases the polymer matrix and will directly influence the increases the electrical conductivity of the polymer films. So this is the formula for calculating the crystallinity of the polymers. And we find out the AC conductivity. So here AC conductivity, we find out the different compositions. GE0 means that is the pure polymer blend, and G1, G2, G3, G4, G5 means different concentration of the nanoparticles. So here G5 means that pink color, the graph shows the highest conductivity of the polymer film. So here using the different frequency, 100 Hz to 5 megahertz, 100 megahertz to 5 megahertz, we need to increase the frequency variation. We need to find out the conductivity of the material. So here for pure polymer, 3.06 into 10 power minus 7 is there. After increasing the concentration of nanoparticle, we'll get the 3.09 into 10 power minus 4. So here A and S is the different parameters that depending upon the polymers and nanoparticles, the parameters is going to vary. So here 3.09 into 10 power minus 4 C1 per centimeter. This is the conductivity we achieved from pure polymer to composite polymer. And dielectric constant and dielectric class, these are the two parameters we're going to find out using the conductivity spectra. So these two parameters is very essential for the for electrical conductivity. And this is, as goes on concentration of nanoparticle increases, the conductivity, dielectric constant and dielectric class as well as increases. But this is the inverse relationship with the conductivity and dielectric constant and dielectric class. As the frequency goes on increases, conductivity is increases. But in case of dielectric constant and dielectric class, frequency goes on increases, dielectric constant and dielectric class goes on decreases. That is the inverse relationship between the conductivity and dielectric constant and dielectric class. And this is the electric modulus study M dash and M double dash. So these are the two major important factors to study the electrical conductivity of the polymer films. So here, as we concentrate, as the frequency goes on increases, and as well as the conductivity of the material goes on increases. And electric loss tangent. So this is the important crucial factor to find out the conductivity. So find out the tan delta is equal to epsilon double dash divided by epsilon prime. So this is the formula we're going to find out the tangent delta loss of the different polymer films. So these are the semi-measures of the, first one is the pure nanoparticle, that is germanium oxide, and these three are the, first one is the pure polymer nanocomposite film, these two are the incorporation of nanoparticles. And UV visible spectra. So here we need to find out the direct energy band gap and indirect energy band gap for the materials is the crucial role to find out the band gap for the materials. So here first one is the direct energy band gap and second one is the indirect energy band gap. So here for first one 5.70 to 5.50, that is the direct energy band gap, and indirect energy band gap 5.41 to 5.21. So here when we going to decrease the band gap of the materials, the electron will goes to valence band to conduction band, it will takes easily. So it directly increases the ionic mobility and also electrical conductivity of the material. So conclusion, here we need to characterize the polymer, enhance the electrical conductivity of the polymeric materials. We need to confirm by the FTR studies, and also in the XRD studies we find out the crystallinity, and finally we find out the conductivity will increases from 3.07 10 power minus 7 cm per centimeter to 3.06 into 10 power minus 4 cm per centimeter. So here the incorporation germanium oxide nanoparticles enhance the structural properties, electrical and optoelectrical and dielectric properties of the polymer matrix. So these special properties that make them useful for the variety of applications like industries like electronics, optoelectronics, and flexible energy storage devices and batteries, as well as electrochemical capacitors. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Session, for good presentation and good work. Any questions? Okay, thank you once again. Next presenter is Abdul Malik Arikadan. He is from CS Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad. He presented a paper on enhanced water and corrosion resistant coatings using self-stabilized styrene acrylic copolymer latex with a heteroatom function.
So good evening. So as mentioned, I am here with the topic enhanced water and corrosion resistant coatings using self-stabilized styrene acrylic copolymer latex with heteroatom function. So I'm coming from CSR IICT Hyderabad. So let's start with an intro. Already, as mentioned, latex, we know latex we are preparing from emulsions. So already we know what are the emulsions. Let's to start with them. A mixture of two or more liquids that are immiscible but are dispersed throughout each other are called emulsions. And I have given the picture of the emulsion mechanism, how the micelle formation occurs, and surfactants are used. And already we know emulsions are used in many paints, adhesives, coatings, binders, and many applications, as we have heard here in many sessions previously. So main ingredients of emulsions are a oil phase will be there, water phase, and a surfactant and initiator. So I'll be concentrating on the use of surfactant, what are the effect of surfactant in the emulsion polymerization. So surfactant have many adverse effects as well as it has many benefits. We know that surfactant is used in emulsion polymerization for the stabilization of the latex. So what are the adverse effects? Some of the adverse effects is that it will get detached to form coagulation. Surfactant may get detached from the polymer backbone. Or another thing is that it creates a lot of foams in the latex. And another thing is that we cannot remove the surfactant after once the polymerization is complete. We cannot remove the surfactant from the system. It is very difficult to remove. Also, we may think why we cannot use a biosurfactant. Biosurfactants also have very high production cost, and it will decrease the shelf life of the material and rapid degradation. Like this, many demerits are there. Also, some surfactants, which is synthetic surfactants, are toxic and low biodegradable, and it will affect the environmental impacts. So the solution for the adverse effects of surfactants is the self-stabilization or surfactant-free latexes. So I have given a mechanism how the surfactant-free latexes are forming, or how the polymer particles are forming in the polymerization process. So the merits of surfactant-free latex or self-stabilized latexes are there is no use of any surfactant, and stabilizer molecule or whatever monomer particle we are using for stabilization, it will directly attach to the polymer particles, and also there is no any kind of filtration or washing required to remove surfactant, as there is no any surfactant in here. So the main question is, but how we can do this? What is the process behind that? So stabilization, or self-stabilization can be done by the use of some ionic initiators or some kind of hydrophilic functional co-monomers like acrylates, some kind of acrylamides, vinylamides, etc. So in my work or in our work, what we are used here is N-vinyl pyrrolidone. I have given the structure of N-vinyl pyrrolidone there. So why I choose the N-vinyl pyrrolidone is it is amphiphilic, good biocompatible, non-toxic, pH stable, and excellent film forming ability. And so already it is amphiphilic, so it can stabilize the latex during polymerization. So as you may noted from my title that water repellency and corrosion resistance. This can also be incorporated into the self-stabilized latex by the efficient or excellent adsorption ability of polyvinyl pyrrolidone to the metal substrate, whatever we are coating. So the plan and the way to the plan is that here is the scheme. Simply just styrene butyl acrylate latex we are preparing, just copolymerization of the latex. The main thing is that we are not using any surfactant here. Instead, a functional co-monomer N-vinyl pyrrolidone is used, and with V50 initiator, just polymerized, and a copolymer is formed, which is very stable. And with that latex, we just simply after the moisture removal, films are formed, which is very transparent in nature. So here is the mechanism how the self-stabilization happened, and the recipe is here. How we prepared the self-stabilized latexes. We can see the recipe here. So here I have mentioned NVP 0, 17, 20, 25, 33. NVP 0 means I am not using their NVP co-monomer. Instead, I am using a surfactant for comparison. And remaining 17, 20, 25, 33 denotes the mole percentage of NVP by varying the concentrations, just to compare what is the effect of NVP in the polymer system. So here is the monomer kinetics, means during the polymerization, each 30 minutes we have checked the kinetics of the polymerization, how much monomer has polymerized at that particular time of the polymerization. So we noted that the surfactant-free latexes has a slow growth of polymerization, while surfactant means conventional emulsion polymerization has a rapid growth because of the rapid micellar formation during the polymerization. So coming to the analysis of polymer latexes, we can see various data I have included here. We have polymerized the monomers by keeping the solid content at 30 weight percentage, and monomer conversion also we can see with surfactant we got it 92.6, remaining all it was 72, 79, 75 at that range. So it is because of the same micellar formation due to the, as we noted from the rate of polymerization, it was very high, which is uncontrollable because of the micellar formation. In the case of NVP containing latexes, monomer conversion can be controlled. So from the NMR also we just checked the NVP content in the copolymer and the viscosity just for coating purpose, is it okay or not. And zeta potential denotes the colloidal stability of the latex, and it was very high, and so that we can denote that our latexes are colloidally stable. And particle size also was done. We can see there at fresh latex and after 30 days of storage and after 90 days of storage, there is no much difference in PDI and particle size. So that also denotes that our milky white stable latex is more stable for more days. So coming to the polymer films, we just air dried the polymer latexes to form the transparent polymer films. So here is the FTIR result in which NVP containing amide group. So the amide group contains the carbonyl bond in that. So that carbonyl bond is confirmed by FTIR structure, and the butyl acrylate was also butyl ester group in the butyl acrylate was also confirmed from the FTIR. So coming to the here you can see around 3500. You can see that there is a OH bending in all the NVP containing latexes, but it is not seen in the NVP 0, which conventional emulsion polymerization was followed. That is because the high hydrophilic nature of NVP, and transmittance UV visible spectra is given there. So what we observed is that all the latexes, including whatever surfactant used or surfactant free latexes, transmittance was almost 96%, and so that you can see the transparent films here, highly transparent films. So coming to the NMR structure, we just confirmed our structure with NMR results as mentioned here, and water alkali absorbance, that is a very important test coming to the coating. So what happened means NVP 0 means without NVP latex was just 10.7% water absorbed. Then it increased, and you can see at NVP 33 means 33 mole percentage of NVP, it was 61%. This also happened because of the high hydrophilic nature of NVP, and similar alkali absorbance also we can see that increase in that. So coming to the thermal analysis of polymer film.
Conclude within one.
Yeah. So coming to the thermal analysis of polymer films, we have done TGA, and you can see the high maximum T maximum was at 425, 421 degrees Celsius. And also coming to the DSC results, when we added NVP into the system and polymerized, the TG decreased actually comparing to the NVP 0 latex. This also denotes the thing is that NVP is highly hydrophilic. Due to that, the DSC are reduced, and also NVP 0 contains a cationic surfactant in that. That's why TG is more. And microscopic analysis, we can see a clear structure of copolymer structure can be seen in all the microscopic images. And analysis of coating application. Coming to the application part, we have coated it on both glass slides and mild steel panels. So in both conditions, what we observed is that without NVP or with using surfactant, it was around 58 or 46, and then when we used NVP and followed surfactant-free polymerization, what happened means the water contact angle increased, means and it enhanced the water repellency in the system. So coming to the corrosion resistance, already I told we coated on mild steel panels, so we checked the corrosion resistance. How it happened? The uncoated mild steel is around corrosion rate is around 10 raised to minus 2, and the corrosion rate decreased to 10 raised to minus 3 when we simply coated the film on the metal surface. Again, coming to the NVP containing latexes, the corrosion rate again decreased to 10 raised to minus 5 until it reached NVP 25. At a higher rate of NVP, again it is the property is coming down. So the protection efficiency of the mild steel, you can see it is almost 99% in all the samples. So winding up the talk, we successfully synthesized self-stabilizing styrene BA copolymer latex using NVP, and at a varying concentration of NVP from 17 mole percentage to 33 mole percentage, we checked the comparison, what is the effect of NVP in the system, and a control latex of surfactant, with surfactant was also prepared for comparison. A highly stable latex and highly transparent polymer films was obtained, and this latex was coated on glass panels and mild steel panels, which improved the water repellency and corrosion resistance. So last but not least, a multifunctional coating with a non-toxic biocompatible co-monomer NVP which stabilized emulsion and improving coating performances was prepared successfully. So it was published in Progress in Organic Coatings Journal recently, and I thank CSIR, IICT, Cipet, and our project instructor Dr. Arindam Chakravarti sir, and our team members in our laboratory, and Director CSIR IICT and the Center of Excellence Polymer Coatings in IICT. Thank you. That's all.
Thanks, Mari, for presentation and good work. Any questions? Can you any industrial use of this? What is the purpose? Objectives of any industrial use of this work?
Yeah. Coming to the industrial use, industries also, morning also they explained about acrylic latexes and those things. So they're also mainly whatever they prepare in the latex, they are using some kind of surfactant to stabilize the latex. So here we introducing a surfactant free latex which is self-stabilizing by use of some hydrophilic monomers or in kind of some ionic initiators. We can do it like that. So maybe scalable will be possible. We didn't check the higher scalable. So that's
okay, thank you. Next presentation also from Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad, the Abhay Shankar. He presented a paper on improved mechanical properties and water repellency of kraft paper by coating with a bio-based material, which offers robustness, compositability, and multi-potential.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Abhay Shankar. I am coming from CSIR, Indian Institute of Chemical Technology, Hyderabad. Today I am going to present my recently published paper on the topic that improved mechanical properties and water repellency of kraft paper by coating with bio-based coating material which offers compostability, robustness, and mulching potential. So first we'll start with brief description of why paper coating is necessary. So nowadays plastic has become more popular. We are using plastic in a various way. Whenever we go shop, we'll ask plastic carry bag for carry our groceries and all. Because it is easy to use, it is convenient, it is lightweight material, and it provides good barrier properties against moisture, bacteria, and other contaminants. It offers significant strength and durability also. But as we all know that every coin has two sides. So even though plastic materials provides multiple benefits, it suffers from several drawbacks also. It will take 100 to 1,000 of years to biodegrade, causing air pollution, water pollution. If mistakenly any animal will eat plastic material, it can be reason for their organ damage or even their death also. So only 2% of plastic materials can be recycled. Many end up with landfill like this. Many countries has banned single-use plastic in their countries. So is there any alternative solution for this? Yes. Paper can be an ideal alternative for this since paper can be obtained from trees, which is a renewable resource. But the thing is we have to manage it properly by responsible forestry practices. Now growing trend, many paper products are there in the market. Whenever you will order something from Swiggy, Zomato, Zepto, you will get paper carry bags because it is cost effective And paper products decomposes much faster than the plastic materials, reducing long-term waste accumulation in the system. Next, many paper products are coming in the market with polyethylene coating layer, which suffers from poor strength, poor barrier properties. If we want to enhance these properties, we have to coat high concentrated coating material, which will increase the cost of the coating material, and also it will retard its degradability. Now, it is very difficult to separate the polyethylene coated layer from the paper, which make difficult of recycling this paper, and also it will retard its biodegradability also. If it will not manage properly, it can contribute similar pollution like plastic materials. So we have addressed these challenges, and this is the question of my this is the answer of my question, why paper coating is important. So here we have developed a coating material which is styrene acrylic nanocellulose based coating material, where we have incorporated nanocellulose little amount. So that coating material is polymerized by taking styrene and EHA in presence of ammonium persulfate initiator in presence of nitrogen atmosphere at 80 degrees Celsius. Here we have incorporated nanocellulose in situ and ex situ simple mixing, and results are shown here. Here we can see on the uncoated paper many fibers and many holes are visible, whereas in coated we can see holes are completely blocked here. Next, the coated paper showed improved mechanical strength also, and water contact angle analysis has been done. After putting water drops on the coated and uncoated surface, where we can see the uncoated paper shows little wettability there, whereas coated paper shows good hydrophobicity, water repelling properties. So that work, their main backbone chain is styrene acrylic. So here in our next approach, we have developed complete bio-based cross-linked alkyl chitosan coating material, which is synthesized by taking chitosan, cross-linking with pentaerythritol triacrylate, that is PET, and followed by ODA addition. So ODA will provide good hydrosity because of long hydrocarbon chain, and PET provide good mechanical strength. The formation of cross-linked alkyl chitosan has been confirmed by 13C NMR spectroscopy. So there we can see in PET, the chemical shift value around 131, 127 is for that vinyl group, which is completely disappeared in the final product. That is top one, CHODA. And ODA addition has been confirmed by that intense peak around 30 ppm. So it is found most intense in the final product also. So here the formation has been confirmed by IR also. Here we can see the peak around 1733 is for ester present in the PET, and 1632 is the absorption peak of CC double bond stretching frequency. So in the final product, that means CHODA, we can see that 1632 peak completely disappeared. And additionally, 1605 is for NH bending for primary amine group, which is absent in the final product. Here I am showing the recipe of my cross-linked alkyl chitosan. We have conducted a set of experiment where we can see here the CHODA 17, 20, 23, 26, 29 corresponds to the millimole of ODA. Here PET and ODA has been varied molar concentration from 5.7 to 9.8, similarly for ODA 17 to 29. So, but keeping molar ratio constant, that is 1:3. Here we have excluded CHODA 29 because we obtained some agglomerated kind of thing. Here I am showing the complete process. We have coated the paper via deep coating method, and we can see the coated paper showed good water repellency. Here we are conducted water contact angle analysis for coated paper, and we can see here it is showing very high value, around 119. Here we have showed that it showed repellency towards juice, milk, and water also. And simply it can be cleaned by simply rolling down, or it can be wiped up with tissue paper. The same image shows many, for uncoated paper, many fibers and many holes which were covered by coating. Here we have analyzed the durability and mechanical strength of coated paper. Here we can see the abrasion test we have conducted here, and even after 100 abrasion cycle, the paper preserves its hydrophobicity. Mechanical strength, all the coated paper showed good mechanical properties, and there we have shown the mechanism behind enhanced mechanical properties. We have developed a set of control experiment, and we have achieved 1 liter synthesis of that cross-linked alkyl cytosine, and outdoor exposure of paper has been conducted there. This paper has been used for mulching application, and biocompostability has been analyzed at 30 days. We can see the fragmentation there. We have successfully synthesized the styrene acrylic copolymer and cross-linked alkyl cytosine. In both the cases, deep coating method was used to coat the paper. FECM showed the blocked micropores, improved mechanical strength and robustness we got in cross-linked alkyl cytosine coating material. Biocompostability has been done, and the coated paper has been biocompostable. Mulching application we have conducted after cultivating melon plant with this coated paper. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Afay, for the presentation. Any questions?
Around 0.1 mm, sir. No, sir, we didn't conduct it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The time is too late, so we have 2 more presentations remaining, but we conduct it on the tomorrow.
I'm inviting Dr. K. Rajesh to present the memento to Lenny Mathuman. So we are concluding today's section. See you tomorrow.